If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 61 Preparing for the Upper Rank. Mika, Night of Reckoning. After finding nothing at the Tokaido house, Mika went to the Aimoto house where Hashibaira Inishuke was located. As he expanded his circle, Mika quickly noticed something unusual. In a room beneath his feet, a woman with blonde hair on her forehead was bound by ribbon-like objects in the room. Mika was very familiar with this girl. She was one of Ozui Tenjin's wives, whose photo he had shown to Mika before. I found her. Your wife Makio is in the Aimoto house, but she seems to have been captured by a demon and is now tied up in the room. Hearing Mika's words, Ozui Tenjin's pupils immediately constricted, wanting to go down to save her. But he quickly stopped himself and regained composure. Correct judgment. Glancing at Ozui Tenjin, Mika said seriously, from the scene, the enemy's behavior is very strange. They didn't immediately eat the person after capturing them, which means they have a bigger plan. Their target is you, Tenjin. They must have discovered your letters with them, so they captured them and are waiting for you to come. Since their target is a Hashira, the enemy must be an upper-rank demon. Moreover, there's no trace of your wife Suma in the Tokaido house, so she must have been hidden by the enemy. Judging from the fact that Makio hasn't been killed, your other two wives are probably still alive too. So it's best not to startle the snake before we figure out the identity of the upper-rank demon and the location of your other two wives. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Ozui Tenjin said seriously. Looking at Ozui Tenjin, who was forcibly restraining himself, Mika pointed to the room where Makio was. Since she's confined in there, others shouldn't be able to enter. You stay here and listen for any sounds from inside, in case something happens to her. I'll go to the Kyogoko house now to see if Hinetsuru is there. Ah, then I'll leave it to you. Feeling Ozui Tenjin's grateful gaze, Mika nodded and ran towards the Kyogoko house. Soon, he arrived on the roof of the Kyogoko house. Under the coverage of his circle, the scene inside the Kyogoko house appeared before Mika's eyes. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Ozui Tenjin's wife Hinetsuru in the Kyogoko house. No results, hey. Shaking his head, just as Mika was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something out of place. He didn't see the Warren of Kyogoko house, Warabiheim. According to the information Mika had obtained, among the three suspicious establishments, both Tokaido house and Kyogoko house had famous Warren of the entertainment district. They were the Warren coach of Tokaido house and the Warren Warabiheim of Kyogoko house. Although Mika had no intention of peeping, in his circle, he did see the Warren coach resting in the Tokaido house. After all, it was early morning, the time when Warren who had worked all night were resting. But now, Mika couldn't see the Warren Warabiheim in the Kyogoko house. Is she not in the Kyogoko house, or could she be the demon? If she's the demon, could her blood demon art be related to space? Pondering over the information about Warren Warabiheim, various ideas suddenly appeared in Mika's mind. However, these ideas were very chaotic and unsystematic. So, he needed to do some organizing. After a while, Mika returned to the roof of the Aimoto house. How was it? As soon as he saw Mika, Ozui Tenjin asked anxiously. Shaking his head slightly, Mika said seriously to Ozui Tenjin's disappointed eyes, although I didn't find any trace of your wife, I discovered other suspicious points. Other suspicious points? Is it about the demon? That's right. Then, Mika told Ozui Tenjin about the situation he had just seen and his speculations. Then, with Ozui Tenjin's approving gaze, he continued, after thinking about it earlier, I came up with some other possibilities. The entertainment district, as a street that thrives at night, is indeed the most suitable place for demons to hide. But at the same time, living in the bustling entertainment district, she must also be bound by the constraints here. Once a demon eats someone, it will leave bloodstains everywhere, and there's no perfect place for her to dispose of bodies here. Moreover, if she only eats people from the same house, abnormalities will quickly become apparent. And night is the working time for geishas, so this demon should have the ability to move between various shops during the day and capture people into her food storage. Adding to that the ribbon binding Makio in the room below us, I suspect her ribbon has space-related abilities that can be used for capturing people. Underground, there are tunnels for her ribbons to pass through, and even deeper underground, there might be a food storage where she keeps your wives. And now, the most suspicious upper-rank candidate should be that Warren Warabeheim. With his hands behind his back, Mika told Uzui Tenjin all of his analysis in one breath. He quickly turned off the phone he was using to chat with Melly and hid it in his sleeve. After hearing Mika's analysis, Uzui Tenjin, after a moment of silence, sighed, "Mika, you truly deserve to be the leader of the Yahweh Familia. I'm genuinely impressed by your intelligence." "Not at all, these are just speculations for now." Mika waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. Although he was the provider of various information and guesses, and accepting Uzui Tenjin's praise was completely fine. The integration and development of clues were done by Melly. If he accepted more praise, Mika would feel embarrassed. "From what we can see, the most important thing for us now should be to verify the identity of the Warren Warabeheim from Kyogoko House." Mika immediately changed the subject. "But it's still daytime now. If we want to disguise ourselves as customers and go to Kyogoko House, we'll have to wait until night." Uzui Tenjin immediately responded. "In that case, we'll have to rely on our Zenitsu." Mika and Uzui Tenjin smiled at each other, immediately making a decision. "Since that's the case, let's split up then. I'll assist Zenitsu in secretly investigating Warabeheime's identity, and you go look for the possible underground food storage of the enemy." Hearing Mika's arrangement, Uzui Tenjin nodded seriously. As a breathing technique developed from thunder breathing, both had unparalleled advantages in hearing compared to ordinary people. "How about it, do you need to rest for a bit?" Looking at the somewhat excited Uzui Tenjin, Mika smiled calmly. "No, I'm at my peak condition right now." With that, Uzui Tenjin leaped across the eaves in succession, quickly disappearing from Mika's sight. Shaking his head slightly at the direction where Uzui Tenjin disappeared, Mika ran towards Kyogoko House again, preparing to arrange Zenitsu's task. Although they had only been in the entertainment district for a day, Mika knew that the battle was about to begin. Confirm whether the Warren Warabeheim is a demon. After receiving the message from Mika, Agatsuma Zenitsu became nervous. Not to mention how strong the opponent might be. As a swordsman, just not having his Nichiren sword by his side made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, the 4 months of training had given Zenitsu the courage to face demons alone. Otherwise, if it were him just after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he would probably have collapsed on the ground, too scared to move forward. Phew! He exhaled deeply. Calming his inner nervousness, listening to the sounds constantly coming from various parts of the Kyogoko house, Zenitsu looked up towards the upper floor. That was where Warren Warabeheim lived. "Looks quite calm, hey." Observing Zenitsu's actions through his circle, Mika chuckled lightly. As the mentally weakest of the trio, Mika had been a bit worried that Zenitsu might get stage fright, but now it seemed there shouldn't be any slip ups. "If we hadn't yet found Tenjin's wives, I'd really want to rush into the Kyogoko house right now and drag that upper-rank demon out to bask in the sun in broad daylight." Although there was a smile on his face, Mika's words were full of venom. Towards demons, he couldn't be as gentle as Tanjiro. Just as Mika was pondering various scenarios, a Kasugai crow flew over, bringing back information from Zenitsu. According to what people in the Kyogoko house are saying, Warabeheim is resting in her room right now. No one saw her leave. Stroking the crow's feathers, Mika couldn't help but smile. It seems the probability of this Warabeheim being a demon is about 90%. Next, we just need to see her suddenly appear in the room using blood demon art with our own eyes, then we can be completely certain. However, to prevent her from using blood demon art to appear outside my perception, and then appearing in the room through something like a tunnel, it's better for Zenitsu not to withdraw. Through his circle, Mika could sense all objects within its range. But he didn't have the ability to see through things. Whether the target was a demon or not still needed to be confirmed with eyes. And now, Zenitsu was those eyes. After conveying the preparatory items to Tanjiro and Nezuko through the Kasugai crow, Mika quietly sat on the roof of the Kyogoko house, waiting for the upper-rank demon's return. At the same time, he also began a more intensive search. Although Mika could see all scenes within his circle, his information processing ability was not sufficient to see every detail clearly. Therefore, Mika needed to observe selectively. When searching for traces of the upper-rank demon and Uzui Tenjin's wives earlier, Mika had used all his processing power to search for people. Now, what he was searching for were the possible secret passages underground in the Kyogoko house. The circle can't penetrate the ground. I hope those potentially existing tunnels aren't blocked, Mika thought silently. So under Mika's detailed search, a narrow tunnel appeared in his view. As expected, I knew it. Mika hurriedly sent this information to Uzui Tenjin via a Kasugai crow, helping him determine the location of the enemy's food storage. Mika. Just as he sent the crow away, Mika saw Tanjiro and Inashuk rushing over. Don't be nervous, be prepared. The start of the battle is not far off. Understood. Hearing Tanjiro's response, Mika closed his eyes again, focusing entirely on the situation inside the Kyogoko house. Seeing Mika close his eyes again, the impatient Inashuk was about to shout something when Tanjiro covered his mouth. Calm down, Inashuk. Don't disturb Mika. As a close friend, Mika had explained some of his commonly used abilities to Tanjiro before. Naturally, information about the circle was among them. Therefore, Tanjiro knew very well what Mika was doing. Let's wait quietly, Inashuk, Tanjiro persuaded in a low voice. Evening. As time passed, dusk had filled the sky. At this moment, in the room of Waran Warabeheim on the upper floor of the Kyogoko house, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. She stood quietly in the dark room, her yellow pupils seeming to emit light. Even tied back, her silver hair still hung down her back. However, these were not her most striking features. The most attention-grabbing part of her face was the flower tattoo imprinted on her left cheek and right forehead, adding a touch of exotic charm to her beauty. She's appeared. Looking at the appearance completely different from the information he had gathered, as well as her movements, Mika knew she was the prey he had been waiting for all day. After all, the upper rank 6 mark that appeared in his eyes had clearly identified her. Tanjiro, immediately pass a message to the Sound Hashira. Tell him Warabeheim is the prey we're looking for, she's upper rank 6. Tell him to prepare to act according to the plan. Quickly opening his eyes, Mika immediately ordered. Understood. Tanjiro responded swiftly. After delivering the message, you and Inashuk go to the Aimoto house. Use rescuing the Sound Hashira's wife Makio as bait to try and lure the enemy out. Once the battle starts, don't rush to join the battlefield. First, evacuate the crowd. Understood. Understood. Tanjiro and Inashuk responded in unison. With that said, the two quickly ran towards the Aimoto house. After watching their figures disappear, Mika began to send a message to Zenitsu. After finishing his instructions to Zenitsu, Mika also quickly ran towards the Aimoto house. After all, that was going to be the main battlefield. In the Kyogoko house, Warabeheim, who had just finished disguising herself, was about to call someone to inquire about the day's situation in the Kyogoko house when the scene from the Aimoto house suddenly appeared in her mind. These are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. They've really come. A smug smile appeared on Warabeheime's face. When she discovered that Suma, Makio, and Hinatsuru were constantly in contact with someone from the Demon Slayer Corps, she thought of the Hashira. As an upper-rank demon, killing the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps was their responsibility. So, Daki, who had taken on the name Warabeheim, captured the 3 of them and used them as bait to fish for big fish from the Demon Slayer Corps. And today, people from the Demon Slayer Corps had finally come. I wonder if there's a Hashira. Laughing loudly, Daki's figure immediately disappeared from the Kyogoko house. Quickly. After delivering the message, Tanjiro and Inashuk rushed into the Aimoto house, quickly arriving at the place where Makio was tied up and imprisoned. Swinging their Nikaran swords to cut the ribbons in the room, the two supported the collapsed Makio and ran outside. Has Tenjin come? Makio asked weakly after being rescued. Ah, Sound Hashira Uzui Tenjin brought us here, Tanjiro responded gently. Aha! So it's the Sound Hashira who came. A figure suddenly appeared behind Tanjiro and the others along with ribbons, laughing, indeed, I knew a Hashira would come. It seems my preparations these past days have been quite successful. After a bout of laughter, Daki looked at the 3 and smiled, but you 3, just obediently become my food. With that said, 8 ribbons shot out from behind her simultaneously, directly targeting Tanjiro and the others. At that moment, a cold wind blew past. The ribbons that were originally shooting towards Tanjiro and the others quickly frosted over and fell to the ground. Upper rank 6, Hi! I'm your opponent. Resting his deep blue Nikaran sword on his shoulder, Mika appeared smiling lightly in front of Tanjiro and the others, blocking Daki's attack. Chapter 62 Too slow. Mika's overwhelming speed and skill. You're not the Sound Hashira they talked about, are you? So, are you a Hashira? Ignoring the frost-covered sash, Daki asked with a light chuckle. Me? Hearing Daki's question, Mika was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "Of course I'm a Hashira." In terms of combat ability, if Mika were to unleash his full power, he could easily be considered the strongest among all the pillars. Although there were only 9 positions for the pillars, the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps, and no vacancies, now that the Demon Slayer Corps had become a branch of Yahweh's Familia, Mika could easily create a new position for himself. If he wanted to, he could easily become the 10th Hashira. "You can call me the Ice Hashira." Although he could use both ice-breathing and fire-breathing techniques, Mika felt that Ice Hashira suited him better than Fire Hashira, which already had the Flame Hashira. "Ice Hashira? That does suit you well." Glancing at the frost on the ground, Daki smirked confidently. "I've decided, you'll be the 8th Hashira I kill." "Kill me? Do you have the strength for that?" Mika asked, puzzled. "Though I don't know why, but your strength doesn't seem to be at the upper moon level. After all, you don't even know that you're already dead." "I'm dead." Daki's eyes were filled with confusion. It was only then that she realized her neck had been severed, but due to the freezing effect of the frost, her head hadn't fallen off. How can this be?" Easily removing her head from her neck, Daki stared bewilderedly at her headless body. "No, impossible, I haven't lost." Ignoring Daki's dying wails, Mika immediately turned to look at Tanjiro and the others. "Tenjin is heading to rescue the others who are being held captive. You should quickly evacuate the surrounding civilians. Our real opponent hasn't appeared yet." Although Mika had easily decapitated Daki, the intense sense of crisis in his mind had never ceased. "Understood." The 3 immediately ran out. Watching their disappearing figures, Mika muttered to himself, "Now, where might Jayataro be?" Although Mika hadn't seen the later parts of Demon Slayer, he had been briefed about the 6 upper moons by a friend. Upper Moon 1 was Kokushibo, Yoriichi Tsuchikuni's brother. Upper Moon 2 was Doma, who specialized in eating women and was Shinobu's arch-enemy. Upper Moon 3 was Akaza, who killed the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Upper Moon 4 and 5 were Hantengu and Gyuko respectively. And the last, Upper Moon 6, was a pair of siblings, Jayataro and Daki. It was said that to kill these 2 siblings, one had to cut off both their heads simultaneously. If Daki is this weak, then Jayataro's combat power must be considerably stronger. But where could he be hiding? While Mika was surveying the surroundings, Daki, feeling ignored and underestimated, suddenly burst into loud tears. Then, she cried out, "Brother!" With her cry, a strong presence emanated from Daki's body. To Mika's surprise, Jayataro emerged from Daki's back, brazenly exuding his presence. "So you're the real Upper Moon 6? I've been waiting for you." Gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, Mika's face was covered in smiles. "Are you the one who made my sister cry?" After emerging from Daki's back, Jayataro cautiously stood in front of her. Unlike Daki, Jayataro's appearance could only be described as hideous. But in contrast, his combat talent was beyond ordinary. Even when he couldn't eat enough in his previous life, he could instantly kill samurai despite being severely malnourished, which showed his talent. If he had trained in martial arts like Akaza or Kokushibo in his previous life, his combat power would definitely be several levels higher than now. But even so, after dozens of battles with the pillars, Jayataro had developed his own style of combat techniques, as well as the ability to sense strong opponents. "This guy is stronger than the strongest Hashira I've ever killed. Daki, fight with all your might." "Ah, I understand." Hearing Jayataro's words, Daki also retracted the smug smile that had appeared when Jayataro emerged. As the two conversed, Jayataro closed his left eye. And a third eye appeared on Daki's forehead. With the appearance of this third eye, the aura around Daki also grew stronger. "See this? This is my full power!" Daki shouted loudly, and at the same time the dozen or so sashes behind her rapidly shot towards Mika, wanting to demonstrate her strength. Too slow. Mika's figure quickly appeared in front of Daki. The deep blue Nichiren blade pierced her neck, pushing her backwards. "Daki!" Unlike Daki, Jayataro saw Mika's movement. But his warning was obviously a bit late. However, his attack wasn't the least bit disorganized. Flying blood sickles. Jayataro's blood demon art was to manipulate his own blood for slashing attacks. As he swung the sickle in his hand, blood-colored flying sickles also slashed towards Mika. Faced with the rapidly approaching dual assault, multiple attacks, the crimson blade already gripped in Mika's left hand also swung up. Crimson flames flowed on the Nichiren blade. The flaming nin sword collided head-on with Jyotaro's blood slashes. Then they mutually cancelled out. What followed was the clash of the Nichiren blade and the sickle. Clang! The two weapons clashed fiercely, the wind pressure generated between them blowing their bangs. Not bad skills. Both of their faces were covered in smiles. With this as the starting point, in the narrow room, Jyotaro and Mika rapidly swung their respective weapons, constantly clashing. Arg! As the slashing speed gradually increased, Jyotaro's weapon swings could no longer keep up with Mika's speed. Unlike Mika, who had gone far in swordsmanship, Jyotaro's self-taught style wasn't refined. It was a technique he created by combining his proud speed with his blood demon art. But now, his flying blood sickles were neutralized by Mika's flame nin sword or frost nin sword as soon as they appeared. And his proud speed didn't gain any advantage in this battle. After comprehending various breathing techniques, Mika had refined his speed enhancement techniques to an extreme degree. At this moment, Mika wasn't relying on the enhancement of nin. He was merely fighting with his level 2 limit body and his highly refined skills. But even so, Jyotaro felt the overwhelming force coming at him head-on in a very short time. That sense of pressure, he had only experienced from Muzan Kibutsuji. This is bad. In an instant, Jyotaro, whose weakness was caught by Mika, felt the cold killing intent. The hot fire blade suppressed his dual sickles. The cold frost blade slashed towards his neck. Brother! Daki's voice came from above. What followed was an endless stream of sashes shooting towards Mika. Escape to the top, hey! Faced with the incoming sashes, Mika's body twisted slightly, easily avoiding them. And his frost blade easily slid across Jyotaro's throat, instantly freezing his neck. That was close. Mika said with a chuckle. Dash! Ah! 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 The streets of the pleasure district were filled with people hurriedly fleeing for their lives. The sudden crisis had plunged them into the threat of death, to which they could only cry out and run for their lives. This way, this way! Guiding nearby people to quickly escape, Tanjiro shouted loudly. Humph, they wouldn't leave when we told them earlier, now they're rushing to leave. Next to Tanjiro, Inosuke was complaining irritably. Earlier, Mika had asked them to evacuate the crowd, but no one heeded their calls, instead responding with mockery. But now, as the battle intensified where Mika was, the entire pleasure district had become their battlefield. Coincidentally, both Jyotaro and Daki's blood demon arts were area of effect attacks with astonishing destructive power, resulting in severe damage to the surrounding buildings from the trio's battle. Looking at the brightly lit area in the distance, Tanjiro quickly turned his attention back. All right, Inosuke. Let's quickly evacuate the people, so we can join the battle as soon as possible. Join the battle, quickly. Evacuate quickly. Hearing Tanjiro's reminder, Inosuke's passion was instantly ignited, and he started working rapidly. Clang! Mika and Jyotaro's weapons clashed violently. Crimson blood energy, scorching flames. The two constantly collided and neutralized each other. The intense wind pressure continued to spread outward under the friction of the two forces, blowing against their smiling faces. As expected of Upper Moon 6. Jyotaro. This is truly enjoyable. Right foot stomping heavily, left foot kicking out forcefully. Jyotaro, who hadn't noticed at all beforehand, was instantly kicked flying, rolling continuously on the ground until he crashed into a nearby building. At the same time, after kicking Jyotaro away, Mika immediately turned around to cut through the sashes Daki had shot at him. Then he leaped forward, rapidly charging towards Daki. Brother! Seeing Mika's figure rapidly running towards her, Daki cried out in fear. Don't get near her! Over a dozen flying blood sickles flew out from the building behind, heading straight for Mika's back. Quickly turning around, frost condensed under Mika's feet, allowing him to slide backward using inertia. In front, the Nichiren blade-wielding flaming nin sword continuously incinerated Jyotaro's flying blood sickles. Using this propulsive force, Mika swiftly arrived near Daki. To this, what greeted him was naturally Daki's sashes. But under Mika's transparent world, Daki's attacks couldn't cause him the slightest harm. Instead, it was her who was swiftly approached by Mika. No! The memory of having her head cut off twice before surged up again, and Daki jumped back in terror. Seeing this, Mika rushed forward quickly. Just as he was about to cut Daki's neck, Jyotaro once again appeared beside Mika. Circular slashing rotation. A large amount of blood transformed into blood sickles, rotating outward from Jyotaro's arms, as if to cut everything around them. No time, trade injury for injury. In an instant, various thoughts arose in Mika's mind. At this moment, if he wanted to behead Daki, he would have to endure Jyotaro's strike. Logically, this would be a correct choice. Because Mika had a skill that allowed him to continue fighting without being affected by injuries, and even increase his combat power, so he wasn't afraid of getting hurt. However, from the start of the battle, Mika could sense a strong danger from Jyotaro's flying blood sickles. Could there be poison in Jyotaro's blood? Quickly dodging Jyotaro's attack, Mika kicked Daki flying with one foot. In this strike, Mika used his nin. Daki, hit by this strike, fell to the ground like a star. Daki, who crashed into the ground, even sank into it, her entire body becoming a bloody mess. Daki! Ignoring Jyotaro's shout, Mika called out to Tanjiro and Nezuko, who had hurriedly arrived after evacuating the crowd. Tanjiro, I'll leave Daki to you. After saying this, Mika turned around, smirking at Jyotaro. Now there's no one to interfere with our battle. It's time to finish you. Crossing the crimson Nichiren blade and the deep blue Nichiren blade in front of his eyes, Mika's gaze was filled with sharpness. It's me who's going to finish you, you brat. Wielding his sickle and releasing flying blood sickles, Jyotaro rushed towards Mika. Although Jyotaro's offensive was still as fierce as before, in Mika's eyes, it had become full of openings. Mika had seen through Jyotaro's offensive. Flame Nin sword and Frost Nin sword flew together. Wielding two Nichiren blades, Mika's sword technique was as silent as a gentle breeze and light rain. But in Jyotaro's eyes, it was as fierce as a torrential downpour. In less than 5 clashes, Jyotaro could no longer keep up with Mika's sword technique. This is the end. The cold frost blade swiftly cut off Jyotaro's arm. On the scorching fire blade, a strange color suddenly appeared. Through increased grip strength, the temperature of Mika's Nichiren blade rose sharply. This wasn't the temperature of the Flame Nin sword, but the temperature of the Nichiren blade itself. This was the bright red blade. Without any hindrance, the scorching bright red blade slid across Jyotaro's neck, cutting him in two. Although due to their special sibling ability, they would only truly die if both were beheaded simultaneously. Jyotaro's head, cut off by the bright red blade, couldn't regenerate in a short time. Let's end it like this. Picking up Jyotaro's head, looking at Tanjiro and Nezuko who were rapidly attacking Daki, Mika threw Jyotaro's head over, hitting Daki's sashes. This is brother's head. Die. It was this opening created by Mika's throw. Daki, whose weakness was caught by Tanjiro, was also beheaded here. Coincidentally, their heads ended up rolling together. They would walk towards the deep hell together. This is bad. On the other side, after Mika threw Jyotaro's head, he suddenly found that the blood inside him had begun to violently surge. No good, this area will be completely destroyed. Realizing the problem, Mika decisively and quickly went to Jyotaro's body, transforming it into ice to freeze Jyotaro's corpse. This is fire of the right. Under the bone-chilling ice freezing, even Jyotaro's blood was completely solidified. In this state, his blood could no longer explode out in any way. It's done. Looks like I came late. Hearing that familiar voice in his ear, Mika turned his head to see Tenjin Uzui's figure. What's late or not late about it? For the Demon Slayer Corps, saving people is as important as killing demons. Mika said with a grin. After killing Upper Moon 6 Jyotaro and Daki, Mika and his group returned to the Demon Slayer Corps. Although this battle was intense, because the main fighter was Mika, and his strength was superior to the two, Tanjiro and the others didn't get hurt at all. Upon learning that Upper Moon 6 had been killed, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps became excited. Especially Kaguya Yubayashiki, who finally saw hope of completely resolving Muzan Kibutsuji in his generation. And in this joyful atmosphere, Mika, who updated his divine blessing after returning, received another surprise. You can level up, Mika. Gabriel said excitedly. Chapter 63 At last LV3. Going into new world. New skills. Level up. After receiving Gabriel's notification, Mika was pleasantly surprised but not entirely unexpected. Jyotaro and Daki were more than enough to support Mika's advancement. In terms of physical ability alone, Jyotaro was definitely at level 3, not to mention his powerful combat awareness and blood demon art. An opponent like him would be considered an elite even among level 3 adventurers in the dungeon. After all, the monsters in the dungeon don't possess his level of combat awareness. According to Yahweh's analysis, defeating opponents of the same level with combat awareness yields more high-quality experience than those without, because opponents with combat awareness are stronger. And great deeds involve challenging stronger opponents. As for why Mika could gain enough high-quality experience to level up despite dominating his opponent, that's because Mika is more exceptional and better prepared. In terms of physical abilities alone, Mika certainly can't compare to Gyataro. But when it comes to combat awareness and fighting techniques, Mika absolutely crushes him. Defeating a stronger enemy with superior skills is itself a great deed. You seem very confident. So, do you want to level up? Gabriel asked with a light chuckle as she handed Mika his updated basic ability values. Name, Mika. Level, LV.2. Ability values, Strength, S999 SS1012 Endurance, SS1031 SS1058 Dexterity, S956 S999 Agility, S978 S999 Magic, SS1014 SS1031. Magic, Heavenly Fire Wings of Calamity. Skills, Danger Perception Battle Combat. Almost all at the limit already. Mika murmured, looking at his ability values. After 4 months of training in the Hunter world and 3 months in Danmachi world, Mika's ability values had already reached the later stages of level 2. Normally, his ability value growth would slow down from this point. This is something that happens to all geniuses. However, after learning the Nin ability 10, Mika's ability value growth rate didn't decrease much. Under Mika's steady training, all his basic ability values reached their limits. Some even exceeded the limit. It's indeed time to level up. But not now. Putting his shirt back on, Mika said with a light smile, let's wait until we get back to level up. I want you, Yahweh-sama, to do it personally. Hearing Mika's words, various emotions flickered in Gabriel's eyes. I understand. I'll update you as soon as we get back, Gabriel, Yahweh said seriously. After defeating Upper Moon 6, it didn't take long for Ermit and Melly to complete their training as well. At the same time, Mika also finished materializing his sword and shield. When all this was done, the time for farewell arrived. We've given you everything we can offer. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves, Gabriel said proudly, floating in midair as she looked at the group who came to see them off. During this time, besides martial arts training, Gabriel and Melly had also created a device that could automatically update ability values through their combined mystery. However, this device required God's blood to be made. Such a device would be utterly useless in Orario, but here, it was the most useful tool. If you use it sparingly, it should last you a year or so. We'll definitely come back before then, Mika said seriously, looking at Yubayashiki Kaguya, the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Tanjiro and the others. Don't you dare die before I come back. Stroking the engraving on his shield sword, Mika's face was full of smiles. Engraved on the edge of the shield was the character Destroy from the back of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. This character was the symbol of the Demon Slayer Corps. And it was engraved by Yubayashiki Kaguya himself. After Mika's sword shield was materialized, he used the ability of mystery to allow those he acknowledged to engrave on it. In a sense, this shield was a combination of fauna and Nin abilities. Don't worry, we won't die. Uzui Tenjin shouted with a laugh. Nodding slightly, Mika then said to Tanjiro beside him, do your best, Tanjiro. Make sure to kill Demon King Muzan. Ah, I will. Don't worry, Mika. Tanjiro said seriously. And so, after a series of conversations, Mika and his 3 companions, with no lingering attachments, disappeared in a burst of brilliant light. We're back. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Melly smiled and started spinning around the room. After spending half a month in the Demon Slayer world, suddenly returning home really brought a sense of nostalgia. Hey, where's Gabriel? Ermit asked curiously, looking around. She probably went to find Yahweh-sama. Mika had just finished speaking when the door to the room was kicked open from outside by Yahweh. Come on, Mika, let's go level up. Yahweh's mood was particularly cheerful, remembering what Mika had said before. All right, I've been looking forward to it too. And so, as soon as they returned, Mika was dragged to Yahweh's room to upgrade his fauna. Familiar with the process, Yahweh applied God's blood and manipulated Mika's fauna. Yahweh soon said, Mika, you have many development abilities to choose from this time. Let me tell you about them. Is there blacksmithing? Mika asked directly. Blacksmithing? Yes, there is indeed. Then let's go with blacksmithing, Mika said seriously. To obtain the development ability of blacksmithing, Mika had asked Yubayashiki Kaguya to get some blacksmithing techniques from swordsmiths for him to learn during his spare time while training in the Demon Slayer world. After all, the development abilities available for adventurers to choose from when leveling up depend on their previous experiences. For example, after receiving attacks with abnormal status effects, the option for abnormal resistance would appear. After repeatedly killing the same type of monster, the option for hunter would appear. These two are the most common development abilities. One of the prerequisites for mystery is understanding sacred text. And the prerequisite for blacksmithing is naturally learning blacksmithing techniques and reaching a certain level. As for why Mika wanted the blacksmithing development ability, this was of course for those non-weapons he materialized. As a future weapon master, isn't it natural to try every means to strengthen one's abilities? Blacksmithing, I see. Yahweh naturally knew about Mika's choice. After all, she had guided Mika in blacksmithing techniques before. Having decided on blacksmithing as the development ability, Mika's level up was quickly completed. Just as Mika reached level 3, becoming a second-class adventurer, Yahweh suddenly exclaimed. Mika, you've awakened a new skill. A new skill. Mika's face quickly lit up with joy. Ermit and Melly, standing nearby, quickly gathered around. This skill is so strange. It seems like Yurnan ability and Falna have completely merged, Yahweh said in amazement as she looked at Mika's new skill. Dash. Name, Mika. Level, LV.3. Ability values, Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Magic, Heavenly Fire Wings of Calamity. Skills, Danger Perception Battle Combat. We, the Yahweh Familia, are here. Under the same will, consecutively summon the wills of distant Yahweh Familia members to appear here. Automatically materialize humanoid non-beasts, carrying the wills of Yahweh Familia members. The basic abilities of Yahweh Familia members are jointly supported by the holder's magic and aura. We, the Yahweh Familia, are here? Is this the new possibility of Falna? Looking at his latest ability values, Mika couldn't help but stroke the shield placed beside his leg. Mika knew that the birth of this new skill came from this shield bearing the Yahweh Familia's banner, and all the marks it would bear in the future. Quickly standing up, putting on his clothes, and equipping his gear, Mika said seriously to Yahweh and the other two, I want to go to the dungeon to try out the new skill. We're coming too. Yahweh, Ermid and Melly said in unison. They were also very curious about this new skill. Then let's go. Said and done, after some preparation, Mika and the four headed towards the dungeon. This place should be good enough, right? Looking around at the surroundings, Mika said with a smile. At this moment, Mika, Ermid, Melly and Gabriel were on the 16th floor of the dungeon, surrounded by various monsters. Indeed, it's quite good. Let's lay the bait then. As Gabriel threw out the bait, the number of nearby monsters visibly began to increase. When the surrounding numbers had increased sufficiently, Mika stepped forward. Well then, I'm going to start. Looking around at the surrounding monsters, Mika raised his sword shield, facing the banner on the shield towards the monsters. We, the Yahweh Familia, are here. With Mika's shout, the magic and aura in his body rapidly disappeared. These two types of energy turned into gas flowing out from Mika's body, spreading around him. Soon, these gases began to coalesce, eventually forming 15 figures of different heights, who turned out to be the other 15 members Mika had developed in the Demon Slayer world. This is... Looking at the surroundings, the suddenly appearing Demon Slayer core members blinked in confusion. I remember I was sleeping, wasn't I? Me too. Same here. Although confused, their fighting spirit was quickly mobilized by Mika. Everyone, we'll discuss other matters later. Let's fight first. Looking at Mika and the other three, although somewhat puzzled, this didn't affect their identification with the Yahweh Familia. Fight. With that said, they quickly charged out, plunging into the monster horde. Leaning casually against the wall, Melly said with a smile, what a powerful skill. It can actually summon the wills of Tanjiro and the others to fight. If only the consumption was a bit less. Ermid said sympathetically, stroking Mika's head resting on her lap. To test the limits of this skill, Mika had pushed himself to the very end. At this moment, Mika was suffering from the dual torment of extreme fatigue from depleting his aura and mental exhaustion from depleting his magic. From body to spirit, Mika now showed no signs of movement. He had completely passed out. It's done. After cleaning up the battlefield, Gabriel floated back with a smile. Then let's head back. Ermid said seriously, carrying Mika on her back. Since Mika and the others returned from the Demon Slayer world, they began a short rest. Although their so-called rest was just normal dungeon adventuring. As for exploring other worlds, this matter was temporarily put aside. After all, the four had just returned from another world and weren't in a hurry to immediately head to a new one. However, the choice for the next world had already been decided. It was the new world that Mika unlocked after becoming LV.3. Compared to known things, Mika and the others preferred unknown things. By the way, how's the preparation for Mika's armor going? That evening, sitting at the dinner table, Melly suddenly asked while eating. The armor? It's all set. Feeling the curious gazes of the three around him, Mika continued, I'm planning to name my armor Angel Armament. According to the limitations and vows, my Angel Armament will not be able to defend against any physical attacks, but it can immune 90% of energy attacks. Moreover, it can absorb 10% of that 90% immuned energy attacks to enhance itself, or to enhance my special attacks. However, when I absorb this energy to enhance myself, that energy will also burn me as pure energy. Wow! Mika, you've maxed out your self-harm attacks. After hearing Mika's explanation, Melly couldn't help but smack her lips. Undeniably, Mika was really harsh on himself. Can't help it, after all, Nen abilities are all about give and take, Mika shrugged and said helplessly. But for you, Mika. Looking at the worried Ermid, Mika immediately stopped her and comforted, the reason I designed it this way is because of your healing, Ermid. Without you, how could I be so fearless? It's just a bit of pain. To become a hero, this is something I must experience. I understand. Looking at Mika's gentle expression, Ermid said with a blushing face, I will do my best to support you, Mika. It's a deal then. Watching Mika patting Ermid's head, Yahweh and Melly, who were spectating from the side, couldn't help but shake their heads. Ermid is really too easy to handle. Isn't she? Hearing the two's muttering, Mika couldn't help but roll his eyes. Aren't you too bored? Bored? Melly and Yahweh said in unison. Since you're bored, let's go to another world then. We've already rested for 3 months, and now Ermid and Melly have also reached the limit of LV.2. It's time to go to a new world to find opportunities for breakthrough. Mika didn't plan to look for monsters suitable for Ermid and Melly's level up in Danmachi world. As time passed, the dark faction in the dungeon became increasingly rampant. Various malicious incidents also began to occur frequently. Mika knew this was a sign of the final battle approaching. The more it was like this, the more steadily they needed to proceed. They had been hiding for so long, they couldn't expose themselves at this point. So, Mika planned to seek suitable enemies for their ascension in another world. Another world. Upon hearing about going to another world, Melly and Yahweh immediately jumped up in excitement. A month ago, they wanted to go to another world, but Mika didn't agree, saying their ability values hadn't reached the limit yet. Now, hearing Mika proactively mentioning going to another world, how could the two not be excited? Thus, in just one night, the two urged Mika and Ermid to complete all preparations. Eyes closed, then opened. A new world appeared before Mika and the other three. But as soon as they appeared, except for Gabriel, the remaining three started coughing. Where is this? Why is the air so bad? Hearing Melly's complaint, Mika looked at the huge clock in the distance and said with a wry smile, we should be in London, England. Guess the world. Chapter 64 New World, Fate Verse. Mysteries and Magi. Oh my! What a wondrous encounter! Even I, who has resided within this tower for over 1,000 years, feel a stirring to venture out. Gazing at the figure that suddenly appeared in the distant horizon, the man residing atop a flower-filled tower in a world of vibrant colors murmured to himself with a smile. London? I've heard of it, the Fog City. Melly, well versed in various books from the Demon Slayer world, immediately responded. Now that you mention it, I think so too. After all, that thing is quite obvious. Gazing at the distant Big Ben, Melly pondered. So, is this world quite similar to Tanjiro's and the others' world? It should be. After answering Ermid's question, Mika couldn't help but contemplate. According to the pattern he had discerned, after traversing to a new world, Mika should be located near the protagonist, just like with Tanjiro and Gon before. But where should I look in this world? There are quite a few anime based in London. Searching for the protagonist without knowing the story is incredibly difficult. Based on Mika's experience, the appearance of anime characters and their real-life counterparts differed significantly. If he couldn't determine the protagonist's characteristics, it would be quite challenging to find them. Just as Mika was pondering, he suddenly felt several gazes fixated upon him. "Why are you looking at me?" Startled, Mika took a slight step back and inquired softly. "Of course, we're asking for your opinion." After years of companionship and travel, Melly, Ermid, and Yahweh had noticed Mika's peculiarities. For instance, he was exceptionally familiar with certain things he had never seen before. Since Mika had hardly concealed these matters, they hadn't questioned him. But seeking Mika's opinion at times like these was undoubtedly the right choice for them. "Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know," Mika said helplessly. "How could this be?" The three shook their heads in disappointment. Just as Melly was about to rely on her own intuition to figure something out, a sudden pain shot through the back of her hand. "Ouch, what's going on? What happened?" Hearing Melly's voice, Mika immediately approached. Then he saw the peculiar markings on the back of Melly's hand. Command spells. Fate, Type Moon, Holy Grail War. It's actually this place. Looking at the command spells on the back of Melly's hand, Mika finally understood what world this was. If we're talking about a Type Moon world protagonist based in London and related to the Holy Grail War, it should be that Lord El Meloy too, right? Since it's the Holy Grail War, this should be during the Fourth Holy Grail War. Since Melly has been chosen as a master, are we going to Fuyuki City next? No rush. Since this is the world of Lord El Meloy II's case files, let's go meet Waver Velvet first. How about it, Mika? Any leads? Seeing the renewed confidence in Mika's eyes, Melly quickly inquired. "Ah, I have an idea." Looking at Ermid and Melly, Mika said seriously, "Let's split up. The goal is to find a male student with black hair and black eyes. He has long hair that reaches his ears, so he should be quite noticeable. After all, in London, England, black hair and black eyes were quite distinctive. Let's use N to search. Contact each other by phone once we find him." Understood. After the words fell, the three quickly dispersed. Just as Mika had anticipated, Melly soon encountered a suspicious figure. So, after taking a picture of the person with her phone's camera, she sent it to Mika. "That's right, it's him." After knowing who the protagonist was, the person's recognizability increased. With a mental model in place, Mika was more certain in identifying people. After confirming Waver's identity, Mika quickly rushed over. Only then did Mika realize that Waver was actually in the shop near where they had first arrived. Looking at Waver shopping in the store, Mika stroked his chin and began to ponder. "I remember Waver being quite arrogant and conceited before the Fourth War, right?" According to Mika's recollection, Waver, before the Fourth Holy Grail War, had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. In the world of magi, lineage and family were paramount. The former represented the excellence of one's magical aptitude, while the latter represented the depth of one's inherited magic. Unlike magi in other worlds, magi in the Type Moon world were more like scientists than warriors. Each family had its own unique category of magic and continuously researched it, striving to reach the root. But this research process was lengthy. Compared to the infinite mysteries, human lifespans were limited. Thus, magic crests emerged. On a magic crest, a magus's lifelong research was recorded. Through it, magi could completely pass on their research to the next generation, and after adding their own research, the next generation could continue to pass it on. Therefore, the more ancient a magus family's lineage, the more powerful they became. And a magus's aptitude could also be continuously enhanced through generations of optimization. Therefore, in the world of magic, aristocratic offspring with family traditions were the mainstream compared to newcomers who had just entered the world of magic. And Waver was precisely the third-generation heir of his family. However, unlike true magus families, Waver's grandmother was once the mistress of a certain magus and became the first-generation magus through a few words from him. And after inheriting his grandmother's magic, Waver's mother only treated it as an heirloom. Therefore, after truly entering the world of magic, Waver, in a sense, was no different from a first-generation magus. Thus, when he entered the clock tower, the heart of the magic world, based on his own abilities, he believed himself to be an unprecedented genius. And this was one of the reasons that led him down the path of overwork in the future. Why don't we tease him a little? Looking at Waver, who exuded an aura of being easily bullied, Mika said with a grin. Emerging from the store with groceries in his arms, Waver was in an extremely cheerful mood. Earlier, he had finally submitted his thesis, inquiring into the path of magecraft in the New Age, which he had spent years painstakingly writing. In this thesis, he vehemently criticized the outdated concept of the Mages Association valuing lineage and family. He believed that with this thesis, he would definitely become a highly sought-after talent in the Mages Association. My life will definitely get better and better. Waver pumped his fist, encouraging himself. After all, in order to go to the clock tower, Waver had spent all his family fortune. Because he had no money, he didn't even dare to live in the clock tower's internal dormitories and could only find a place to live in some of London's older districts. I really wish I could make more money. Just as Waver was walking towards his home, two figures suddenly blocked his path. One of them was a tall and handsome young man, while the other was a short and cute girl. Excuse me, who are you? Waver took a slight step back and inquired. Hello, Waver Velvet. The young man among them immediately called out his identity. We are travelers from another world. This is the great Goddess Yahweh, and I am her archangel, Michael. We have just arrived in this world and are currently penniless. If you are willing to support us with 10,000 pounds, we will surely lead you to the Lord's paradise and bestow upon you the power to change your destiny. A scam. Hearing the young man's nonsensical words, Waver cried out inwardly. At the same time, a complicated feeling arose within him. Did this person think he was an idiot? Did he look that gullible? Suspecting that the other party was looking down on him, Waver immediately felt a little irritated and sternly refused, Sorry, I don't believe in God. With that, he turned to leave. You don't believe? The young man said thoughtfully, If you don't believe, then forget it. After all, we only approached you because we saw your talent and that you're about to encounter a turning point in your life. My turning point in life. Hearing the young man's words, Waver, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. The young man's words struck a chord within him. After all, he thought so too. Are you saying that I'm about to reach the peak of my life? Waver asked curiously. No, you'll fall into the depths of despair and embark on an arduous journey from there. Impossible. Hearing the young man's response, Waver couldn't accept it at all. Believe it or not, it's up to you. See you later, young man. With that, Mika took Gabriel, who was walking on the ground, by the hand and walked away. Mika, what are you trying to do by scaring him like that? Melly, who had been eavesdropping through the phone on Mika, asked curiously. I didn't scare him. What I said was the truth. Picking up the coffee on the table, Mika took a small sip. By this time, half a day had passed since the three of them arrived in this world. After completing their initial exchange with Waver, they began the process of forging identities, exchanging currency, and finding a place to stay. And after completing all the preparations, they leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea in the restaurant downstairs. You didn't scare him? Don't tell me you can see the future. After a bit of teasing, Melly suddenly remembered that Mika seemed to possess an ability similar to future sight, so she changed the subject. So, what should we do next? No matter what we do, we'll definitely have to go to Fuyuki City. Let's prepare our passports and yen and be ready to depart at any time. Mika said seriously. Mika had some guesses about the command spells that Melly suddenly obtained. Now he needed to think about where he should intervene in this holy Grail War and what he could gain from it. As expected, when it comes to Type Moon's specialty, it must be magic. Magic in the Type Moon world was different from magic in other worlds. In the Type Moon world, there was the concept of mystery. That is, lower mysteries would be nullified in the face of higher mysteries. At the same time, the more people knew about a mystery, the more its effects would be diluted. Take the magic of fire, for example. In ancient times, all magecraft was magic, and there were countless powerful fire magics. But as humanity gradually mastered fire, the mystery of fire began to rapidly dilute. Thus, fire magic was downgraded to fire magecraft. The fire magic that could once destroy a city could now barely destroy a single house. And with the rapid development of human technology, many magics were continuously downgraded to magecraft. But only the remaining 5 magics were something that human technology could never touch. If this were a Xiangxia world, these 5 great magics would undoubtedly be the strongest cultivation methods leading directly to immortality. However, before touching upon magic, Mika had other things to do. Looking around at the surrounding pedestrians, Mika said calmly, "Let's catch a magus first." "Oh, is this it? Magic circuits?" Looking at the magus lying on the ground, Gabriel exclaimed curiously. "That's right, this is the foundation upon which magi cast their spells, magic circuits. Through magic circuits, magi can convert their life force into magical energy, and those with exceptional skill can use them to draw magical energy from the Greater Grail outside their bodies." The Greater Grail referred to the magical energy that overflowed from the ley lines and floated freely in the air. And the Lesser Grail referred to the Magi's own life force. This is the foundation of magecraft developed by the people of this world after the depletion of the Greater Grail in the Age of Gods. I think it's quite interesting. Although Danmachi world belongs to the Age of Gods with abundant Greater Grail, it's not possible that every world we travel to will be overflowing with magical energy. Exactly, exactly. Melly immediately agreed excitedly. Ever since she learned that this was a world of magi, Melly had been in a state of excitement. After all, she had been waiting for a world where she could learn magic for a long time. Nodding at Melly, Mika continued, "Therefore, I think you need to study and research both the Age of Gods and modern techniques of this world, Melly." "I will definitely study hard," Melly immediately affirmed. "So, Gabriel, do you think it's feasible?" Looking at Gabriel, Mika asked seriously, "Using your materialization ability to materialize magic circuits within your body?" "Theoretically, it's feasible." Gabriel nodded seriously and said. "But I need time to calculate. Is 10 days enough?" Mika continued to ask. 3 days is enough," Gabriel responded confidently. "Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry." Looking at the serious expression on Gabriel's face, Mika walked towards his room and sat down at his desk. As an old anime fan who particularly enjoyed the Fate series, Mika desperately wanted to participate in this Holy Grail War. In order to do so, he needed magic circuits to obtain the status of a magus, thereby qualifying him for participation. This was also the reason why he captured a magus to study magic circuits. As for that magus, Mika could only say that the magi of this world were extremely cruel. Perhaps killing them all would result in many innocent deaths. But if 9 out of 10 were killed and 1 was released, there would definitely be many who slipped through the net. Therefore, Mika felt no guilt in capturing the magus. And he had no intention of killing him. He only needed the magic circuits in his body to provide Gabriel with a reference. However, in addition to the issue of magic circuits, there's also the issue of qualification. Recalling the formidable individuals participating in this Holy Grail War, Mika couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Perhaps in terms of the quality of servants, the 4th Holy Grail War didn't have servants as powerful as those in the 5th Holy Grail War, but the masters of this installment were truly formidable. I remember that Kiritsugu Emiya, Tokiomi Tosaka, Kaire Koto Mine, and Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald had all obtained command spells at this time. There are 3 remaining spots. In the original work, it was Waver Velvet, Korea Matou, and the randomly selected serial killer, Ryu Unosuke Ryu. But now, because of a certain someone, Melly has obtained the qualification that originally belonged to Ryu Unosuke Ryu, so the remaining ones are Waver Velvet and Korea Matou. Thinking of this, Mika had already made a decision about how to obtain qualification. That is, the qualification belonging to the Matou family. Because of Korea Matou's volunteering, the Matou family, which originally planned not to participate in this Holy Grail War, still ended up joining. However, although Korea Matou had the qualifications of a magus, he had never practiced magecraft. In order to gain the ability to command a servant, he willingly offered his body to Zuken Matou for modification, and finally obtained the qualification for the 4th Holy Grail War just before it began. Otherwise, with the command spell system constructed by the Matou family, how could it have been delayed until the very end? And besides, wasn't one of the customs of participating in the 4th war to kill bugs and save Sakura? This was a tradition. Chapter 65 Magic, Mystery, and the Pursuit of Power. The Holy Grail War. A battle royale between 7 mages, each summoning a legendary hero from history using a relic and the power of the Greater Grail. The victor obtains the Holy Grail, a wish-granting device capable of fulfilling any desire. Commanding these legendary heroic spirits in a deadly struggle, without regard for titles or authority, relying solely on strength and skill. A brutal and violent, yet ultimately fair, magical ritual. Gazing at the knowledge contained within the book before him, Weaver clutched the case in his arms, his heart ablaze with fervent ambition. Just yesterday, in the midst of a lecture hall, his teacher, Lord Elmeloy II, had contemptuously dismissed his thesis, casting it aside with a flick of his wrist. Humiliated before his peers, subjected to their mocking laughter, Weaver had felt a burning shame unlike anything he'd experienced before. He convinced himself that his teacher, Kenneth, was merely jealous of his talent, resorting to such harsh treatment to suppress his brilliance. He refused to accept defeat. Fueled by this conviction, upon learning of Kenneth's impending departure for a magical competition in a remote island nation in the Far East, Weaver began diligently researching the event. Ultimately, he managed to intercept the relic Kenneth had prepared, intending to participate in this holy Grail War himself and prove his worth to the world. However, as he finalized his preparations for his journey to Fuyaki City, a scene from the past flashed vividly in his mind. So you're saying I'm about to reach the peak of my life? No, you're about to plummet into the depths of despair, embarking on a long and arduous journey. The words of the enigmatic young man echoed in his ears, prompting Weaver, luggage in hand, to find himself drawn to the very spot where he had first encountered the pair. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he shook his head in disbelief. What am I even thinking? There's no way I'll run into them here again. And even if I did, what then? It was all just a scam. No, it wasn't a scam. A clear, ringing voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. Startled, Weaver nearly leaped out of his skin. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a beautiful girl with silver hair and violet eyes. Are you a companion of those two from before? Indeed. Gabriel and Mika are in a nearby apartment. Please, follow me. Wait, As Ermit gestured for him to follow, a flustered Weaver instinctively tried to refuse. However, Ermit's words cut him short. If you've come this far, you must have lingering doubts you wish to have Mika resolve. Are you truly content to remain here, unresolved? I understand. I'll go with you. Driven by the questions that plagued his mind, Weaver finally relented, following Ermit towards their apartment. As Ermit pushed open the door, Weaver's eyes were drawn to a complex diagram floating in mid-air. This is a magic circuit diagram. Despite never having witnessed anything quite like it, Weaver instantly recognized the intricate pattern. As expected of someone I've taken an interest in, you're quite perceptive. Stepping forward, Mika gestured towards the diagram. This is a magic circuit diagram that Gabriel prepared for us. What do you think? High quality, isn't it? This isn't a matter of quality. Weaver exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety. Magic circuits can't be increased through external means. That's true for others, but not for us. Extending his hand towards Weaver, Mika offered a friendly smile. My name is Mika. I'm from another world. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mika harbored no intention of concealing his origins. After all, their arrival had already been detected by the prominent figures of this world. If the strongest individuals in this world could discern their presence, then surely the counter-force of the Type Moon world would be aware as well. Considering the Greek gods of the Type Moon world were themselves an alien civilization, Mika felt that his own otherworldly origins needn't be shrouded in secrecy. Under the right circumstances, their unique background could prove to be a significant advantage. Are you truly from another world? Despite his inherent skepticism, the undeniable evidence before him shattered the very foundations of Weaver's understanding. As a meticulous individual with a penchant for detective novels, Weaver believed that after eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining conclusion, however outlandish, must be the truth. Therefore, despite the lingering disbelief in his voice, Weaver had already accepted Mika's claim. Of course. Mika replied with a grin. So, are you interested in joining us? Joining you? Why me? Because you're the perfect fit, of course. Clapping Weaver on the shoulder, Mika spoke with genuine sincerity. We plan to establish a permanent presence in this world, exploring its mysteries. To achieve this, we need a capable collaborator to help us build our branch here. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your potential. You possess a unique talent, but your limited magical aptitude hinders your future. I believe we can help you overcome your shortcomings. Listening to Mika's persuasive words, Melly couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy is so easily swayed. She whispered to Ermid, observing the growing hope on Weaver's face. In response, Ermid nudged her with her elbow. Don't cause trouble. Yes, yes, yes. Melly pouted, conceding defeat. I accept. After a brief moment of contemplation, Weaver finally agreed to Mika's proposal. Although he considered himself a prodigy, capable of bridging the gap between himself and the privileged nobility through experience and skillful manipulation of magic, he couldn't deny his fascination with the powers that lay beyond his world. Moreover, having already stumbled upon forbidden knowledge, could he truly escape the consequences of his curiosity? Driven by a mixture of ambition, curiosity, and a subtle sense of inevitability, Weaver ultimately chose to accept Mika's invitation. So this is the nature of this world and its powers. After pledging his allegiance to the Yahweh Familia, Weaver was bestowed with a divine blessing by Gabriel. He then learned of their world's history and the intricacies of its magic system from Mika. I never imagined your world was still in the age of gods. Weaver's mind reeled with fascination as he contemplated the unique circumstances of Mika's world. I'd love to see it someday. Don't worry, there will be plenty of time for that. Mika continued to explain, your fauna is different from ours. Our base stat increase in magic is actually an increase in mental power. However, Gabriel modified your fauna to directly enhance the quantity and quality of your magic circuits. Your aptitude as a mage will only continue to improve from now on. Is that even possible? Weaver's voice was filled with astonishment. Compared to the mysterious magic circuit diagram conjured by Mika and Gabriel, Weaver felt a greater sense of security relying on his own innate abilities. Why not? Remember, the core function of fauna is to unlock one's potential. Since the essence of magic in our world is mental power, our fauna naturally enhances that aspect. However, in your world, magical power is directly tied to magic circuits. Therefore, your fauna enhances those instead. After his thorough explanation, Mika rose to his feet with a cheerful grin. Now that we're all set, let's head to Fuyaki City and prepare for the Holy Grail War. On the flight to Fuyaki City, Gabriel handed Mika the finished product. Is this the tool that will temporarily grant us magic circuits? Mika asked curiously, looking at the combat suit in his hands. It was quite different from what he had imagined. Yes, Gabriel said proudly, pointing at the suit. This is a mystic code I created by combining non-creation, Meli's mystery, and the magical knowledge I gleaned from that mage's magic crest. Although the magical knowledge she obtained from the unconscious mage wasn't extensive, to Gabriel, with her intellect capable of extrapolating a billion possibilities from a single clue, the magic of this era held no secrets. It was all laid bare before her eyes. However, despite her understanding, the lack of comprehensive magical knowledge meant Gabriel needed to spend more time on her creations. Many concepts considered basic in other magical communities required her to read, arrive and understand from scratch. This significantly hampered her efficiency. Fortunately, the magic she used for this project was relatively fundamental, allowing her to work much faster. Once you wear this combat suit, it will construct temporary magic circuits within your body for you to use. With this as a reference point, you can later materialize your own magic circuits based on its structure. After all, even the best equipment isn't as suitable as something inherently yours, right? Excellent. This is more than enough for our needs. After listening to Gabriel's explanation, Mika distributed the 4 combat suits among himself, Ermid, Meli, and Weaver. Upon receiving them, the 4 dispersed to change into their respective suits and experience the sensation of being a top-tier mage. So this is what it feels like to be brimming with magical energy, Weaver exclaimed excitedly, reveling in the sensation. While this mystic code is only temporary, it's a finished product nonetheless, Gabriel added. Besides providing magic circuits, it also has other functions like free transformation, self-cleaning, temperature regulation, and more. It's quite versatile. Hold on, are you trying to become a part-time Doraemon? Mika quipped, though his hands quickly adjusted the suit to his preferred style. Seeing this, Ermid and the others followed suit. Once they had finished changing and settled back down, Mika calmly declared, now that the preliminary tasks are complete, our next objective is to prepare for the Holy Grail War. Let me outline our plan. First, upon arriving in Fuyaki City, Meli and Weaver will prioritize summoning their servants to bolster our forces. Next, we will infiltrate the Matou residence, eliminate Zook and Matou, and seize the Matou grimoires and command spells to gain the right to summon a third servant. Once those objectives are achieved, Ermid, Meli, and I will establish a base at the Matou residence, while Weaver will act independently. Wait, why do I have to act alone? Having heard Mika's plan up to this point, Weaver felt fortunate to have joined the Yahweh Familia. Their strategy involved securing a third servant before the war even began, giving them a significant advantage if successful. Just as he thought he could rely on their strength, however, they suddenly kicked him to the curb. You must understand, Weaver, Mika explained. Our goal in participating in the Holy Grail War isn't simply to achieve victory. Especially for you, the experience itself is far more valuable. The relic you possess can summon the renowned Iskandar, the king of conquerors. I believe fighting alongside him and experiencing the thrills of this war firsthand will greatly contribute to your growth. Mika's words reflected his true intentions. The victory in the Holy Grail War held little significance to him. He sought something more profound, the thrill of the battle and the experiences it offered. For Weaver, the newest member of their familia, Mika believed that being thrown into the fray alongside Iskandar, allowing him to relive the events of the original story, was the best path for his development. All right, Weaver conceded after a brief moment of dejection. His initial goal had been to participate in the Holy Grail War independently, so he was mentally prepared for such a scenario. Just you wait and see. I'm going to make a huge impact. He declared confidently, hands on his hips. Upon arriving at Fuyaki City's airport, Mika and his companions checked into a hotel they had booked online. After making their preparations, they ventured under the cover of night to Mount Ensu, the location of the Greater Grail. The ley lines here are incredibly potent. Let's perform the summoning here, Mika said, looking at the magic circle Gabriel had drawn on the ground. Meli, you go first. A summoning based on compatibility. Understood. Through her recent studies, Meli had a strong suspicion about who had granted her command spells. Truth be told, she was quite curious about this individual. Stepping forward, she raised her arm and began to chant the incantation. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Fill. 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 Repeat every 7 days, if you would submit to this will and this reason, then answer. An oath shall be sworn here. I am that which is the achiever of good. I am that which is the summoner of evil. Thou art to be born from the overflowing cup of poison and chaos. Thou art to be the one enchained by the 3 virtues of the heavens. Spiral of origin, converge towards the terminus. Thou art the one that presides over the scales. Answer me, guardian of the scales. As Meli's chant reached its crescendo, the magic circle erupted in a blinding light. Accompanying the light was a handsome man wielding a staff and clad in a white robe. It's him, as expected. Mika muttered, a smirk playing on his lips. Greetings, travelers from another world. I am Merlin, at your service. Did I surprise you? The white-haired man greeted Meli with a playful grin. While most call me the Flower Magus, you are welcome to address me however you please. Surprise me? Hardly. I already suspected it was you. Meli retorted, rolling her eyes playfully before turning serious. Then the contract is established. From this day forward, I am your master, and you are my servant. Of course. Merlin replied with a cheerful smile. Merlin, how is this possible? Weaver suddenly exclaimed after a moment of stunned silence. According to legends in the magical community, you haven't died, have you? How can you be summoned as a servant? In the Type Moon universe, legendary heroes become heroic spirits after death, residing in the throne of heroes. When the world faces existential threats, the counter-force summons them to protect it. These are the servants. However, as Weaver pointed out, those who haven't died cannot become heroic spirits. And Merlin was supposedly still alive. Hearing Weaver's question, Merlin let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, I haven't perished. My true self is currently observing you from within Avalon. As for this form, it is merely a servant's avatar I crafted through certain means. Chapter 66 Zukin's Demise. Merlin Wisdom. Iskandar's Chariot of Fire. Just as I suspected, Mika chuckled, looking at the grinning Merlin. As expected of someone at the pinnacle of magecraft, even within Avalon, you can still influence the outside world. Of course, as long as it piques your interest, right? Precisely. Merlin replied without a hint of concealment. To be honest, after spending millennia in Avalon, I've witnessed countless events. Therefore, I haven't had much desire to involve myself in the affairs of the outside world. However, if something truly captures my attention, I won't hesitate to act, just like now. So, let us embark on this fascinating journey together. Mika naturally trusted Merlin's words. He knew that in Fate/Grand Order, upon witnessing the journey of Ritsuka Fujimaru and their companions, Merlin emerged from Avalon during their darkest hour to participate in the final battle to save humanity. Moreover, as one of the most powerful casters, summoning Merlin wasn't a disadvantage. After all, he was a candidate for the Grand Caster position. Now it's your turn, Waver. Ah, I understand. Stepping forward to the magic circle where Merlin had appeared, Waver placed the relic from the case onto the center and began chanting the incantation. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Fill. 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 Repeat every 7 days, if you would submit to this will and this reason, then answer. An oath shall be sworn here. I am that which is the achiever of good. I am that which is the summoner of evil. Thou art to be born from the overflowing cup of poison and chaos. Thou art to be the one enchained by the 3 virtues of the heavens. Spiral of origin, converge towards the terminus. Thou art the one that presides over the scales. Answer me, guardian of the scales. Once again, a brilliant light filled the air. This time, a towering, muscular figure emerged. Is this the divinity of Zeus? It's quite impressive, Mika thought to himself, observing Iskandar's imposing physique. After all, Iskandar, the king of conquerors, was known for his youthful beauty in his younger years. Both his appearance and physique were remarkably handsome. However, after awakening his divinity, his appearance shifted towards a more imposing and majestic form. Well, young man, are you my master? Why yes, I am your master. Waver stammered nervously, perhaps intimidated by the legendary king of conquerors. Excellent. Then the contract is established. Iskandar declared with a hearty laugh, then turned his gaze towards Mika and the others. So, you are our allies? Indeed, Mika replied with a smile. Waver is one of us, so we are natural allies without the need for a contract. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, we have no interest in the Holy Grail. Therefore, please feel free to unleash your full power in this battle. Of course, if you could also offer some guidance to this young man, it would be greatly appreciated. Ha ha ha. As his master, it is my duty to show him the true meaning of kingship. Iskandar roared with laughter, slapping Waver on the back with such force that the young mage collapsed onto the ground. Perfect! Mika exclaimed. However, before we proceed, there's one more matter we must attend to. As everyone turned their attention to him, Mika spoke with a serious expression. As our first act in the Holy Grail War, we will launch a surprise attack on the Matou household. The Matou are a prestigious mage family in this region. Their current head, Zuken Matou, has lived for over 500 years. He was once an aspiring young man determined to save the world. He joined forces with the Ainsburn and Tosaka families to create the current Holy Grail system. However, 500 years is a long time, long enough for him to forget his original aspirations and become a decrepit old worm who will stop at nothing to cling to life. Our next objective is to eliminate this former hero, plunder the Matou's wealth, knowledge, ley lines, and their right to participate in the Holy Grail War. King of Conquerors, are you interested in such a battle? After listening to Mika's explanation, Iskandar burst into laughter. A prestigious mage family, you say? It will suffice as a meager conquest for my first battle after descending into this world. Besides, apart from the spoils, I'm also quite interested in putting an end to that former hero's misery. Iskandar's words carried a hint of pity. As a renowned king who had left his mark on history, he valued talented individuals. This was why he attempted to recruit both Saber and Lancer in the original story. Throughout his life, Iskandar had witnessed countless heroes who had lost sight of their original goals as time passed. Compared to their decades-long lifespans, Zuken Matou's 500 years were an eternity. Such a man should be put out of his misery, Iskandar declared resolutely. Walking through a spacious corridor towards his son Korea Matou's room, Zukin Matou let out a sinister chuckle. Another day endured, Korea. You're one step closer to becoming a worthy master. At this rate, you'll reach the minimum requirement for a qualified master in a few days. Aren't you thrilled? Ignoring Zukin's taunts, Korea Matou struggled to rise from the floor. Compared to his former self, after a year of torment, his once blue hair had turned white, and his entire body was riddled with an unhealthy pallor. As he moved, something seemed to writhe beneath his skin. These were Zukin's crest worms. In his relentless pursuit of immortality, Zukin had explored various techniques, including transforming his family's inherited magic into the ability to control crest worms. Now, he only had two remaining desires. First, to prolong his own life. Second, to ensure the continuation of the Matou's magic crest. This was crucial for maintaining the family's power and potentially producing an heir capable of obtaining the Holy Grail. Apart from these two objectives, Zukin had nothing left to cherish, including his own bloodline. He viewed his two sons as nothing more than tools. Having grown up in such a twisted family, Korea Matou had long seen through his father's true nature and harbored an intense hatred for him. Therefore, he left the Matou household upon reaching adulthood. His return and willingness to subject himself to the horrors of the worm-infested mansion were solely for the sake of Sakura Matou, the young girl adopted from the Tosaka family. Korea Matou had a beloved childhood friend, Aoi Tosaka, Sakura's mother. Despite his deep affection for her, he never dared to confess his feelings. He couldn't bear the thought of her marrying into the Matou family, which he considered a living nightmare. Therefore, Aoi eventually married Tokiomi Tosaka and gave birth to Rin and Sakura Tosaka. Korea viewed the two girls as his own daughters. Therefore, when he learned a year ago that Sakura had been adopted into the Matou family and renamed Sakura Matou, he returned to the home he had abandoned years ago. He was determined to rescue Sakura from the clutches of the worm-infested hell and save her from the gruesome transformation she was being subjected to. Tokiomi, Tosaka Tokiomi, this is all your fault. Stumbling and clutching the wall for support, Korea Matou muttered these words repeatedly under his breath. To save Sakura from the gruesome fate of being transformed by crest worms, Korea had resolved to win the Holy Grail War in her stead. Only then could Sakura be freed from the clutches of the Matou family. However, Korea lacked the inherent abilities to become a proper master capable of commanding a servant. To overcome this limitation, he willingly submitted himself to Zukin Matou's crest worm experiments, enduring excruciating pain to gain the necessary qualifications. Throughout this agonizing process, Korea's emotions had gradually dulled, leaving only his love for Aoi Tosaka and his burning hatred for Tokiomi Tosaka. He hated him for stealing Aoi away. He hated him for sending Sakura to the Matou family. He hated him for everything. It was this hatred that fueled his unwavering determination. Such astonishing willpower, Korea. Zukin Matou never believed Korea could achieve victory. Therefore, he never intended to honor their agreement. He saw Korea's efforts as nothing more than the futile barking of a stray dog. Zukin's interest in Korea stemmed solely from a twisted sense of amusement. To further torment him, Zukin had even prepared a high-quality relic, intending to summon a servant with an exorbitant magical energy consumption to maximize Korea's suffering. I wonder how much you can endure, Korea. Boom. As Zukin reveled in his sadistic thoughts, a deafening thunderclap resonated throughout the mansion. The Matou's front gates were shattered, along with their defensive barriers, by a forceful intrusion. What's happening? Startled by the sudden commotion, Zukin rushed downstairs. He was greeted by the sight of 6 figures. 2 of them exuded an overwhelming presence, instantly recognizable as servants. Why are servants here? Zukin's face was etched with astonishment. As one of the architects of the Holy Grail system, few could rival Zukin's understanding of its intricacies. He knew that summoning and maintaining a servant, a heroic spirit's avatar, required an immense amount of magical energy. In reality, the Holy Grail itself sustained the majority of a servant's energy consumption during the Holy Grail War. Therefore, summoning a servant typically occurred after the war officially commenced. However, the Holy Grail War was still 3 days away. Are they sustaining their servants with their own magical energy? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Matou residence? Zukin questioned cautiously. What's our purpose? Mika responded with a mischievous grin. We're here to rob you. With that, Mika leaped onto Iskandar's chariot, the Gordius wheel, which had effortlessly crashed through the Matou's defenses. He gestured towards Iskandar and continued. Allow me to introduce the renowned king of conquerors, Iskandar. As a former ruler who conquered vast lands, Iskandar will undoubtedly achieve victory in this holy Grail War and embark on a new conquest of the world. And your Matou family will be the first stepping stone in his glorious campaign. Therefore, please surrender your land deeds, assets, ley lines, treasures, fine wines, grimoires, and women. Once you offer these tributes, you may depart unharmed. After Mika's audacious declaration, a heavy silence descended upon the room. Wow, Mika, that's harsh. Even I wouldn't resort to such blatant robbery. This is your true nature, Mika? Quite domineering. Instead of a response from Zukin, Mika was met with disapproval from his companions. Hey, hey, hey! Don't talk about me behind my back! Mika retorted, annoyed, before turning back to Zukin. Well? Have you made your decision? It seems you are determined to make an enemy of the Matou family, Zukin finally spoke, realizing that their intentions were far more sinister than mere robbery. If he surrendered everything they demanded, how could he possibly obtain the Holy Grail? It appears you are unwilling to cooperate, Mika said, jumping down from the Gordius wheel. He turned to Merlin and said, then I'll leave it to you, Merlin. Very well, Merlin sighed, though he would have preferred to avoid combat. However, this was his first battle since being summoned. He couldn't allow his other self to look down on him. Truth be told, I'm not particularly skilled in combat. However, against this opponent, I possess a method for assured victory. Stepping forward, past Mika and the others, Merlin slammed his staff onto the ground. Remember, Mockery Zalgan. Remember your original aspirations. As Merlin's staff struck the floor, pink petals swirled through the air, filling the entire hall. What is this? Enveloped by the pink petals, Zukin attempted to resist, but visions of his past flooded his mind. He saw himself pursuing his ideals, striving to make them a reality. What have I done? As memories of his past deeds resurfaced, his virtuous past clashed violently with his villainous present. The conflict shattered his very soul. Mockery Zalgan's soul had already fractured into countless pieces over the 500 years of his existence. Confronted with his past and his long-forgotten aspirations, the unbearable weight of his sins overwhelmed him. He chose to end his own existence amidst the swirling pink petals. Before his final breath, his soul, momentarily regaining its youthful appearance, apologized to Mika and the others. Please, make amends for me to that child. With those final words, his soul dissipated completely. He's dead? Ermit asked, bewildered by the scene. Yes, he's dead. In a way, it could be considered suicide, Mika replied, gazing at the remains of Mockery Zalgan. As I mentioned, he was once a righteous young man filled with noble ideals. However, the relentless passage of time eroded his spirit, leaving only a desperate desire to survive. To cling to life, he committed countless atrocities. After 500 long years, his soul was on the verge of collapse, held together solely by his obsession with survival. But under Merlin's illusion, he was forced to confront his past and remember his original aspirations. Unable to bear the weight of his sins, he chose to end his own suffering. To identify his weakness and exploit it so effectively, as expected of you, Merlin, Mika praised, turning to Merlin with a smile. Hehe, it was nothing but a minor trick. I'm not that powerful, Merlin responded humbly, his usual tendency to downplay his abilities kicking in. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the mansion. It's Kariya Matou. Mika instantly realized. Kariya Matou offered his body to Zukin Matou's experiments to become a master. His life is sustained by crest worms. But now that Zukin Matou is dead, his crest worms must have perished as well. He doesn't have much time left. As they listened to the agonizing cries from upstairs, Melly suddenly asked, is that girl, Sakura Matou, in the same predicament? Chapter 67 Sakura Smile. False Gods and True Heroes. Following Melly and Mika's warnings, the group swiftly sprang into action, scouring the Matou residence for Kariya Matou and Sakura Matou. Locating Kariya was relatively straightforward. His agonizing cries, caused by the death of the crest worms, served as a constant beacon, leading them directly to him. Finding Sakura, however, proved to be more challenging. They eventually discovered her deep within the Matou mansion, hidden away in the depths of the worm-infested basement. She was surrounded by an endless sea of writhing insects. Is this Matou magecraft? It's utterly disgusting. Few people harbored affection for insects, let alone an overwhelming infestation. Meli's words echoed the sentiments of the group. As they observed Korea and Sakura, who had been brought out of the basement and laid on the floor, Mika turned to Ermid, who was examining their condition. How are they, Ermid? Are they going to be all right? Ermid straightened up and responded with a serious expression. Sakura should be fine. The worms primarily affected her magic circuits. However, Korea's situation is critical. Many of his internal organs have been replaced by crest worms. With their death, he's suffering from severe organ failure. If this were the old me, I might have been helpless. But now, I believe there's a chance. However, we need to remove the dead worm carcasses from their bodies first. Leave that to Merlin. You can start preparing, Mika instructed. Ugh, me again? Fine. His attempt to slack off once again thwarted, Merlin resigned himself to his task. With a deft display of magecraft, he swiftly extracted the dead crest worms from Korea and Sakura's bodies. Ermid, the rest is up to you. Understood. Ermid clasped her hands together, her body radiating a surge of energy. Reinforcement. With a soft exclamation, a portion of Ermid's aura dissipated. Simultaneously, the intensity of her aura skyrocketed, emitting a palpable sense of danger. This was Ermid's Nen ability, complete reinforcement. Through this ability, Ermid could expend her aura to infinitely enhance a specific ability. The target of the enhancement could be strength, speed, physical attributes, weapons, or even skills. As long as Ermid willed it, she could amplify anything. Continuous reinforcement. As Ermid's aura rapidly depleted, the power within her grew exponentially. She pushed her limits until her aura reached a critical threshold. Now. Ermid extended her hand towards Korea and Sakura, who lay motionless on the floor. Healing drop, light tear, eternal sanctuary, call forth the light's melody. 365 melodies, the healing calendar will save all. Then, come forth, dispel the evil. Bury the wounds, banish the pain, send curses to the other side, deliver the light's core. In the name of the gods, I shall heal. Over limit Dia Fratel. Amplified by her Nen ability, Ermid's Dia Fratel spell unleashed an unprecedented brilliance. Bathed in its radiant glow, Korea and Sakura's wounds rapidly closed. Furthermore, their damaged internal organs were miraculously restored. Under Ermid's magical ministrations, Korea and Sakura's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. After being enhanced by Nen, Ermid's magic can now regenerate organs? Does this mean she might be able to resurrect the dead in the future? Meli whispered to Mika, awestruck by the healing magic. I think it's possible, Mika replied with a serious nod. Thanks to Ermid's extraordinary healing magic, Korea and Sakura were fully recovered in no time. Where am I? Didn't I die with Zukin Matou? Opening his eyes and gazing at the familiar ceiling, Korea Matou muttered to himself. After the attack on the Matou residence, he had hidden in a corner upstairs, observing the events unfolding in the hall below. He had witnessed Zukin Matou's demise firsthand. A wave of elation had washed over him. He harbored no affection for his father, only hatred. However, following the initial joy, a pang of regret had settled in his heart. The moment Zukin Matou died, the crest worms within Korea's body had perished as well. He knew then that his own death was imminent. He felt a deep sense of regret, lamenting the lost opportunity to confront Tokiomi Tosaka and make him pay for his actions. You're awake. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Korea abruptly sat up. He saw a handsome young man leaning back in a chair, engrossed in a grimoire. Are you the one who killed Zukin Matou? Looking at his hands, Korea asked excitedly, I'm not dead. You were on the verge of death, but we saved you, Mika replied with a smile, closing the grimoire. All of the Matou's assets now belong to us. We eliminated Zukin Matou because he refused to cooperate. We have no intention of harming the other members of the Matou family. Your brother has been sent away with some of the Matou's assets outside of Fuyaki City. You are the only remaining outsider in the Matou residence. Me. After a brief silence, Korea blurted out, Where's Sakura? Where did Sakura go? You mean Sakura Matou? Seeing the concern etched on Korea's face, Mika chuckled softly. Due to Zukin Matou's dying wish, we've decided to allow Sakura Matou to inherit the Matou family. When she comes of age, everything here will belong to her. So, naturally, she won't be sent away. After all, Zukin Matou put her through unimaginable suffering to ensure she could inherit the Matou's magic crest. It wouldn't be fair to simply abandon the Matou legacy after everything she endured. Yes, if there's nothing left, then all the pain she endured would have been for nothing, Kariya mumbled, his eyes downcast. He was referring not only to Sakura but also to himself. He had endured a year of torment to become a master, only to lose everything at the last moment. All that remained were painful memories. What? Do you still want to participate in the Holy Grail War and seek revenge against Tosaka Tokyomi? Mika asked curiously. Yes. Kariya admitted without hesitation. My hatred for Tokyomi Tosaka will never fade. I will never forget what he did to Sakura. That's quite unhealthy, Mika shook his head. Then, he suddenly said, however, it's not entirely impossible. Regardless of Kariya's other flaws, his willingness to endure a year of agonizing transformations and sacrifice his own life for Sakura's sake earned Mika's respect. Therefore, Mika decided to offer him a chance. The Holy Grail War officially begins in 2 days. After I summon my servant, I can lend him to you so you can confront Tokyomi Tosaka. What do you say? Mika smiled at the stunned Kariya Matou. After eliminating Zukin Matou, Mika and his companions meticulously examined the Matou family's various treasures. Besides the grimoires containing a wealth of magical knowledge, the most intriguing items were the Matou's collection of mystic code relics. Upon inspecting these relics, however, Mika couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The relic Sakura used to summon Medusa in the Fifth Holy Grail War was nowhere to be found. The most valuable relic among them was Lancelot's helmet. After all, the rarer and more powerful the mystic code relic, the more difficult it was to acquire. Possessing a multitude of ordinary relics was ultimately useless. In the Holy Grail War, each master could only summon one servant. Victory couldn't be achieved through sheer numbers, quality reigned supreme. To obtain a truly valuable mystic code relic, both wealth and connections were indispensable. After relocating to Fuyaki City, Zukin Matou's connections, which he had cultivated as mockeries Algen, had all but vanished. To acquire new relics, he needed money. However, even the wealthiest family in this small town couldn't compare to the fortunes of true magnates. Therefore, Zukin Matou wouldn't bother collecting useless relics. He sought only the best. Due to the deterioration of the Matou's magical lineage, Zukin had abandoned the current Holy Grail War years ago, setting his sights on the Fifth Holy Grail War, which would take place 60 years later. As a result, he hadn't invested much effort in acquiring relics for the present war, even when Kariya Matou expressed his desire to participate. The relic Sakura used to summon Medusa in the Fifth Holy Grail War was likely a treasure he acquired sometime later. In the Holy Grail War, 7 mages commanded 7 servants of distinct classes to engage in a battle royale. These 7 classes were Saber, the Sword of Promised Victory, Archer, the Bow of Distant Triumph, Lancer, the Lance of Surging Might, Rider, the Mount of Distant Traversal, Berserker, the Mad Warrior, Assassin, the Silent Blade, and Caster, the Magus of the Fortress. In this particular Holy Grail War, the presence of Artoria Pendragon, the King of Knights, guaranteed her claim to the Saber class. If they summoned Lancelot, he would inevitably manifest as a berserker. This held little appeal for Mika. A servant devoid of reason wouldn't be much of a partner in his schemes. Therefore, Mika decided to participate in the Holy Grail War as a caster. He would entrust Lancelot to Kariya Matou, allowing him to wreak havoc as a formidable wild card. As for Melly, she was currently engrossed in the Matou's grimoires, wholeheartedly devoting herself to the study of magecraft. But with this arrangement, 3 of the 7 servants will hail from Britain. It's practically a reunion of old friends, Mika remarked with a chuckle, looking at Merlin, who was seated on the living room sofa. Hardly a reunion, Merlin retorted. If Lancelot manifests as a berserker, communication will be impossible. And as for myself, I'm not quite ready to face Artoria again. Merlin harbored a deep sense of regret for Artoria's tragic fate. Then why not engage her in battle as her mentor and show her the true extent of your wisdom? Mika suggested, recalling the confrontation between Achilles and Chiron in the Holy Grail War. Wouldn't that result in a scolding from Artoria? Merlin mused, though the idea intrigued him. Having decided to participate in the Holy Grail War, he was eager to make Artoria's path to victory more challenging. After all, he knew the true nature of the Holy Grail and its corrupted wish-granting abilities. Only if she can defeat us, Mika replied with a mischievous grin. So, shall we proceed with this plan? Indeed. Ha ha ha. Sharing a knowing glance, Mika and Merlin chuckled in unison. After consolidating their control over the Matou household, Mika instructed Korea Matou to issue a public announcement. The announcement declared that Korea Matou, with the aid of a servant, had slain Zukan Matou and claimed the position of head of the Matou family. He would participate in the Holy Grail War as the rightful heir to the Matou legacy. Mika's intention behind this announcement was to conceal the spectacle of Iskandar's arrival at the Matou residence and obfuscate their connection. It was also a strategic move to deceive the other participants in the Holy Grail War. As expected, upon receiving news of Korea Matou's declaration, the other families familiar with the Matou were stunned. The most outraged among them was Tokiomi Tosaka. Tokiomi Tosaka's reasons for entrusting Sakura to the Matou family were multifaceted. Besides his desire to prevent her talent from being wasted, he also harbored hopes that Sakura would inherit the Matou's legacy. However, with Korea Matou now in control of the Matou family, their inheritance would inevitably fall into his hands. What would become of Sakura if Korea's descendants exhibited a resurgence of the Matou's corrupted magical lineage? The thought filled Tokiomi Tosaka with fury. He even penned a scathing letter to Korea Matou, condemning his actions. Upon reading the accusations and condemnations in the letter, Korea Matou was ecstatic. As sworn enemies, the more enraged Tokiomi Tosaka became, the more delighted Korea Matou felt. His uproarious laughter could be heard throughout the mansion. Glancing disapprovingly at Korea Matou's room, Ermit gently stroked Sakura's head, who had been startled by the commotion, and offered her a piece of fruit from the table. "Thank you, Sister Ermit." "You're welcome, Sakura. You're such a good girl." Ermit had developed a deep fondness for Sakura. Whether as fellow patients or as sisters, Ermit cared for her deeply. "Gabriel, how's the modification of the Matou's magic crest coming along?" Since they had decided to entrust the future of the Matou family to Sakura, she would eventually need to inherit the Matou's magic crest. Therefore, Gabriel decided to take the opportunity to modify the magic crest while researching Matou magecraft, making it more compatible with Sakura. Hearing Ermit's inquiry, Gabriel, who was also enjoying a piece of fruit, replied, "I've been quite busy lately, researching magecraft and creating the pseudo-servant grimoires. The modification of the magic crest will have to wait. It's not an urgent matter." Indeed, the pseudo-servant grimoires are more important. After all, the Holy Grail War is about to begin, Mika chimed in, savoring his fruit. "The Holy Grail War officially starts tonight, right?" Ermit asked. She had been preoccupied with caring for Sakura and hadn't paid much attention to the details of the upcoming war. "I believe Mika planned to summon his servant tonight," Merlin added. "That's right. Tonight is when it all truly begins," Mika said with a sly grin. Chapter 68 Holy Grail War begins. Saber vs Dire Muid. "I summon thee, heed my call. Cross the boundary of limitations and appear. Guardian of the Scales." As Mika finished chanting, a dark figure emerged from the magic circle, roaring ferociously before him. "Arg! Such ferocious fighting spirit, worthy of Lancelot," Mika praised, a look of admiration on his face as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Lancelot. "Merlin." Lancelot swiftly turned, his gaze fixated on the figure standing beside Mika. He recognized the familiar presence immediately. "Well met, Lancelot. It's been a while," Merlin greeted with a smile. However, his smile only intensified Lancelot's rage. Why weren't you by the king's side at the end?" Lancelot was consumed by guilt and self-loathing for his past actions. He yearned to die by King Arthur's blade, to receive her judgment. He believed that if Merlin had been by Arthur's side in those final moments, perhaps the fate of Britain could have been altered. "Spare me, Lancelot. I was powerless to intervene at that point," Merlin replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He then continued with a serious tone, "Regardless of my presence, the outcome would have remained unchanged. The fall of Britain was inevitable." "Merlin. I understand your regret, Lancelot. Our king will descend into this Holy Grail War as a saber. If you seek redemption, seize this opportunity." With those words, Merlin shook his head and departed from the basement. Lancelot, summoned as a berserker, lacked complex reasoning abilities. He was driven solely by obsession and resentment. Under normal circumstances, he would be incapable of speech. However, perhaps due to the lingering power of the Holy Grail from his recent summoning, coupled with the overwhelming regret for his past actions, he managed to speak upon seeing Merlin. But this moment of clarity was fleeting. Witnessing the noble knight he once knew reduced to such a state filled even Merlin with a sense of unease. Even though I knew all of this would happen, seeing an old friend in such a state still evokes such emotions. How pathetic, Merlin, he muttered to himself, disappearing from the basement with a self-deprecating sigh. King! 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 Arg! Lancelot's agitation grew as he recalled Merlin's words. However, as time passed, his ability to speak gradually faded, leaving only beast-like roars. Lancelot, I know you desire to die by King Arthur's hand. I can create that opportunity for you. However, until then, I require your obedience and cooperation in securing our advantage in this war. What do you say? Lancelot nodded in response to Mika's proposal. His reasoning capabilities were limited, but his obsession compelled him to agree. Excellent. Then, for the initial stages of the Holy Grail War, you will accompany Korea Matou, Mika said with a grin. After eliminating Zook and Matou and severing the Matou family's last chance of obtaining a master's qualification, Mika had acquired the command spells, granting him the right to become a master. Unlike the original story, there's no interference from Ryu Unosuke Ryu. With Merlin taking his place, the roster for the Holy Grail War is now complete. In other words, the Fourth Holy Grail War has officially begun. As Mika summoned Lancelot, far away in Germany, within the Einsborn castle, Kiritsugu Emiya summoned Artoria Pendragon. Upon realizing that the true identity of Artoria was a woman, Kiritsugu abruptly turned and left, leaving a bewildered Artoria and an exasperated Iris Veil von Einsborn. Meanwhile, in the Tosaka residence in Fuyaki City, Tokyomi Tosaka exclaimed excitedly as he witnessed the Golden King emerge from the magic circle. We have triumphed, Kyrie. The long-cherished dream of our lineage will be fulfilled in this Holy Grail War. Within the Fuyaki Church, Kotomine Raisei, the overseer of the Holy Grail War, observed the summoning sensor indicating the completion of all 7 servants. The Fourth Holy Grail War has commenced. All 7 servants of the Holy Grail War have been summoned, yet the first battle has yet to begin, Mika chuckled, gently stroking the head of the young girl beside him. It's understandable, Merlin replied nonchalantly, ignoring the bloodied corpse on the floor. After all, according to your information, Saber, Lancer and their masters are still abroad and haven't arrived in Fuyaki City. Among the remaining 5 participants, we are allied with Rider and Archer and Assassin are allied with each other. Unless we instigate a conflict, there's no catalyst for a battle to erupt. Indeed. It seems we'll have to wait for Kiritsugu Emiya and Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald to arrive before the waters become muddied, Mika replied before turning to Merlin. Hypnotize this child and erase her memories of today. Allow her to grow up healthy and happy. Yes, yes, yes. I'm constantly busy thanks to you, Mika, Merlin grumbled, approaching the girl with a reluctant expression before quickly shifting to a comforting demeanor. Meanwhile, Mika gazed at the corpse on the floor, lost in thought. It was the body of Ryu Unosuke Ryu, the 7th master from the original story. As a serial killer, Mika found his existence utterly repulsive. Therefore, during their free time, Mika and Merlin had taken a stroll and eliminated him. The young girl was the sole survivor they had rescued. Under Merlin's gentle touch, the girl's memories of the traumatic events faded away, and she peacefully drifted into slumber. After reporting the incident to the authorities using the house phone, Mika and Merlin departed. Ugh, why isn't this Holy Grail War over yet? Merlin complained, clad in modern attire as he walked alongside Mika. Since being summoned by Merlin, he had been relentlessly tasked with various duties under Mika's direction. From constructing magic workshops to imparting magical knowledge and crafting magical tools, Merlin, the perennial slacker, was being thoroughly exploited. Don't worry, this period of tranquility won't last long. The catalyst for change is about to arrive, Mika replied with a knowing smile. That evening, Mika's words proved prophetic. Assassins stealthily infiltrated the Tosaka residence, only to be discovered and swiftly eliminated by Archer. The first official battle of the Holy Grail War had begun and ended, leaving only the demise of Assassin in its wake. Hold on, do you possess X-ranked clairvoyance or future vision? Merlin inquired curiously, observing the scene relayed through his familiar. Upon being summoned as a caster, Merlin had lost his X-ranked clairvoyance, the eyes of all-knowing. In the past, with this ability, combined with his exceptional deductive skills, he could effectively see into the future. However, he no longer possessed that power. Therefore, witnessing Mika seemingly predict events multiple times piqued his curiosity. I don't have such a convenient ability, Mika replied nonchalantly, dismissing Merlin's inquiry. With this as the starting point, the true war will begin. The following day, a powerful surge of magical energy swept through Fuyaki City. All the servants sensed a challenge had been issued. And the challenger was likely either saber or lancer. Among the 7 classes, these 2 were most inclined towards such duels. Someone's provoking you, Merlin, Mika remarked with a smirk. Perhaps you should go and teach them a lesson. Merlin rolled his eyes and retorted, I'm a caster. I'm not suited for close quarters combat. What am I supposed to fight them with? Don't play coy, Merlin. Aren't you most proficient in swordsmanship? I'm waiting to see you accidentally bite your tongue while chanting a spell and then, in a fit of rage, draw your holy sword to teach them a lesson. And nonsense. Ha ha ha. Merlin chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. He thought to himself, how does this guy know everything? Regardless, let's go and observe, Mika suggested, stroking his chin with a playful grin. We can't miss out on such an entertaining spectacle. With that, Mika led Merlin towards the source of the surging magical energy. At the port of Miyama, 2 formidable forces clashed in a breathtaking display of skill. Wow, as expected of saber and lancer. Their swordsmanship is truly remarkable, Mika exclaimed, impressed by the legendary battle unfolding before him. The combatants were none other than Artoria Pendragon, the king of knights of the Round Table, and Diarmuid Uaduabaitni, the shining face of the Fianna. Both were renowned knights from Celtic mythology. Their clash was akin to a legendary duel between heroes from different eras. This was the allure of the Holy Grail War. Merlin, what kind of training did you give her? Mika questioned, feigning disapproval. King Arthur is being suppressed by Diarmuid. That's the king of knights we're talking about. Merlin quickly defended himself, hey, don't blame me. My teachings were flawless. It's just that Artoria hasn't mastered them yet. Besides, her opponent is no pushover. He's the Knight of Fianna, a seasoned warrior. It's not surprising that he can gain the upper hand against Artoria in the early stages. The real test comes later. This is merely a probing phase. Such a quick deflection. You truly are a brat, Merlin. Right back at you. As Mika and Merlin engaged in their playful banter, concealed atop a shipping container by Merlin's invisibility spell, the battle below intensified. Diarmuid's dual-wielded spears posed a significant challenge for Artoria. Based on her experience, dual-wielding experts typically favored one weapon for offense and the other for defense. Therefore, the weapon used for offense was likely the opponent's noble phantasm. As a servant's ultimate technique, Artoria had to be constantly vigilant against the activation of a noble phantasm, lest she be defeated in a single blow. Thus, facing Diarmuid's 2 spears, one long and one short, Artoria found herself on the defensive. Diarmuid seized an opportunity and nearly pierced her with his spear. Fortunately, Artoria's instinct skill allowed her to narrowly escape with minimal injury. Magnificent! Mika exclaimed, nearly clapping his hands in excitement as he witnessed the thrilling exchange. Diarmuid's spear techniques are truly impressive and unpredictable. Mika, himself proficient in spear combat, couldn't help but admire Diarmuid's mastery. His own skills paled in comparison to Diarmuid's, especially considering the latter's dual-wielding prowess. Now that the probing phase is over, the climax should be approaching, Mika observed. Merlin nodded in agreement. On the battlefield, Diarmuid received orders from his master, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, to deploy his noble phantasm and settle the duel. Artoria, also overhearing Kenneth's command, focused her attention, intently watching Diarmuid's every move. However, Artoria soon found herself wounded. And it was a wound that would not heal. Following Kenneth's orders, Diarmuid discarded his short spear and engaged Artoria with his long spear, Dirg, the Crimson Rose of Exorcism. Its anti-magic properties nullified Artoria's magical armor, piercing it as if it were non-existent. Recognizing the threat, Artoria discarded her armor, gaining increased agility and attempting to overwhelm Diarmuid with her superior speed. However, this was all part of Diarmuid's plan. As they clashed once more, Diarmuid suddenly kicked up his discarded yellow spear, Dbadhi, striking Artoria's left arm. This spear possessed a curse that prevented wounds from healing. Artoria's left arm seems to be incapacitated. This will drastically reduce her combat effectiveness, Merlin observed, nodding grimly. He knew that Excalibur, Artoria's noble phantasm, was a two-handed sword. Her fighting style relied on wielding it with both hands. With one arm crippled, her remaining combat strength was less than half of her full potential. Moreover, with one hand disabled, she would be unable to unleash her noble phantasm. So, should we intervene? Mika asked, observing the now disadvantaged Artoria struggling against Dire Muid's relentless assault. He was fully prepared for battle. In fact, Mika intended to join the fray himself. After all, he had Merlin as his support. Just as Merlin was about to respond, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. It seems you won't have to make that difficult decision. The King of Conquerors, Iskandar, has arrived. Mika burst into laughter as he saw Iskandar, standing triumphantly atop his gorgeous wheel, and a panicked, teary-eyed Waver Velvet clinging to the chariot for dear life. The hype man has arrived. Chapter 69 Hidden no more, the servants emerge. This is bad. Ryder stood atop the arch of the Fuyuki Bridge, gazing down at the battle raging in the harbor. He muttered these words under his breath before rising to his feet. What is it? Seeing Iskandar, the King of Conquerors, display anxiety for the first time, Waver felt a surge of unease. He clung tightly to the bridge's steel beams and asked anxiously. Lancer has unleashed his trump card. It seems he intends to settle this quickly. No, it's not the right time yet. We can't let this continue. Idiot! What are you talking about? With a clang, Iskandar slammed his heel against the steel beam. I intended to observe the situation until everyone had gathered, but at this rate, Saber will be at a disadvantage. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Too late? Wait, weren't you planning to strike when they were exhausted from fighting each other? Waver shouted from his precarious perch. Master, have you misunderstood my intentions? Iskandar frowned, a disappointed expression on his face as he looked down at Waver. I certainly hoped that the other servants wouldn't fall for Lancer's provocation. But that's only natural, isn't it? Rather than seeking them out one by one, it's far more efficient to gather them all together and engage in a glorious free-for-all. Possessing the noble phantasm known as Ionio Ihitiroi, Army of the King, Iskandar had no fear of a group battle. In fact, he preferred facing multiple opponents. It was the only way to truly satisfy his thirst for battle. Waver fell silent, stunned by Iskandar's response. He realized the vast difference in their perspectives and was momentarily speechless. Iskandar's words were far beyond anything he could have imagined. Gather them all together, and then engage in a chaotic battle. Precisely. Opportunities to clash with heroes from different eras are rare. If all 6 of them assemble, I won't let a single one escape. Gazing towards the distant battle at the harbor, a predatory grin spread across Iskandar's face. Both Saber and Lancer possess the fiery spirit of true warriors. I admire them greatly. It would be a shame to let them perish. But how can we not kill them? Isn't the Holy Grail War a battle to the death? Waver's voice was laced with desperation. His frantic outburst was abruptly interrupted by a sudden impact. To achieve victory without causing needless death, to rule without inflicting humiliation, that is true conquest. Iskandar declared, his chest puffed out with pride. He then drew the sword at his hip and slashed through the empty air, tearing a rift in space. Accompanied by a swirling torrent of magical energy, his noble phantasm, the Gordius Wheel, descended from the sky. Our observation ends here, Master. It's time to join the fray. Before Waver could react, Iskandar leaped onto the Gordius Wheel, his cape billowing behind him. Idiot, idiot! This is reckless. If you don't wish to participate, you may remain here and observe. I'm coming. I'm coming. Take me with you, you idiot! Trembling atop the bridge, Waver couldn't fathom the thought of being left alone. Very well. That's what I expect from my master. Iskandar let out a hearty laugh and gently grabbed Waver by the collar, pulling him onto the chariot beside him. Now, let us depart, Gordius Wheel. The chariot responded to its master's call with a thunderous roar, surging towards the distant harbor. Their target was none other than Dire Muid Uaduabitni and Artoria Pendragon, locked in a fierce battle. In an instant, lightning and thunder descended upon the harbor. The 2 combatants below quickly noticed the disturbance. Looking up, they saw a chariot drawn by bulls, crackling with electricity, hurtling towards them. A chariot! Its rider's noble phantasm. Retreat! Sensing the immense magical energy and the chariot's terrifying speed, they instantly recognized the approaching servant's class and swiftly moved to evade the oncoming attack. The chariot, radiating immense power, gradually slowed in midair before coming to a stop between Artoria and Diarmuid. "Both of you, lower your weapons. You stand before a king." Iskandar boomed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Standing atop the gorgeous wheel, Iskandar's commanding presence immediately overwhelmed the two servants. Unsure of his intentions, Artoria and Diarmuid cautiously retreated, wary of a surprise attack. Satisfied with their compliance, Iskandar nodded approvingly. "I am Iskandar, the king of conquerors, summoned into this holy Grail War as the rider class." His words sent another wave of shock through those present. For a servant to reveal their true name was a significant risk. The weaknesses and noble phantasms of these legendary heroes were often detailed in their myths and legends. For example, Achilles and Siegfried. Both were renowned heroes, each possessing incredible invulnerability and defensive capabilities. Ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch their defenses. However, knowledge of their true names would reveal their weaknesses, Achilles' heel and Siegfried's vulnerable back. This knowledge would severely hinder them in future battles. Another example was Diarmuid Urokodaki. If Artoria had known his true name beforehand, she would have instantly understood his fighting style and the threat posed by his two spears. After all, his legendary spears were renowned enough to be considered noble phantasms. With this knowledge, Artoria wouldn't be facing the imminent threat of losing her arm. Therefore, all masters guarded their servants' true names fiercely, preventing their opponents from gaining an advantage. Yet, here stood a servant who had boldly revealed his true identity. "What are you thinking? You idiot!" Clinging to Iskandar's cape, Waver shrieked in disbelief. However, Iskandar remained unfazed. He fixed his gaze on Artoria and Diarmuid and spoke with unwavering conviction. "You fight each other for the sake of the Holy Grail. But before you continue your battle, I have a question for you. I don't know what you each desire from the Holy Grail. But consider this, are your wishes truly greater than the ambition to conquer the world? What are you trying to say?" Artoria demanded, angered by Iskandar's cryptic words. "Well, to put it simply." Despite maintaining his regal demeanor, Iskandar's tone softened slightly. "Will you kneel before me and relinquish the Holy Grail? If you do, I will treat you as my trusted companions and share the glory of conquering the world with you." Iskandar's words were met with stunned silence. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. "As expected, Iskandar, you never cease to amaze me. Look, you've completely stunned them." Emerging from his concealed state, Mika appeared with a playful grin. "What? There's someone else?" Diarmuid instantly raised his guard, his gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing Mika and Merlin. Meanwhile, Artoria's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the hooded figure standing behind Mika. "Merlin! Is that you, Merlin?" Artoria's cry drew everyone's attention to the hooded figure. Unlike the other servants, Merlin stood at the pinnacle of magecraft. Legend claimed he was the founder of modern magic. Therefore, his appearance commanded far more attention from the masters than any other servant. "Oh dear, I didn't expect to be recognized so quickly, Artoria," Merlin sighed dramatically, revealing his handsome face as he lowered his hood. He continued with a playful grin. "It's been a long time. I never imagined we would meet again as enemies. Such is the cruel twist of fate." With just a few words, Merlin subtly distanced himself from Artoria, effectively cutting off any attempts at reminiscing. He harbored a deep sense of guilt towards Artoria and was unsure how to face her. "Enemies?" Artoria's expression was filled with bitterness as she looked at Merlin's familiar face. Her feelings towards Merlin were complex. He had been a father figure and a confidant. And now they stood on opposing sides. Pushing aside her sorrow, Artoria quickly regained her composure, her expression hardening with determination. "Merlin, I will achieve victory and obtain the Holy Grail. I will save Britain." "You cannot do it, Artoria," Merlin said solemnly. Having observed the world for over a millennium from within the Tower of Avalon, he understood the true nature of the Holy Grail better than anyone. The Holy Grail could not grant Artoria's wish. Furthermore, history could not be changed. Those who dared to manipulate the past would be rejected by human history, creating a singularity that would ultimately lead to the world's destruction. Therefore, Artoria's wish was destined to remain unfulfilled. "No, I can do it." Artoria's eyes blazed with unwavering conviction. Believing that Merlin also sought the Holy Grail, she fixed him with a determined stare. Even if it's you, Merlin, if you stand in my way, I will show no mercy. I will save Britain. No, you cannot. Merlin understood the depth of Artoria's conviction. But it wasn't something he could erase. Artoria needed to realize the truth herself and ultimately find her own redemption. Therefore, the harsh lessons she was about to face were unavoidable. No, I can do it. Artoria insisted once more. Witnessing the standoff between Artoria and Merlin, Iskandar, his initial proposition ignored, spoke again, a hint of frustration in his voice. Everyone, regarding the Holy Grail. Silence. Artoria interrupted, her voice filled with determination. The Holy Grail is mine. I will not yield it to anyone. As will I. Diarmuid declared. I will only offer the Holy Grail to the new king I swear fealty to, and that will never be you, Rider. Rejected, it seems, Iskandar muttered, somewhat displeased. Of course you were rejected. Who would switch sides just because of a single invitation? Waver exclaimed, exasperated. Why not? Shouldn't we always be willing to try? Because of this. Ha ha ha. Mika couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange between Iskandar and Waver. They were truly living up to their reputation as the comedic duo. Earlier, while observing from atop the shipping containers, their antics had nearly exposed Mika and Merlin as they struggled to contain their laughter. As for why they had revealed themselves now, it was simply because Mika wanted to join the upcoming battle. These servants, heroes of the past, possessed physical abilities that far surpassed his own. Even their combat skills were comparable to his. How could Mika resist such enticing opponents? As for how he planned to bridge the gap in physical strength, Mika had a simple answer: Merlin. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Suichiro Kyuzuki, enhanced by the Magus Media, had managed to overpower Artoria in their initial encounter. Of course, Kyuzuki's strength stemmed from three key factors. Firstly, Media's enhancements. As a magus from the Age of Gods, Media's magic was far beyond the reach of ordinary mages. Secondly, Artoria's weakened state. Due to her master, Shiro Emiya's limited magical energy, Artoria's overall stats were significantly reduced. Finally, and most importantly, Kyuzuki's martial arts. The assassination techniques he employed were known as snake. This fighting style possessed a unique characteristic, a guaranteed kill on the first encounter. The first attack was always the most devastating. However, once the initial attack was survived, the technique posed no further threat. It was a purely offensive, assassination-focused style. Compared to Kyuzuki, Mika possessed similar advantages. Firstly, compared to Media, Merlin's enhancement magic was undoubtedly superior. While Merlin might bite his tongue if he chanted spells too quickly, as long as he didn't rely on rapid spell casting during combat, his magic was incredibly potent. Furthermore, Merlin's true strength lay in his swordsmanship. To fully unleash the power of his swordsmanship, enhancement magic was essential. In a sense, enhancement magic might be Merlin's most powerful magic. Secondly, physical abilities. While Artoria in the Fourth Holy Grail War was at her peak, Mika's physical capabilities were far greater than Kyuzuki's. After all, he had reached level 3. Finally, regarding technique, Mika had no doubt that his skills were on par with these servants. Therefore, he was confident in his ability to fight alongside them. Of course, another reason for revealing himself so early was to avoid being mocked by Iskandar. Upon seeing Waver, Diarmuid's master, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, emerged from the shadows. He immediately directed his murderous intent towards Waver, the boy who had stolen his relic. Sensing Waver's fear, Iskandar shielded him protectively. He then denounced Kenneth, hidden in the darkness, as unworthy of being his master. Finally, he turned his attention to the surrounding area, his voice booming with authority. Show yourselves. There are others here, aren't there? Our companions lurking in the shadows. He looked at the surprised Artoria and Diarmuid and continued with a hearty laugh. Saber, Lancer, your honorable duel has been truly magnificent. Your battle was so captivating that surely we, Rider and Caster, aren't the only servants drawn to this spectacle. Scanning the surrounding darkness, Iskandar bellowed, his voice echoing through the night. Shameful. Utterly shameful. Heroes gathered in Fuyaki City, if you were captivated by Saber and Lancer's valiant spirit, then abandon your cowardly hiding places and show yourselves. Do you not possess names you are proud of? Or are you nothing but cowards, lurking in the darkness, observing from afar? What kind of servants are you? At this moment, all the heroic spirits chosen by the Holy Grail have gathered. If any craven soul dares not reveal themselves, they will be met with the scorn of Iskandar, the king of conquerors. Iskandar continued to taunt those hidden in the darkness, his voice filled with both challenge and disdain. Chapter 70 King of Heroes Gilgamesh Appearance. Humph! I never expected two mongrels calling themselves king to emerge in a single night. Golden particles of light coalesced in mid-air, eventually forming the figure of a majestic man clad in golden armor, standing atop a street lamp and looking down upon the assembled servants with disdain. This was a heroic figure radiating an aura of authority and power. His gaze and words conveyed a palpable sense of superiority. It's the Tosaka family's servant, the archer who unleashed a barrage of noble phantasms to eliminate assassin. By now, almost all the servants summoned for the Holy Grail War had made their appearance. Only Archer and Berserker remained unaccounted for. Despite the newcomer's arrogant demeanor, no one would mistake him for the Berserker class. Gilgamesh has arrived. Then Lancelot should be close behind. With this, all 7 servants summoned for this Holy Grail War have finally assembled. Mika cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Recalling the information Iskandar had relayed earlier, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Merlin, did you find him? Indeed, I have, Merlin replied with a mischievous grin, pointing in a specific direction. Excellent. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, was engaged in a heated debate with Iskandar regarding the true meaning of kingship. In Gilgamesh's eyes, no one, aside from himself, was worthy of the title of king. Therefore, he viewed both Iskandar, the king of conquerors, and Artoria, the king of knights, as mere pretenders. Naturally, Iskandar bristled at such disrespect, leading to a heated exchange of words. However, their argument was cut short by the sudden appearance of a black figure charging towards Gilgamesh. Ray-a-a-ic. The newcomer was none other than Lancelot. Controlled by Matou, wielding the false assassin's grimoire, he launched a ferocious attack on Gilgamesh. Ah, Korea has finally made his move. Mika was particularly intrigued by the complicated history and animosity between Matou and Tokyomi Tosaka. Should we create an opportunity for them to have a little chat? He wondered, observing Lancelot's relentless assault on Gilgamesh. How dare you show such disrespect to this king? You are a rabid dog deserving of death. Gilgamesh roared furiously, his golden armor gleaming under the moonlight. As he spoke, ripples appeared in the space behind him, revealing countless shimmering weapons slowly emerging from the void, as if connected to another dimension. This was Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Aiming his vast arsenal at the approaching Lancelot, Gilgamesh unleashed a volley of projectiles, intending to end the berserker's life swiftly. Just as he had effortlessly eliminated Assassin the previous night. However, he had underestimated his opponent. Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, was one of the most formidable knights in Arthurian legend. As one of the greatest warriors of his era, his personal skill, eternal arms mastership, was a testament to his unparalleled combat prowess. Eternal arms mastership, the crystallization of one's martial arts, honed to perfection through countless battles. It allows the user to wield any weapon with masterful proficiency, unaffected by mental interference, and unleash their full combat potential. Due to this skill, Lancelot could utilize his full range of combat abilities even in his maddened berserker state. This was an invaluable asset for a servant of the berserker class. After all, the inability to fully utilize their skills and knowledge from their past lives was often the greatest weakness of berserkers. While the berserker class granted enhanced physical abilities, the loss of combat experience and technique significantly hampered their effectiveness. After all, in battles between servants, noble phantasms were often a last resort. Close quarters combat was the primary focus. For instance, Heracles, the mighty demigod of the Fifth Holy Grail War, would have been virtually unstoppable if he possessed a skill like Eternal Arms Mastership. In addition to this powerful skill, Lancelot's noble phantasm, Knight of Ownerless Arms, also possessed a unique ability that could counter Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. Knight of Ownerless Arms allows the user to imbue any weapon they wield with the properties of a noble phantasm and wield it with masterful proficiency. Weapons held by Lancelot gain a rank equivalent to D-rank noble phantasms. Weapons with a higher rank retain their original rank under Lancelot's control. With the combined power of these skills and noble phantasms, Lancelot fearlessly charged towards the incoming barrage of weapons, his eyes fixed on the leading spear. He reached out, effortlessly snatching the spear from midair and claiming it as his own through his noble phantasm. Then, unleashing the full potential of Eternal Arm's mastership, he deflected the remaining projectiles with incredible precision and skill. He then hurled the captured spear towards Gilgamesh, standing atop the street lamp. Boom! However, Gilgamesh was not easily defeated. He swiftly countered the incoming spear with a volley of his own noble phantasms, shattering it into pieces. By this time, Lancelot had reached the base of the street lamp. Under Lancelot's relentless assault, the street lamp crumbled, sending Gilgamesh tumbling to the ground. As he landed, surrounded by the other servants, Gilgamesh's fury intensified. "You mongrel! You dared to force this king to stand on the same level as you. You are deserving of death." Glaring at Lancelot, Gilgamesh unleashed the full power of Gate of Babylon. 32 ripples appeared in the space behind him, each representing a separate firing point. Previously, when facing Lancelot, he had only utilized 16 firing points. Witnessing this display of power, not only Iskandar and the other onlookers fell silent, but even Tokiomi Tosaka, observing from the safety of his mansion, was taken aback. While Tokiomi had granted Gilgamesh considerable autonomy after summoning him, even he was reluctant to reveal their trump card so early in the war. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, has lost control. Please make a decision quickly. Kaire Kotomine, communicating with Tokiomi remotely, urged him to act decisively. Tokiomi raised his arm, prepared to utilize a command spell to recall Gilgamesh. However, before he could act, the situation at the harbor shifted once more, interrupting his actions. Observing Gilgamesh's escalating rage, Mika knew that if he didn't intervene soon, Gilgamesh would be recalled by Tokiomi Tosaka. They wouldn't have the opportunity to engage him in battle. He quickly signaled to Iskandar, indicating that the opportune moment had arrived. Upon receiving Mika's signal, a wide grin spread across Iskandar's face. He raised his hand, and the two bulls pulling the Gordius wheel unleashed a torrent of lightning, striking at everyone present. Their primary targets were Lancelot and Gilgamesh. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, everyone scrambled to evade the deadly bolts of lightning. "Are you declaring war on all the servants present, King of Conquerors?" Dire Muad roared, dodging the lightning and brandishing his spear towards Iskandar. Facing their bewildered and enraged gazes, Iskandar let out a booming laugh. "Everyone, lend me your ears." Earlier that day, Mika had received a message from Waver, relaying Iskandar's request. In the letter, Iskandar expressed his desire for Mika to assist in locating the hidden servants should anyone accept Lancer's challenge that night. He also emphasized that if all the servants were present, Mika should send him a specific signal. He intended to welcome them all with a grand spectacle. Upon reading Iskandar's message, Mika understood his intentions. While his plan seemed reckless, it was perfectly in line with his personality. Mika found himself intrigued by the prospect. Therefore, he agreed to Iskandar's request and sent the signal upon confirming the presence of all the servants. Iskandar's booming voice captured the attention of all the servants present. However, their gazes were a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and, of course, anger. Especially from Gilgamesh, whose battle had been interrupted. "Mongrel! You dare interfere with this king's battle? Do you seek death?" Already enraged by Lancelot's relentless assault, Gilgamesh's fury intensified due to Iskandar's sudden intervention. 16 of the 32 noble phantasm firing points behind him were now aimed directly at Iskandar. However, he refrained from attacking immediately. Despite his anger, he was also curious about Iskandar's intentions. He decided to wait and hear what the fool had to say before eliminating him. Gilgamesh possessed unwavering confidence in his own power. Observing the situation from afar, Tokiomi Tosaka lowered his arm. As long as Gilgamesh didn't continue to reveal his full strength, Tokiomi was reluctant to recall him. Understanding Gilgamesh's temperament, he knew that interfering with his intentions would only strain their relationship. Therefore, he would only utilize a command spell as a last resort. Meanwhile, Lancelot, under Kuriyamata's control, had ceased his attack after receiving a message from Mika. While he longed to continue his assault on Tokiomi Tosaka's servant, he understood that his ability to control Lancelot depended entirely on Mika. Without Mika's magical energy, Kuriya, with his limited magical capacity, couldn't possibly sustain Lancelot's immense power. Thus, a temporary silence fell upon the battlefield as everyone awaited Iskandar's proclamation. Pleased with the silence, Iskandar nodded and declared, "You are all heroes of myth and legend, the mightiest warriors of your respective eras. I believe that encountering each other and engaging in battle must fill your hearts with excitement and anticipation. Hearing this, Artoria and Diarmuid subtly nodded in agreement. They shared his sentiment. Merlin's expression remained unchanged, a playful grin still adorning his face. As for Gilgamesh, he simply scoffed, his disdain evident. And this king feels the same. Iskandar continued, gesturing dramatically with his arms. I desire to clash with every servant present, to experience the might of heroes from different eras. However, such an opportunity is rare. But now, that opportunity has presented itself. Thanks to the battle between Saber and Lancer, all the servants summoned by the Holy Grail have gathered here. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! Let us engage in a glorious free-for-all. As Iskandar's declaration echoed through the night, the expressions of the other servants grew increasingly bewildered. Waver, standing beside Iskandar, trembled, his legs threatening to give way. King of Conquerors, are you challenging all the servants present simultaneously? The first to question Iskandar's intentions was Kenneth El Meloy Archibald, Diarmuid's master. His words effectively positioned Iskandar as the enemy of all the other servants present. So what if I am? Iskandar's voice was calm, yet filled with unwavering conviction. His composure only amplified his imposing presence. Raising his sword, he pointed it at each of the servants in turn and declared, "Will you accept the challenge of Iskandar, the king of conquerors? If you wish to attack, then do so without further ado." Artoria declared, drawing her sword. "While I believe your strategy to be reckless, I shall honor your courage with a response," Diarmuid added, brandishing his twin spears. "Humph, a foolish mongrel with delusions of grandeur," Gilgamesh scoffed, his disdain growing. "Roar!" Lancelot roared ferociously. "How intriguing," Merlin mused, his playful grin widening. The unseen Hassan remained silent. "Ha ha ha! It seems you all accept my challenge." Iskandar's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of unwavering determination. Raising his sword high above his head, he roared, "Come, my warriors! Let us face the challenge of these heroes." As Iskandar's voice echoed through the night, a surge of immense magical energy erupted from him, engulfing the surrounding area. The other servants, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, were unable to react in time. In an instant, every living being in the harbor was consumed by the overwhelming magical energy. Iskandar's most powerful noble phantasm had been activated. Spit! Mika spat out the sand that had filled his mouth and chuckled. So this is Iskandar's reality marble? Experiencing it firsthand is quite different. Looking around, he quickly realized that not only the servants but also their masters had been drawn into Iskandar's realm. Master! Upon regaining his senses and realizing that his master had also been transported into the reality marble, Diarmuid rushed to Kenneth's side, shielding him protectively. Witnessing Diarmuid's actions, Artoria quickly scanned her surroundings and discovered that not only Irisveal but also Kiritsugu Emiya and his assistant, Mihisa, had been drawn in as well. Irisveal. Seeing the three of them together, Artoria rushed to their side, placing herself between them and any potential threats. "I'm all right, Saber." Irisveal reassured her, shaking her head. She then looked around in astonishment. "How is this possible? This is a reality marble, a materialized world of the mind. You're not a magus." "Of course not. I couldn't possibly achieve this alone." With a wave of his hand, blurry images flickered around Iskandar like mirages in the desert. "This is the world where my army once marched, a landscape etched into the memories of the soldiers who fought alongside me." Within the shimmering sand, figures began to materialize before their eyes. 1, 2, 4, countless figures emerged from the dust. Soldiers, generals, heroes. An army of tens of thousands, marching in formation, slowly advanced towards them. These are all servants. Upon becoming recognized masters by the Holy Grail, they gained the ability to perceive a servant's basic parameters. And now, this ability allowed them to see the parameters of these countless soldiers. "This is my unrivaled army. And my most prized noble phantasm. Ionio I Hitiroi." Chapter 71 Mika vs Gilgamesh. In the desolate desert, Iskandar's voice boomed, echoing across the barren landscape. "These are the legendary warriors who, even after their bodies perished and their souls were summoned as heroic spirits, still pledge their loyalty to this king. They have answered my call, transcending time and space, my eternal comrades. The bonds forged between us are my greatest treasure, the foundation of my kingship. Behold! This is the noble phantasm that Iskandar, the king of conquerors, takes the greatest pride in, Ionio I Hitiroi. Army of the king. This X-ranked anti-army noble phantasm was a reality marble, capable of summoning forth his loyal followers. It was the source of Iskandar's confidence, the reason he believed he could stand against the 6 other servants alone. Among the summoned warriors were renowned military figures, powerful rulers, and even the founding monarchs of later empires. This vast army was a testament to Iskandar's legend, a collection of countless heroes and tales of valor. Several figures among them even surpassed Iskandar in fame. But beyond their individual renown, they shared a common pride in their origins. They were the brave warriors who had once charged alongside Iskandar on countless battlefields. Behind them, a vast army of cavalry, infantry, and shield-bearers marched in perfect formation, their presence filling the reality marble with an awe-inspiring spectacle. Among them, a single riderless horse galloped towards Iskandar. It was a magnificent steed, both powerful and graceful. Had it been human, its majesty would have rivaled that of the other heroic spirits. It's been a while, partner. Iskandar embraced the horse's neck with a childlike grin. This was none other than Bucephalus, the legendary steed. Having followed the king of conquerors throughout his life, even his horse had ascended to the rank of a heroic spirit. But I apologize, partner. We cannot fight side by side this time. Iskandar stroked Bucephalus's head gently and chuckled. In this war that I have instigated, I must give it my all. Bucephalus nodded slightly in understanding and retreated. It would not hinder Iskandar's battle here. Watching his beloved steed disappear, Iskandar turned back to the others and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Now, my friends, let the battle commence. Rider, why have you brought our masters into this? Dire Muad shielded Kenneth protectively, his voice filled with accusation as he faced the overwhelming army before them. Do you intend to eliminate our masters as well? Of course not, Lancer. Iskandar responded, his voice booming across the battlefield. I brought them here to prevent their interference in our duel. It would be a shame if any of us were eliminated due to our masters' deaths. I understand your concerns. Iskandar's gaze swept across the assembled masters, Kenneth behind Dire Muad, Kiritsugu Emiya and Iris Veil von Einsburn behind Artoria, Mihisa behind Kiritsugu, Korea Matou beside Lancelot, and Mika alongside Merlin. I, Iskandar, the king of conquerors, swear upon my name that no harm shall befall your masters within this realm. Now, let us fight to our heart's content. Charge! 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 Following Iskandar's roar, his vast army echoed his battle cry. The air crackled with anticipation and the chilling sound of approaching war. The summoned assassins, witnessing this overwhelming display of military might, couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Having lived their lives as assassins, accustomed to covert operations, they were ill-prepared for such a grand-scale confrontation. However, Artoria, Dire Muad, and the others were filled with exhilaration. This was a battlefield they knew well. Then come, King of Conquerors. Let us see who falls first. This is the battle I have longed for. Assured by Iskandar's promise and trusting his character, Artoria and Dire Muad readily accepted the challenge. Attack! With Iskandar's command, his vast army surged forward. The battle, momentarily paused, resumed with renewed ferocity. Lancelot, acting on Korea Mata's orders, charged towards Gilgamesh, reigniting the clash between darkness and gold. Merlin, quickly! Mika urged, his voice filled with urgency. Understood, understood. Merlin waved his staff, casting enhancement magic on Mika. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Mika grinned. Then I'll go play with Gilgamesh. You handle Iskandar here. Hey? Me and Iskandar? Aren't we allies? Merlin asked, hoping to avoid the confrontation. Well, about that. I told him to act freely. He wants to fight all the servants, and that includes you. So good luck. With that, Mika dashed towards the distant battlefield where Gilgamesh and Lancelot clashed. Hey! Merlin stared dumbfoundedly at Mika's retreating figure as enemy soldiers charged towards him. His composure crumbled. Have I been betrayed? I hate fighting on the battlefield. What am I going to do? Panic gripped Merlin's heart. But as he caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance, a devious plan formed in his mind. I just need to follow my usual strategy. Looking towards Artoria and Muid, who were now engaged with Iskandar's army, Merlin chuckled sinisterly. Such useful pawns! He raised his staff once more, casting enhancement magic on Artoria and Muid. What's this? Muid looked towards Merlin in astonishment, feeling his strength multiply. Realization dawned on him, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Merlin, the wise mage of Britain. Ha ha ha. We're all allies now, so we must help each other, right? Isn't that right, Artoria? Merlin's teasing voice caused Artoria to frown. However, the familiar feeling of his magical support filled her with a sense of comfort and camaraderie. Under Merlin's enhancements, even her severed and unhealable arm felt as though it had been restored. Of course, this was merely an illusion. As an opponent in this Holy Grail War, Merlin had no intention of truly healing Artoria. He believed she hadn't suffered enough yet. Therefore, his healing was only temporary. Once the battle ended, Artoria's injuries would return. Empowered by Merlin's magic, Artoria and Muid, already formidable warriors, transformed into veritable gods of war. They tore through Iskandar's ranks, cutting down ordinary soldiers like wheat before a scythe. Drawn by their ferocity, the majority of the enemy soldiers and commanders converged on them, eager to claim their glory. This significantly reduced the pressure on Merlin, allowing him to comfortably conserve his energy and observe the battle from a safe distance. As expected of me. Merlin chuckled smugly. Meanwhile, as Gilgamesh and Lancelot rapidly approached, Mika turned to Gabriel, who had been hovering above him, and asked, "Are you ready?" "Don't worry. I won't make any mistakes." "Then let's begin." As Mika finished speaking, a torrent of magical energy surged from Gabriel, flowing into his body. Empowered by this immense magical power, Mika's aura flared, growing exponentially stronger. In the Holy Grail War, there's almost always someone who finds a way to bend the rules and gain an unfair advantage. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Tokiomi Tosaka's collusion with the Holy Church was but a minor transgression. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Medea, a caster-class servant, managed to summon an assassin to assist her as a master. And in the Great Holy Grail War, the ruler-class servant directly participated as a master, even going so far as to control her own teammates. In short, every Holy Grail War has its share of rule breakers. And Mika was no exception. For him, the biggest obstacle to unleashing his full potential was his limited energy reserves. Therefore, after deciding to participate in the Holy Grail War, he had already hatched a plan to cheat. His plan was to utilize the Greater Grail as a source of magical energy. While this might seem difficult, with Gabriel and Merlin working together, they quickly achieved their goal. However, there was still a critical issue that Mika needed to address, the contamination of the Greater Grail. In the Third Holy Grail War, the Einsburn family, desperate for victory, had secretly summoned the 8th servant class, Avenger. The servant summoned under this class was Enuma. However, this Enuma was not the evil god of Zoroastrian mythology, but an ordinary human who had been given the title. He was incredibly weak and quickly perished in the Holy Grail War. But it was his death that caused the contamination of the Holy Grail. Bearing the weight of humanity's collective malice, he tainted the colorless Grail, transforming its pure magical energy into a vessel of all the world's evil. Therefore, even if a victor emerged from this Holy Grail War, their wish would not be granted in the way they intended. Instead, their wishes would be twisted and corrupted. For example, if the victor wished to become the strongest person in the world, the Grail would simply kill everyone stronger than them, fulfilling their wish in the most malicious way possible. The contaminated Grail could no longer grant pure and wholesome wishes. Under normal circumstances, the Grail's magical energy was unusable, having transformed into a black mud, a manifestation of all evil. But Gabriel had a different approach. She acted as a purifier, channeling the black mud through herself and transforming it into pure magical energy. This purified energy was then transferred to Mika, granting him access to the Grail's power. Without this external source of magical energy, Mika wouldn't have been able to sustain Lancelot's energy consumption. It feels great to be overflowing with magical energy. Mika's lips curled into a smile as he looked towards Gilgamesh and Lancelot, who were rapidly approaching. His gaze then shifted to the back of his left hand. There, a magic crest was etched onto his skin. This was a creation inspired by the Matou family's magical knowledge, crafted by Gabriel after studying their grimoires. Its purpose was something Mika had long desired, energy conversion. Using his body and magic circuits as a conduit, he could now convert different forms of energy. Currently, he was converting his magical energy into Nen. This provided a steady supply of aura to fuel his energy-intensive Nen abilities. Wings of Calamity, activate. As Mika channeled his Nen, 2 gauntlets, each wielding a weapon, expanded rapidly in size. One held a sword, the other a shield. The sword was the first-class great sword inherited from his father, while the shield was a custom-made first-class shield crafted by the Goibniu Familia. Originally, the shield was a rectangular shield over a meter tall. But under the influence of Mika's Nen, it transformed into a colossal shield, nearly 20 meters tall, firmly grasped by the equally massive gauntlet. Let's fight, Gilgamesh! Mika's voice reached Gilgamesh before he even arrived. Hearing Mika's challenge, Gilgamesh's already enraged expression contorted into a furious snarl. A mere magus dares to raise his sword against this king. You mongrel, who do you think you're underestimating? BG, https://www.youtube.com/watch, v = S87SMT5QR0. In an instant, Gilgamesh redirected 16 of the 32 Gate of Babylon portals that had been bombarding Lancelot towards Mika. Whoosh! The air crackled as noble phantasms sliced through the air. It was the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, unleashing the full might of his Gate of Babylon. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal clashing against metal echoed across the battlefield. A massive shield materialized in front of Mika, deflecting every single projectile. This was a shield imbued with an unbreakable enchantment. Further reinforced by Mika's KO, toughness, ability, its durability was unparalleled. Gilgamesh's weapons couldn't even scratch its surface. Although his vision was obscured by the shield, Mika's circle ability allowed him to perceive his surroundings with unparalleled clarity. With Gilgamesh in close range, Mika's other gauntlet swung the massive great sword towards the King of Heroes. The nearly 20-meter-long great sword cleaved through the air with terrifying force, carrying with it a whirlwind of power. Damn you! How dare you swing your sword at a king? Facing the imminent threat, Gilgamesh rapidly fired noble phantasms, aiming to shatter Mika's great sword. But the attack was too fast, too powerful. Despite Gilgamesh's relentless barrage, he couldn't alter the trajectory of the devastating blow. At the last moment, Gilgamesh's most prized noble phantasm, the Chains of Heaven, Inkiju, materialized from the void, ensnaring Mika's great sword. A manifestation of Gilgamesh's bond with his dearest friend, Inkiju. The Chains of Heaven were a rare anti-divine noble phantasm, capable of binding those with divine heritage. The stronger the target's divinity, the tighter the chains would bind. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Heracles, the demigod, had been completely immobilized by the Chains of Heaven, leaving him vulnerable to Gilgamesh's onslaught. Although he eventually broke free, the Chains of Heaven were undeniably powerful. However, against Mika, they were ineffective. After all, Mika possessed no divinity. Against him, the Chains of Heaven were nothing more than sturdy chains. Albeit incredibly sturdy chains. Bound by the Chains of Heaven, Mika's great sword trembled violently, but he couldn't break free. You mongrel! Did you think you could break through this king's defenses with such a paltry attack? Gilgamesh taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. But at that moment, the shield that had been protecting Mika suddenly swung outward. Gilgamesh, caught completely off guard, was sent flying. Besides blocking attacks, shields can also be used to strike, King of Heroes. Mika chuckled, watching Gilgamesh's unceremonious flight. Chapter 72 Clash of Kings. Stealing Treasures. Thwack! Gilgamesh was sent flying through the air, spitting blood as he was struck by the unexpected shield bash. Despite the protection of his golden armor, Gilgamesh suffered no external injuries. However, the internal damage from the blow caused him to bleed profusely. Damn you! To think you would dare ambush this king! After skidding across the sand, Gilgamesh finally managed to stagger back to his feet. But he had little time to recover. Before him, Lancelot, enveloped in black magical energy, charged towards him once more. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed with icy fury as he looked at the approaching figure. A mad dog and a mongrel working together. How utterly laughable! Today, I shall punish you both. Gilgamesh's voice dripped with chilling venom as the golden ripples behind him expanded rapidly, opening 128 gates of Babylon in the blink of an eye. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he looked at the approaching duo. Die! 128 noble phantasms erupted from the gates, hurtling towards Lancelot and Mika. Futile. You cannot penetrate my defenses. Mika declared confidently, holding his shield aloft. He felt a surge of gratitude for the shield's creation. He had commissioned the Hephaestus Familia's blacksmith to forge weapons and, on a whim, had requested a shield as well. It was this shield that now protected him from the onslaught of the Gate of Babylon. With its protection, Mika was confident in his ability to defeat Gilgamesh. Like Shiro Emiya, he wouldn't give Gilgamesh the opportunity to unleash Enuma Elish. Oh, is that so? Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed as he looked at the shield protecting Mika. In the next instant, a crimson spear pierced through the shield, narrowly missing Mika's face. What just happened? Mika exclaimed in shock. That spear seemed to possess piercing properties, allowing it to penetrate your shield, Gabriel's voice quickly warned him. What? Invincible piercing. Mika was stunned by Gabriel's explanation. Can the Gate of Babylon even do that? Looks like Golden Boy is getting serious. Indeed, Gilgamesh was now fighting in earnest. He considered being knocked back by Mika an unforgivable humiliation. He would have his revenge. Using the Crimson Spear as a starting point, Gilgamesh unleashed a barrage of noble phantasms with armor-piercing, penetrating, and destructive properties, all aimed at Mika's shield. He loathed the shield stained with his blood. He would destroy that detestable shield, no matter the cost. In the blink of an eye, Mika's shield was riddled with holes from Gilgamesh's relentless assault. This can't continue. We need to find a way to regroup with Lancelot. Under Gilgamesh's overwhelming firepower, Lancelot, while still able to defend himself, could no longer advance. Previously, with the combination of Knight of Honor and protection from arrows, he had been able to deflect Gilgamesh's weapons and steadily close the distance. However, as Gilgamesh's rage intensified, the rank of the noble phantasms he unleashed increased as well. Initially, he had used D-rank noble phantasms against Lancelot. Now, he was using B-rank and even A-rank noble phantasms. With each deflected attack, the sheer force of the impact pushed Lancelot back several steps. The fact that he hadn't been completely overwhelmed was a testament to his exceptional swordsmanship. Mika faced a similar predicament. As the rank of Gilgamesh's weapons increased, Mika felt the pressure mounting. He knew they needed to change their tactics. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh, still relentlessly suppressing the two, suddenly beckoned towards the desert with a crooked finger. A Hassan silently appeared beside him. Tell Tokiomi that if he dares to recall me, I will kill him. With those words, Gilgamesh launched a single sword, pinning the Hassan to the desert sand. Master, this is the message from the Hassan before his death. Kaire Kotomine relayed the scene and the message he had witnessed through the Hassan to Tokiomi Tosaka, then fell silent. He knew that Tokiomi was now facing a difficult dilemma. Indeed, Tokiomi's face was contorted with a mixture of anger and frustration as he stared at the ground, his fists clenched tightly. To be threatened by a mere familiar. While outwardly, Tokiomi treated Gilgamesh with the deference a vassal would show a king, inwardly, like all true magi, he viewed Gilgamesh as a tool, a familiar. He merely humored Gilgamesh to maintain their connection. If Gilgamesh was the king, then he would play the role of the loyal subject. As long as Gilgamesh could secure victory in the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi was willing to swallow his pride and play the subservient role. Damn it! Why was the King of Heroes summoned as an archer? His overwhelming ego, combined with the independence granted by the archer class, forces me to cater to his every whim. What a miscalculation! Deep down, Tokiomi cursed Gilgamesh relentlessly. However, outwardly, he maintained his composure and the impeccable grace expected of the Tosaka family. If the King of Heroes wishes to unleash his full power, then so be it. After all the servants are currently trapped within Ryder's reality marble. Furthermore, apart from the two of us, the other 5 masters are also trapped within the reality marble. They cannot use their command spells to recall their servants. Perhaps the King of Heroes will eliminate all his enemies tonight and return victorious. Tokiomi spoke with an air of confidence, as if everything were proceeding according to his plan. I understand. I will instruct the assassins within the reality marble to cooperate with the King of Heroes. Over a dozen assassins had been swallowed by Iskandar's reality marble. They had been dispatched by Kaire Kotomine to monitor the other masters. Unlike other classes, the assassin class specifically referred to the Old Man of the Mountain group. They were a legendary assassination organization whose leaders were known as Hassan-i Sabah. The assassin class summoned various individuals who had held the title of Hassan-i Sabah throughout history. In this fourth Holy Grail War, the summoned assassin was the 100-faced Hassan, possessing the noble phantasm Zabaniya, delusional heartbeat, allowing him to create up to 80 duplicates of himself. Therefore, before the Holy Grail War began, Kaire Kotomine had fabricated a scenario where he and Tokyomi appeared to have a falling out, then had one of the Hassans killed by Gilgamesh. This allowed the remaining 79 Hassans to operate in secrecy, blending into the shadows. However, this plan had now completely fallen apart. Charge. Within the Ionio Ihatiroi, army of the king, the soldiers of Iskandar, the king of conquerors, surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Their target, Artoria and Muid, locked in a fierce battle amidst the chaotic fray. Empowered by Merlin's enhancements, the two warriors had become the undisputed champions of close-quarters combat in this Holy Grail War. Their experience and honed skills allowed them to navigate Iskandar's vast army with ease, leaving a trail of defeated soldiers in their wake. After all, servants possessed boundless stamina. Moreover, their masters, positioned safely outside the battlefield, continuously healed their wounds, rendering them virtually invincible. "It seems I must take the field myself," Iskandar declared, observing the battle from afar. Surrounding him were his most trusted advisors, meticulously analyzing the fighting styles and habits of their opponents. Despite his seemingly impulsive nature, Iskandar was far from reckless. On the contrary, he possessed exceptional strategic acumen. He had revealed his true name because he feared no repercussions. He had no specific weaknesses to exploit. Nor could his noble phantasm be easily countered. Ionio Ihatiroi relied on overwhelming force. In the original timeline of the Fourth Holy Grail War, had it not been for the anomaly that was Gilgamesh, Iskandar would have likely emerged victorious. The same held true in this altered timeline. Having already revealed his noble phantasm, he couldn't afford to leave empty-handed. After observing the battle from a distance, Iskandar, having gleaned sufficient information, prepared to join the fray. Trample them! Gordius Wheel! A blinding bolt of lightning pierced the air, hurtling towards Artoria and Muid. The two warriors reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with practiced ease. Iskandar frowned, observing their agility. Under normal circumstances, his priority should have been eliminating Merlin, the troublesome Magus. By neutralizing Merlin, Artoria and Muid's enhancements would dissipate, significantly reducing their threat level. However, defeating Merlin was no easy feat. As a being of mixed human and incubus heritage, his mastery of illusionary magic was unparalleled. Eliminating a master illusionist amidst the chaos of battle was a daunting task. It would be more efficient to focus on defeating Artoria and Muid directly. "You're a nuisance, Merlin." As expected of the legendary sage of Arthurian legend, you are indeed a formidable opponent. With a final thought towards Merlin, Iskandar charged towards Artoria and Muid, ready to join the fray. Whoosh! 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 The air was filled with the whistling sounds of noble phantasms hurtling through the air. Having abandoned his shield and sprinting towards Lancelot, Mika was in a desperate situation. Despite his clairvoyance ability, which granted him unparalleled perception and reflexes, even he struggled to evade the onslaught of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. The reason for his predicament was simple: Gilgamesh launched his weapons simultaneously, with pinpoint accuracy and overwhelming density, leaving no room for evasion. Mika, like Lancelot, had no choice but to deflect the incoming projectiles, creating fleeting moments of respite. Finally, he reached Lancelot's side, completing their rendezvous. Upon witnessing their reunion, Gilgamesh's assault intensified. He was filled with a burning rage towards the insolent Mika and Lancelot and yearned to tear them to shreds. Taking cover behind Lancelot, Mika silently invoked his command spells. By the power of these command spells, carve a path forward, Lancelot. Ah! In an instant, Lancelot's aura surged with newfound power. Empowered by the command spells, Lancelot broke through Gilgamesh's relentless barrage and began to advance rapidly. Excellent! That's it! Mika thought to himself, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The pseudo-servant grimoire crafted by Gabriel differed significantly from the Matou's version. Gabriel's grimoire merely borrowed Mika's authority as a commander. Therefore, Mika could still utilize command spells to direct Lancelot's actions. After ensuring that no one had witnessed his actions, Mika had used his command spells to bolster Lancelot's strength, creating a path forward. However, Mika didn't simply hide behind Lancelot. Utilizing clairvoyance, he perceived all of Gilgamesh's attacks with perfect clarity. Suddenly, 4 streaks of light shot out from behind Mika, intercepting 4 of Gilgamesh's noble phantasms mid-flight. 4 gauntlets, each wielding 2 spears and 2 swords, returned to Mika's side. He felt a surge of energy flow into the 4 captured noble phantasms, and a smug grin spread across his face. He could sense the noble phantasms being converted into Nen, becoming his own. Damnable thief! Gilgamesh, the rightful owner of these treasures, felt his control over the 4 noble phantasms slipping away. The Gate of Babylon possessed an automatic retrieval function. Otherwise, even his vast treasury wouldn't be able to sustain his extravagant usage. Therefore, every noble phantasm within his vault was connected to the Gate of Babylon. But now, that connection was rapidly fading. Witnessing this, Gilgamesh made a swift decision. He would not use the chains of heaven. The chains, which required binding the target to take effect, were too easily susceptible to being commandeered by his opponent. He would not tolerate such a loss. Soon, Mika had completely converted the 4 noble phantasms into his own. They rapidly grew in size, transforming into massive divine weapons wielded by 6 colossal gauntlets. From afar, it appeared as though 6 wings had sprouted from Mika's back. However, these were not wings of purity and light. They were wings of destruction. The 6 colossal weapons danced with deadly grace, forming an impenetrable barrier before Mika. With their combined might, Mika and Lancelot steadily closed the distance between themselves and Gilgamesh. Observing the scene with cold indifference, Gilgamesh's expression hardened. "I must admit, you have proven to be quite troublesome. Even in my era, you would have been considered formidable warriors. Therefore, I shall grant you the death befitting heroes." At that moment, Gilgamesh made his decision. He would unleash his most powerful noble phantasm. Chapter 73 Enuma Elish Unleashed. Mika's true potential. Gazing upon Mika and Lancelot, who relentlessly pressed forward, Gilgamesh's eyes were filled with icy rage. His hatred for them had reached its peak. However, he couldn't deny their undeniable prowess as warriors. Facing such formidable opponents, Gilgamesh resolved to unleash his most powerful noble phantasm. He extended his hand, and a golden key materialized in his grasp. With a twist of the key, an intricate pattern spread across the void before retracting back into his hand. All that remained was a golden sphere of light. As the sphere ascended, a peculiar sword gradually formed in Gilgamesh's hand. But could this truly be called a sword? This noble phantasm possessed a bizarre form. It had a hilt, a guard, and a length similar to a long sword. However, the part that should have been the blade differed drastically from any ordinary sword. It was a 3-section cylindrical structure, its tip twisted into a spiral-shaped blunt edge. It has appeared. Gilgamesh's most powerful noble phantasm, the anti-world noble phantasm of rank X, Enuma Elish. While noble phantasms varied in form and function, they also possessed distinct rankings. The lowest rank was D, followed by C, B, and A. Beyond A lay the X rank, signifying an immeasurable power. If D rank represented a value of 10, then C rank was 20, B rank was 30, and A rank was 40. X rank, however, transcended 50. 50 was X, and so was 100. Apart from their rank, a noble phantasm's characteristics also influenced its power. In terms of offensive capabilities, anti-army noble phantasms surpassed anti-unit noble phantasms, and anti-fortress noble phantasms surpassed anti-army noble phantasms. Enuma Elish, however, was an anti-world noble phantasm. An anti-world noble phantasm of rank X. Its existence was undeniable proof of its status as the most powerful weapon in this holy Grail War. Seeing the noble phantasm materialize in Gilgamesh's hand, Mika halted his advance, despite being mere steps away. This seemingly insignificant distance now felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Mika knew that he could no longer reach Gilgamesh and sever his arm under the oppressive pressure of the Gate of Babylon. Therefore, he had to prepare to evade the devastating attack of Enuma Elish. No other noble phantasm in this holy Grail War could rival its power, not even Artoria's Excalibur. Retreat. Mika made a swift decision. His previously stowed shield reappeared, charging towards Gilgamesh in his stead. Lancelot's charge remained uninterrupted, his borrowed noble phantasm aimed directly at Gilgamesh. Meanwhile, Mika sheathed his father's great sword and leaped onto the massive gauntlet, using it to propel himself backward. Have you finally sensed it? The premonition of death edged into your very being. But it's too late. The 3 cylindrical sections, resembling a grinding millstone, rotated in sync with the celestial movements, each carrying the weight and energy equivalent to tectonic shifts. The immense magical energy surging between them defied calculation. After all, Enuma Elish was the first sword forged by the gods in Sumerian mythology, imbued with the divine craftsmanship of creation. Held aloft by Gilgamesh, the primordial sword spun with increasing velocity, each rotation faster than the last. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating from Gilgamesh's sword. Even those who had focused their attention on Enuma Elish from the moment it appeared were rendered speechless. Run, Iris Veil! Kiritsugu! My intuition tells me this attack will be devastating. Retreat! Driven by her instincts, Artoria swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, reaching Iris Veil and the others. Saber, take Iris Veil and Mia and go. I'll follow behind. As her master, Kiritsugu Emiya understood the potency of Artoria's instinct skill. Instinct was the ability to instantly discern the optimal course of action in combat. With instinct, Artoria could predict trajectories through the wind and her intuition, allowing her to evade projectiles and gunfire. It also halved the effects of visual and auditory interference. Artoria's instinct was ranked A, bordering on the realm of precognition. Therefore, Kiritsugu immediately heeded Artoria's warning. Meanwhile, Dire Muad Ueduabitni, respecting Artoria's chivalrous spirit, also retreated, carrying his master away from Gilgamesh. Hold on. The Holy Grail War just started, and you're already resorting to this. Sensing the overwhelming magical energy emanating from Gilgamesh, Merlin had already made his escape. Of course, he didn't forget to take Korea Matou with him. If he had been left behind, Korea would have undoubtedly perished. They've all fled. Iskandar expressed his disappointment as he watched the retreating figures. At that moment, the numerous wounds he had sustained were rapidly healing. The previous clash with Artoria and Dire Muad had resulted in injuries for all three combatants, but with the support of their respective masters, none had gained a decisive advantage. As expected, defeating two opponents simultaneously is a difficult task. With Merlin's enhancements, their teamwork was impeccable. Even with my noble phantasm, I couldn't secure a decisive victory. However, next time will be different. Iskandar's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. His desire to clash with legendary heroes had been fulfilled, and he had gained valuable insight into their combat styles, noble phantasms, and skills. Despite not achieving victory this time, Iskandar was certain of one thing. The next time he faced Artoria and Dire Muad alone, he would emerge victorious. However, that golden mongrel is the most troublesome opponent. Gazing at the torrent of magical energy rising in the distance and sensing the disruptive effect it had on his reality marble, Iskandar knew he was at a disadvantage. It seems we must rely on strategy from now on. With that thought, Iskandar turned and retreated. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. He needed to ensure his master's safety. Awaken, Ea! The stage is set for your grand entrance. A violent tempest swirled around Gilgamesh's sword. The shield that had charged towards him had been utterly obliterated by the gate of Babylon. And Lancelot? He stood mere inches away from death, facing the judgment of Enuma Elish. Unbridled ecstasy filled Gilgamesh's eyes as he swung his sword downward, determined to obliterate the world that had dared to humiliate him. Enuma Elish! The star of creation that split heaven and earth. The sword of creation descended with unstoppable force. Ea, the god of wisdom/earth/creation and water in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, responsible for separating the heavens from the earth. The sword known as Ea, Enuma Elish, was the primordial blade that witnessed the creation of the world in the age of gods. Its purpose was to cleave the chaotic heavens and earth, giving them distinct forms. Now, the divine sword, swirling with a tempestuous storm, was about to reenact the miracle of creation. Clad in golden armor, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, declared with unwavering arrogance, "Behold! This is Enuma Elish, the star of creation that split heaven and earth." The heavens and earth trembled in response. An immense surge of magical energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of the universe. The tip of Gilgamesh's descending blade wasn't aimed at anyone in particular. It didn't need to be. Enuma Elish cleaved not only his enemies but the very world itself. The sky, the earth. Everything within Iskandar's reality marble, Ionio Ihatiroi, crumbled and disintegrated under the devastating power of the rotating blade. By the power of command spell, return to me at once. Berserker. Having retreated to a safe distance, Mika used a command spell to summon Lancelot back to his side. While he had instructed Lancelot to buy him time, he had no intention of sacrificing him. Compelled by the command spell, Lancelot swiftly returned to Mika, his body bearing the scars of battle. He had sustained significant injuries while shielding Mika from Gilgamesh's relentless assault. Fortunately, Mika had summoned him back before he could be struck directly by Enuma Elish. Otherwise, his fate would have been uncertain. Go to Korea's side and let Merlin heal you. I'm not proficient in healing magic. Yes. With a brief acknowledgement, Lancelot vanished from Mika's side. This is a disaster. Standing atop the colossal gauntlet, surveying the scene below from the sky, Mika couldn't help but sigh. Under the destructive power of Enuma Elish, Ionio was on the verge of collapse. The once vast desert landscape had been torn asunder, the earth ripped apart like a fragile sheet of paper. The resulting chasms relentlessly consumed Iskandar's soldiers. The sky above, a testament to the reality Marble's imminent destruction, was riddled with cracks. Crack! With a resounding shatter, Mika's surroundings rapidly shifted. Soon, they found themselves back in the harbor. Behold, mongrels! This is the pinnacle of my glory. The unleashing of Enuma Elish had ceased. Gilgamesh, wielding the supreme noble phantasm, arrogantly pointed it towards the remaining combatants. Despite feeling resentment towards Gilgamesh's disdain, the others couldn't help but feel a lingering fear after witnessing the world-altering power he had just displayed. They had never seen anything like it. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, he truly is a formidable foe. This thought echoed through the minds of everyone present. Humph, as expected of mongrels. Seeing their silence, the contempt in Gilgamesh's eyes deepened. So, you exhausted your trump card, yet you failed to kill a single one of us. What have you achieved? Self-gratification? I imagine your master is currently fuming at home, cursing your incompetence. A playful voice echoed from the sky, drawing their attention upwards. High above, perched atop the gigantic gauntlet, Mika mocked Gilgamesh with a sly grin. Mongrel, what did you say? Mika's taunts easily ignited Gilgamesh's fury. He glared at Mika with unbridled rage. In an instant, the gate of Babylon activated once more. 64 noble phantasms emerged from the golden ripples, aimed directly at Mika. I'm saying that you're the mongrel, Gilgamesh, the demigod who is 2/3 god and 1/3 human. Mika remained unfazed by Gilgamesh's threats. He waved his hand dismissively, further fueling Gilgamesh's anger. I'll kill you, you mongrel. Consumed by rage, Gilgamesh swung Enuma Elish, intending to obliterate Mika. However, just as the noble phantasms behind him were about to launch, a flash of light streaked from behind Gilgamesh. It was Mika's gauntlet. Having been discarded after its shield had been destroyed, it had remained on the ground, unnoticed by Gilgamesh. After escaping, Mika had spotted the gauntlet near Gilgamesh and devised a plan. While Gilgamesh had been preoccupied with unleashing Enuma Elish, the gauntlet had stealthily maneuvered behind him. To prevent Gilgamesh from noticing its movements, Mika had deliberately provoked him, fueling his rage. Finally, the perfect opportunity had arrived. The gauntlet's sharp fingertips pierced Gilgamesh's right arm, severing it cleanly. What? The sudden surge of pain jolted Gilgamesh back to reality. He looked down at his injured arm in disbelief. The blood-stained gauntlet, clutching his precious Enuma Elish, was rapidly ascending into the sky. Wait! That's my treasure! He instinctively reached out with his left hand, but his efforts were futile. Seeing Gilgamesh's vulnerability, Matou immediately ordered Lancelot to attack. He yearned to see the servant who had killed Tokiomi Tosaka defeated. However, Tokiomi Tosaka was no fool. After witnessing Iskandar's Ionio consume all the nearby servants, he had instructed Kaire Kotomine to redeploy assassin and monitor the surrounding area, anticipating their return. When Kaire informed him of Gilgamesh's predicament, he acted swiftly, utilizing a command spell. By the power of command spell, return to me at once. Archer. Compelled by the command spell, Gilgamesh vanished without a trace. As expected of Tokiomi Tosaka. A decisive move indeed. Mika couldn't help but admire Tokiomi's quick thinking. After witnessing the devastating power of Enuma Elish within Ionio, the remaining masters and servants were wary of Gilgamesh and had formed a tacit alliance. If Tokiomi had hesitated any longer, Gilgamesh might not have escaped. But now it's my turn to run. Mika thought to himself, clutching Enuma Elish tightly. Ultimately, their fear stemmed from Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, Enuma Elish. But now, it was in Mika's possession. All eyes were now on him. It seems tonight's festivities have come to an end. We caused quite a commotion, but ultimately gained nothing. How disappointing. Let's go, Merlin. Mika chuckled, looking down at the remaining participants. Coming. Merlin, who had discreetly positioned himself nearby, raised his staff. Enveloped in a shower of pink petals, Mika and Merlin vanished into the night. Chapter 74 Mika the Collector of Noble Phantasms. After you left, Lancelot attacked Artoria. Seeing this, Diarmuid's master ordered him to take Artoria's head. Naturally, Diarmuid refused. Not only had they just fought side by side, but his knightly honor forbade him from taking advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state. So, Diarmuid's master used a command spell. However, in the end, Iskandar intervened and stopped the fight. Gabriel excitedly recounted the events that transpired after Mika and Merlin's departure, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was truly spectacular, Mika. Gabriel was deeply fascinated by this clash of legendary heroes. Therefore, she had used her magic to observe the entire battle. For a goddess like Gabriel, Yahweh, who had grown bored with the monotony of eternity, this unique and captivating battle royale was a welcome distraction. In her opinion, it was far more entertaining than the war games of Orario. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mika replied with a gentle smile, watching Gabriel's animated retelling. He then pondered the information she had shared. No deviations, hey? It seems everything is still unfolding according to the original story. But then again, considering their personalities and actions, such an outcome was inevitable. Lancelot's obsessive rampage fueled by his devotion to Artoria. Kenneth's rigid adherence to magecraft principles. Iskandar's unwavering pursuit of his kingly ideals. With these three clashing personalities, there was little room for unexpected deviations. Shaking his head, Mika shifted his gaze to the Ea, the sword of rupture, held aloft by his gauntlets. This supreme noble phantasm was his greatest prize from the night's events. Or rather, the greatest reward from this entire journey across worlds. Mika had previously stated his disinterest in the Holy Grail War's victor and the ultimate fate of the Holy Grail. Those were not lies. His true objective was to acquire the servant's noble phantasms. With the ability of his calamity wings, Mika could claim these powerful weapons for himself, further enhancing his own strength. I never imagined I would obtain EA so easily. Although the process wasn't exactly effortless, considering EA's immense value, it almost feels like a steal. How long would it take to create a weapon of EA's caliber using only Nen? At that moment, Mika felt immense pride in his past decisions. However, mastering it completely will take some time, he thought, sensing EA's resistance to his attempts at Nen conversion. Perhaps due to its unique nature, transforming EA wasn't as straightforward as he had anticipated. It would require a more gradual and meticulous process. Fortunately, Gilgamesh's EA doesn't possess the same master recognition as Artoria's Avalon. Otherwise, I would be truly at a loss. To enhance the effectiveness of his Nen conversion ability, Mika had imposed a specific limitation: he couldn't convert weapons that were bound to a specific master. Avalon was such a weapon. Without Artoria's magical energy, it was unusable. Therefore, Mika hadn't even considered targeting it. EA, on the other hand, had always been his primary objective. Of course, besides EA, Mika was also considering the other prototypes within Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. For someone who could now simultaneously control 6 gauntlets, having an ample arsenal was crucial. So, Mika, what are your plans now? Melly asked curiously, taking a seat beside him. Plans? To be honest, I don't have anything specific in mind at the moment, Mika replied with a relaxed smile, leaning back on the sofa. My primary goal in this Holy Grail War was to acquire a few noble phantasms, and I managed to accomplish that last night. If I had to choose something, I suppose I'd like to study the Holy Grail and see if I can obtain the third magic, Heaven's Feel. Heaven's Feel. Gabriel fell silent, pondering Mika's words. As Mika's knowledge-based cheat, she had been diligently researching the third magic, Heaven's Feel, which formed the core of the Holy Grail, since their arrival in Fuyaki City. However, her progress had been limited. As one of the 5 most powerful mage crafts in this world, true magic surpassed even the authority of gods, placing it among the most potent forces in existence. Therefore, despite being a goddess from another world, Even Gabriel, Yahweh, struggled to unravel its secrets. She required more knowledge of magecraft. Sensing Gabriel's disappointment, Mika reached out and gently patted her head. Don't worry. Although true magic is incredibly profound, I believe you'll eventually succeed. Yes, I'll do my best. Encouraged by Mika's words, Gabriel regained her spirits and returned to her underground workshop, determined to continue her research into the mysteries of true magic. It seems Gabriel is quite engrossed in her studies, Melly observed with a chuckle. Mika nodded in agreement. For the gods of Danmachi, boredom was their greatest fear. Having grown weary of their monotonous existence, they sought novelty and excitement. For Gabriel, the challenge of unraveling the secrets of true magic, despite her ability to instantly absorb knowledge, provided a stimulating and engaging pursuit. There are 5 types of true magic in this world. We can have Gabriel research them all in due time, Mika mused with a smile. Oh? Planning to reap the benefits without lifting a finger? Melly teased, her eyes twinkling with amusement. They exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Melly's teasing stemmed from the unique characteristic of magecraft and true magic in the Type Moon universe, their ability to be inherited. For instance, Ayako Aozaki, a renowned magus, had inherited her true magic from her grandfather through a magic crest. And Gabriel had already deciphered the secrets of magic crest inheritance. After all, Gabriel's current body was constructed using Nen, and magic crest inheritance typically required a blood connection. Therefore, Gabriel had established her own body as the origin of a magic crest, inscribing her research on magecraft and true magic within it. This allowed her to transfer the crest to anyone without the need for a blood relation. After all, Gabriel's body lacked any bloodline to begin with. Through this method, once Gabriel successfully researched a particular true magic, she could transfer it to Mika, Melly, or Ermid through a magic crest. For example, the energy conversion formula currently inscribed within Mika's magic crest had been transferred to him by Gabriel using this method. As expected of you, Mika remarked with admiration. This is the Holy Grail War. Emiya Kiritsugu sat slumped in his chair, cigarette dangling from his lips, listening to Irisveel's contemplative remark. The 4 of them, Kiritsugu, Irisveel, Mihisa, and Artoria, were gathered in the conference room. As they recounted the events they had just witnessed, a sense of dread washed over them. The scene of the world being split asunder was truly unbelievable. No, even for the Holy Grail War, that was too much. It was completely beyond the norm. Artoria argued, refusing to be labeled weak by her master. However, this significantly weakens the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. After all, his most powerful noble phantasm has been taken. With the full reveal of his noble phantasm, Gilgamesh's true identity had been deduced by all the masters. Regardless, this is a fortunate turn of events for us. Therefore, our initial target remains unchanged, Lancer. Our top priority is to defeat Lancer, retrieve Saber's lost arm, and unlock her noble phantasm. Kiritsugu raised his head and spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Master. I will defeat Lancer, Artoria responded with unwavering determination, recalling her promise to the blue-haired Lancer. Observing Artoria's solemn expression, Kiritsugu remained silent, lowering his head once more. Irisveel, however, instantly understood her husband's thoughts. He had already formulated a plan but chose not to divulge it to Artoria. Mia and I will continue to operate independently. Saber, you will remain with Irisveel and ensure her safety. Understood, Kiritsugu. Yes, Master. Since this strategy had been established before they even entered Fuyaki City, Artoria raised no objections. With that, Kiritsugu and Mia gathered their equipment and headed out. We'll use the plan we prepared for Kenneth. Now. Understood. With just a few words, the two, who had long been partners in combat, finalized their strategy and departed from the Einsborn Castle on the outskirts of Fuyaki City in a car. Hyatt Hotel. On the top floor, the 32nd floor, the prodigy of the clock tower, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, surveyed the landscape below. We must eliminate Archer and Ryder as quickly as possible, Kenneth muttered to himself. Having witnessed the devastating power of Gilgamesh and Iskandar's noble phantasms firsthand, he had made a decisive judgment. In a one-on-one battle, Dire Muid stood no chance against either of them. Their noble phantasms were simply too powerful. Without eliminating them, Kenneth believed victory was impossible. He might not even be able to defeat Castor's team. Bam! Kenneth slammed his fist against the glass window in frustration. My apologies, Master. It was my fault for angering you. However, I swear to you, I will take Saber's head. Mistaking Kenneth's anger for his earlier defiance in refusing to kill Artoria, Diarmuid knelt on one knee, his voice filled with remorse. That's not what I'm talking about. Of course, that incident played a part. But my primary concern now is Archer and Ryder. Diarmuid instantly understood Kenneth's reasoning. However, he remained silent, unable to offer any rebuttal. After all, his own lack of power was the root cause of their predicament. While Diarmuid was confident in his abilities, he couldn't deny that Archer and Ryder were superior to him. Observing the two men, especially Diarmuid's downcast and guilt-ridden expression, Sola Uinuidari Sophia Ri, Kenneth's fiancée, felt her heart ache. She harbored deep affection for Diarmuid. As Kenneth's fiancée and the object of his affections, Sola Ui's role in the Holy Grail War was to provide magical energy to their servant. Kenneth, the prodigy of the Clock Tower, was not without merit. A genius in his own right, he had managed to divide the command spell system developed by Zook and Matou. Through his modifications, the command spell system and the magical energy supply system were separated, each inherited by a different individual. Sola Ui was tasked with providing the magical energy. Unlike Kenneth's genuine love for her, Sola Ui did not reciprocate his feelings. Instead, she had fallen deeply in love with Diarmuid, the summoned servant. This love was not a result of Diarmuid's love spot birthmark. It stemmed from her genuine admiration and affection for him. She had willingly given her heart to Diarmuid. Therefore, witnessing his guilt and self-blame pained her deeply. Just as she was about to speak, the phone in the living room rang. Kenneth answered the call. Hello? What is it? What? A fire. I understand. After hanging up, a sinister smile spread across Kenneth's face. It seems we have company. This fire is likely a diversion, a means to evacuate the surrounding area. Now, I can finally vent my frustrations. Kenneth had absolute confidence in his defenses. He had rented the entire 32nd floor, the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel, and transformed it into a fortified workshop. Within this single floor, Kenneth had meticulously constructed 24 layers of bounded fields, powered by 3 magical reactors, and summoned dozens of familiars to serve as guard dogs. Furthermore, he had spared no expense in setting elaborate traps, even transforming a portion of the space into a pocket dimension. As long as the battle remained within this fortified floor, Kenneth was certain of victory. Lancer, descend to the lower floors and intercept the enemy. Don't let them escape. Understood. You want me to cut off their retreat and force them onto this floor? Precisely. Kenneth smiled confidently, his gaze fixed on Diarmuid. Whoa! Walking through the Hyatt Hotel's lobby, Emi Yakiritsugu paused, listening to the cries of children and the panicked voices of adults fleeing the building. However, he quickly resumed his advance. Scanning the crowd, searching for a familiar figure, Kiritsugu paced back and forth. Upon hearing the hotel manager frantically searching for Kenneth, a subtle smirk played on his lips. I'm here. He impersonated Kenneth, responding to the manager's calls. After ensuring the evacuation was proceeding smoothly, he picked up the phone and calmly spoke. I'm ready. As am I. Then let's begin. After sending a text message containing a few lines of code, Kiritsugu turned and walked away. The next moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air as the entire Hyatt Hotel was engulfed in a massive explosion. The orchestrator of this devastating blast didn't even bother to look back. Chapter 75 Gilgamesh's Wrath. Nuclear Night in Fuyuki. Tosaka Residence. We must retrieve EA. Tosaka Tokyomi declared, his voice filled with urgency as he addressed Gilgamesh and Kaire Koto Mine. His servant's most powerful noble phantasm had been stolen? Tokyomi hadn't even considered such a possibility. He believed that from the moment Gilgamesh was summoned, victory was a foregone conclusion. Yet, reality had proven him wrong. The typically composed and elegant Tokyomi was now visibly agitated. Those two were undoubtedly a master and servant pair. I witnessed him recall that mad dog with my own eyes, Gilgamesh stated calmly, his hands resting beneath his chin. Despite the loss of EA, Gilgamesh remained surprisingly unfazed. While EA was undoubtedly the most powerful noble phantasm within his treasury, it was just one among many. It held far less significance to him than Enkiju, the chains of heaven. However, as a king who upheld his own laws, Gilgamesh would undoubtedly deliver judgment upon those who dared to steal his treasures. Despite the humiliation he suffered in the previous battle, Gilgamesh couldn't help but admire the audacity of those who dared to challenge him. However, this admiration didn't diminish his resolve to punish them. They were a true master and servant pair? Then Korea was merely a decoy? But who is Merlin's master? Tokiomi's mind raced, considering various possibilities. He realized that the Matou family might already be decimated. So, Berserker and Castor are allies and reside within the Matou household, Kaire Kotomine added. That appears to be the case. It seems our next target should be the Matou, Gilgamesh concluded, leaning back against the sofa and instinctively touching his arm. The wound where his arm had been severed had been healed, but a phantom pain lingered. It served as a constant reminder, urging him to seek revenge. Next time, I won't be as merciful, Gilgamesh vowed, his crimson eyes gleaming with a cold determination as he gazed out into the darkness. Boom! A deafening explosion jolted Mika awake. Pulling back the curtains, he saw the fiery glow illuminating the night sky. He knew instantly that the Hyatt Hotel had been demolished by Kiritsugu Emiya. Such madness, Kiritsugu Emiya, Mika muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. The destructive power of a Magus killer, unbound by conventional rules, was truly astounding. While magi themselves existed outside the realm of ordinary rules, they still adhered to their own code of conduct. Kiritsugu Emiya, however, was unconstrained by any such limitations. His actions were often unpredictable and audacious. Kenneth, a prodigy of the clock tower, had poured considerable effort and ingenuity into constructing his workshop. It was his greatest advantage. Kiritsugu understood that confronting Kenneth within his workshop would be a futile endeavor. Therefore, he chose to eliminate the workshop entirely. The workshop, situated on the 32nd floor of the Hyatt Hotel, would cease to function if the floor itself was destroyed. Compared to the arduous task of infiltrating the workshop, demolishing the entire building was a far more efficient solution. Truly audacious, Kiritsugu Emiya, Mika mused before drawing the curtains closed and returning to sleep. The events unfolding had no bearing on him. After obtaining a sense of complacency had settled over him. What would Sakura like? Big sister will buy it for you. Ermid asked with a gentle smile, holding Sakura's hand. Mika, Melly, Ermid and Sakura were strolling through the shopping mall, browsing various clothing stores and snack shops. Seeing Sakura's mental state gradually improving after the harrowing ordeal she had endured, Ermid decided to take her out for a day of fun. Before leaving, she had consulted Mika to ensure it was safe. Mika readily agreed. He believed that Fuyaki City was relatively safe during the day. Apart from Kiritsugu Emiya, who was known to use a sniper rifle in broad daylight, the other masters were unlikely to launch an attack during the day. As for Kiritsugu Emiya, knowing the danger he posed, Mika had requested Gabriel to create an tool capable of tracking individuals' locations. Since their encounter the previous night, Kiritsugu's movements had been under Mika's constant surveillance. Perhaps due to the fundamentally different nature of Nen compared to magecraft, the Einsburns remained oblivious to their tracking. Under Mika's watchful eye, Kiritsugu was nowhere near their current location. I want this. All right, all right, all right. Standing to the side, Mika and Merlin watched Ermid and Sakura with amusement. It's rare to see Ermid like this, Merlin commented. I've hardly ever seen her so carefree, Melly agreed. Unlike Mika, who had known Ermid since childhood, Melly had only recently joined their group and didn't know her as well. But are we sure this is wise? Merlin asked, his tone turning serious. Considering yesterday's events, we might be targeted. Is it truly safe to be out in the open like this? No problem. Mika replied confidently. We're not like those fragile masters. We can react swiftly to any surprise attack. Don't forget, we can summon our servants at any moment using our command spells. As he spoke, Mika raised his arm, revealing the 3 command spells on the back of his hand. This was an unusual phenomenon. After all, Mika had used 2 command spells during the previous night's battle. Yet, he still possessed 3. The reason for this was Gabriel's breakthrough in deciphering the Holy Grail system. While her research on the Greater Grail fragment within the Holy Grail hadn't yielded any significant magical advancements, she had managed to completely unravel the workings of the Holy Grail's auxiliary systems. In particular, the command spell system provided by the Matou family. With his connection to the Holy Grail through his body, Mika could now replenish his command spells daily. If it weren't for the limitation of only possessing 3 command spells at a time, Mika's entire arm would likely be covered in them. Despite our advantages, we mustn't let our guard down, Mika said, his gaze shifting towards the horizon. Tonight. I have a feeling something is going to happen. Tonight? Melly asked, surprised. Yes, Mika replied, his voice filled with certainty. Night, Matou residence. Mika, Melly, and Merlin sat around a table in the main hall, playing cards and filling the room with laughter. Despite anticipating a surprise attack that night, the well-prepared trio couldn't help but feel a tinge of boredom as they waited for their opponents to arrive. So, they decided to pass the time with a friendly game of cards. Suddenly, everyone froze mid-action. A bounded field to ward off intruders. It seems our enemies have finally arrived. Tossing their cards onto the table, Mika and the others adopted a more serious demeanor. The only ones who would attack them at this hour were Tokiomi Tosaka and Gilgamesh. Perhaps accompanied by Kaire Kotomine and Hassan I Sabaha. Mika reached out, and a magnificent sword materialized in his hand. It was one of the noble phantasms he had snatched during Gilgamesh's barrage of attacks. Durndal, the sword of the paladin Roland. Swinging the blade, Mika felt its exceptional sharpness and couldn't help but chuckle. We're ready. Now we just need to figure out where Gilgamesh and his companions will attack from. Is everything prepared? Understood. After receiving confirmation from Kaire Kotomine, Tokiomi Tosaka respectfully addressed Gilgamesh, who sat upon a throne nearby. Your Majesty, Kaire has completed the preparations. The residents near the Matou residence have been evacuated using the dispersal of the commoner's spell. We are now free to attack. Is that so? Everything is ready. Gilgamesh shifted his gaze from the clouds in the sky and rested his head on his hand. Then let the annihilation begin. High above the Matou residence, nearly a kilometer in the air, Gilgamesh sat within the golden Vimana and commanded, Vimana, fire. Following his order, countless golden projectiles rained down from the Vimana's underbelly, hurtling towards the Matou residence. Something's wrong. Mika clutched his head, his expression grim. His danger sense was blaring in his mind, growing increasingly urgent and intense. Where is this sense of danger coming from? The sky. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Gilgamesh possessed the Vimana within his treasury. And that flying vessel from Hindu mythology was equipped with ancient nuclear warheads. Damn it, is he serious? Realizing the truth, Mika couldn't help but curse. While the Holy Grail War was indeed a war, resorting to nuclear weapons was beyond the pale. Merlin. Gilgamesh is launching nuclear warheads from the Vimana. Mika's frantic cry jolted everyone to their feet. Nuclear weapons. Anyone living in modern society knew of their devastating power. They were the most destructive weapons ever created by humanity. Is that so? Without hesitation, Merlin raised his staff and activated his noble phantasm. Garden of Avalon. Just as the ancient nuclear warheads descended from the sky, Merlin's noble phantasm manifested. A vibrant garden filled with blooming flowers appeared before them. And at its center stood a magnificent tower. This was Merlin's noble phantasm, his reality marble. As the Garden of Avalon enveloped the area, the descending nuclear warheads transformed into harmless flowers upon entering its domain. This noble phantasm could nullify any attack. It was Merlin's ultimate defense. Well done, Merlin. But we need to relocate. Despite Merlin's successful intervention, Mika remained vigilant. The previous battles had taught him to never underestimate Gilgamesh's power. In Mika's eyes, Gilgamesh was a vastly superior version of Shiro Emiya. The only difference was that Shiro Emiya lacked Gilgamesh's arrogance and pride. Gilgamesh's overconfidence often led to his downfall. However, when he was serious, he was undoubtedly the most formidable servant. He could potentially counter any servant if he chose to. We can't stay here. We'll become sitting ducks. We need to move. Mika declared, addressing the group. Nullified, you say? Gilgamesh chuckled softly as he observed the fireworks display below. He had launched numerous ancient nuclear warheads, targeting the entire area surrounding the Matou residence. The surrounding structures had been reduced to ash. Yet, the Matou residence at the epicenter of his attack remained unscathed. A reality marble, I see. Recognizing Merlin's handiwork, Gilgamesh launched another volley of noble phantasms. This time, in addition to weapons, he also included grimoires. Boom! As the reality marble shattered, Mika quickly led the group to safety. I knew it. Just as Gilgamesh had done when faced with Mika's seemingly indestructible shield, he had countered Merlin's reality marble, which was ultimately still a form of magecraft, by deploying noble phantasms with anti-magic properties. Recalling the noble phantasms Gilgamesh had just launched, Mika realized that the King of Heroes had become far more cautious. To ensure success, he had deployed multiple noble phantasms with different anti-magic effects, anticipating any potential countermeasures Merlin might employ. "Mika, the airship is still pursuing us," Melly reported, relaying information from her clairvoyance. "Good. That way, he won't destroy the Matou residence and leave us homeless," Mika replied. "Is that really our biggest concern right now?" Melly retorted. The Vimana above unleashed another barrage of ancient nuclear warheads. However, thanks to their swift evasion and defensive measures, Mika and his companions managed to avoid serious injury. "Damn it!" Rising from the ground, Mika declared, "We can't keep running. We need to take the fight to him." As he spoke, 3 gauntlets materialized beside him and rapidly expanded in size. "Merlin, Lancelot, and I will launch an aerial assault." "Agreed. It's been a long time since I've been so humiliated. It's time for revenge," Merlin said through gritted teeth, his face covered in soot. "Enhancements first." "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Merlin bestowed enhancements upon everyone present. "Ermid, Melly, be careful down here. If necessary, use your command spells to recall Merlin." Mika looked at the equally enhanced Ermid and Melly and issued a final warning. He knew they would be targeted by Kaire Kotomine and Hassan I Sabeh while on the ground. That's why he had Merlin enhance everyone beforehand. With Merlin's protection, they could withstand even Hassan's relentless assaults. After all, Hassan I Sabeh's strength diminished with each additional duplicate. "Don't worry. We're not weak. I believe in you." With that, Mika soared into the sky, propelled by the gauntlets. The upcoming battle would be fought in the air. Chapter 76 Beyond the Holy Grail. Dance of Blades and Magic. Standing atop the gigantic gauntlet, as large as a room, Mika felt the gentle breeze caress his face, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Battles against Gilgamesh were never easy. Without Merlin's enhancements and blessings, Mika knew he wouldn't stand a chance against the King of Heroes. The disparity in their power levels was simply too vast. However, this was the Holy Grail War, a battlefield where masters and servants fought side by side. With Merlin's support, Mika had a fighting chance against the arrogant king. Moreover, Merlin wasn't just a support mage. Watching the trails left by the noble phantasms fired from Vimana, the airborne fortress, Mika said with a resolute voice, "Merlin, clearing the path ahead is up to you. Rest assured, Mika. I promise to help you take revenge against the King of Heroes, and I will keep my word." Facing the incoming barrage of noble phantasms, Merlin extended his hand and unleashed a volley of magic blasts. Like flower petals, the pink projectiles soared towards Gilgamesh's attacks, colliding with them in a series of violent explosions. Compared to Medea, another caster-class servant, Merlin's magic blasts might lack raw power. However, his accuracy far surpassed hers. The pink blasts struck the noble phantasms, disrupting the magical energy propelling them forward. This caused the weapons to veer off course, harmlessly passing by Mika and his companions. "Humph, with the ever-reliable big brother Merlin by your side, you needn't worry about being hit by the King of Heroes' noble phantasms," Merlin declared proudly, hands on his hips, admiring his handiwork. As expected of the greatest magus, Merlin. Mika praised Merlin's skillful display. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon was a formidable threat, but with Merlin effectively countering it, Mika could focus on manipulating the gauntlet. "Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate." With that, the trio soared towards Vimana in the sky. This is truly a devastating sight. Standing atop a hill formed by rubble and debris, Melly surveyed the surrounding landscape with a sigh. The once bustling residential area had been reduced to ruins. The only structure still standing was the Matou mansion at the center of the devastation. The initial nuclear bombardment aimed at the Matou mansion had been skillfully diverted by Merlin using his noble phantasm. Although they encountered another wave of attacks during their escape, the epicenter of the explosions wasn't the mansion itself. The shockwaves alone couldn't penetrate the numerous protective barriers surrounding the Matou residence. Unlike Kanatha's magical workshop suspended in mid-air, the Matou mansion was firmly grounded. There was no way to target its foundation. Of course, another factor was that the ancient nuclear warheads launched by Vimana were less potent than modern nuclear weapons. Here, Please hold Sakura. Ermit handed Sakura to Korea Matou and approached Melly with a serious expression. Now's not the time for idle observations. Are you referring to the assassins? Despite their presence concealment, Ermit and Melly hadn't detected the assassins. However, they were getting too close. Thanks to non-detection abilities, everything within 100-meter radius was visible to them. They don't pose much of a threat to me. Melly said with a confident smirk, her arms crossed. So, are you going to come out, or are we going to have to drag you out? Hearing their conversation, the Hasanai Sabah assassins hiding nearby swiftly emerged from their hiding places, surrounding the four of them. You must be our targets. A voice chuckled from within the group of assassins. Indeed, since you came directly to the Matou residence, I assume you're aware that Korea Matou isn't the master of Berserker. Melly raised her fist, displaying the command spells on the back of her hand to the assassins. I am the one you seek, the master of Caster, Merlin. Seeing the command spells, the Hassans instantly became more cautious. They knew that Melly could summon her servant at any moment, forcing them to take her seriously. If your target is me, then let the battle commence. However, as a rule for this fight, you cannot harm them. Melly pointed towards Korea and Sakura. That child is the daughter of your master's former mentor, Tokiomi Tosaka. Surely you wouldn't harm her. And as compensation, I won't summon Merlin. How does that sound? You wish to fight us? A puzzled voice emerged from the group of Hassans. They couldn't comprehend such a proposition. After all, the gap between humans and servants was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Indeed. Ermid responded, brandishing her spear. We yearn to test our strength against a servant. However, the other servants are far too powerful. The Hassans are the only ones we stand a chance against. Melly added with a hint of mockery, so, are you willing to accept our challenge? Faced with her taunts, the Hassan standing in front of them gestured towards a path for Korea and Sakura. Go now, Korea Matou. Protect Sakura. Understood. Korea nodded solemnly and quickly left the area with Sakura in his arms. As they disappeared from sight, Ermid focused her attention on the surrounding Hassans. The 100-faced Hassan, I presume. She muttered to herself. After securing their participation in the Holy Grail War, Mika had discussed the possibility of Melly and Ermid leveling up with them. To achieve this significant milestone, they needed to defeat powerful opponents. Among the servants participating in this war, only the 100-faced Hassan, an assassin-class servant, presented a realistic opportunity for victory. As assassins, the Hassans possessed inherently weak base stats. Only the caster class could rival them in this regard. However, while casters could compensate for their physical limitations with magic, assassins relied on their assassination techniques. Unlike other Hassans, the 100-faced Hassan was more renowned for his information-gathering abilities than his assassination skills. His noble phantasm allowed him to create up to 80 duplicates of himself. However, each duplicate was significantly weaker than the original, as his power was divided among them. Therefore, the 100-faced Hassan was better suited for reconnaissance than assassination. But this was precisely why Ermit and Melly, enhanced by Merlin's magic, stood a chance against them. And this victory could be the key to their growth and evolution. Assassin, we will defeat you here and now. Ermit and Melly declared in unison, their gazes fixed on the surrounding Hassans, their voices filled with determination. Dash. Standing firmly on the colossal gauntlet, Mika gazed at the rapidly approaching Vimana, his grip tightening around his weapon. Thanks to Merlin's continuous interference, none of Gilgamesh's long-range noble phantasms had struck them. Each attack had been skillfully deflected, sending them astray. Without any further obstacles, the trio quickly neared their destination. However, just as they were about to board Vimana, the airship, which had remained stationary for so long, suddenly ascended, soaring higher into the sky. As Gilgamesh ascended, hundreds of golden arcs erupted from Vimana, hurtling towards them at incredible speed. He's actually maneuvering. Mika stared in disbelief as Gilgamesh expertly piloted Vimana, weaving through the air at impossible angles. The King of Heroes, known for his unwavering arrogance and tendency to stand his ground until the very end, was actually employing evasive tactics. Despite his boundless pride, you did manage to steal his noble phantasm and challenge his authority. It's no wonder he's not acting like his usual self. While that makes sense logically, it still feels strange to see the King of Heroes resorting to such tactics, Merlin commented, sharing Mika's surprise. Regardless, how are we supposed to get close to him now? Mika sighed in frustration, dodging the incoming noble phantasms while watching Vimana dance through the sky. Although he could propel the gauntlet forward at incredible speeds without regard for magical energy consumption, replicating Vimana's agility was impossible. This is going to be tricky. Even without testing it himself, Merlin was certain that Gilgamesh had deployed noble phantasms within Vimana that interfered with or resisted magic. This was to prevent Merlin from using his spatial teleportation magic. Merlin had a healthy respect for Gilgamesh's abilities. Once the King of Heroes got serious, he wouldn't leave any openings. What should we do now? Merlin sighed, mirroring Mika's frustration. They exchanged glances, both letting out a simultaneous groan of despair. Suddenly, 2 crimson streaks of light appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching Fuyaki City. Are those fighter jets? Mika and Merlin's eyes widened in surprise, then broke into grins. It seems fortune favors the bold. Merlin exclaimed smugly. Ha! With a powerful swing of her spear, Ermid deflected an incoming attack from a Hassan, sending the assassin flying backward. Without hesitation, she spun around and delivered a swift kick, propelling another Hassan through the air. But the assault didn't end there. 3 throwing knives hurtled towards her from unexpected angles. Occupied with fending off other Hassans, Ermid could only raise her left arm to intercept the projectiles. The knives embedded themselves in her arm muscles. However, thanks to her enhanced durability, they only penetrated superficially, the blades barely piercing her skin. But in that instant, Ermid's expression changed. As an enhancement-type non-user, she possessed an intimate understanding of her body. Although the effects hadn't fully manifested yet, she could clearly sense that she had been poisoned. Faced with the relentless onslaught of Hassans from all directions, Ermid continued to fight while chanting her healing spell. O flowing drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, I call upon the light to gather here. 365 melodies, the calendar of healing shall save all. Come forth, banish the evil. Bury the wounds, dispel the sickness, send curses to the other side, deliver the light's cardinal. In the name of the divine I shall heal. Dia Fratel. A brilliant light enveloped Ermid and Meli. Their wounds, inflicted by the Hassans, rapidly healed. Simultaneously, the poison coursing through their bodies was swiftly neutralized, disappearing without a trace. Thanks, Ermid. Meli shouted gratefully, feeling her strength return. Unlike Ermid, who was handling the situation with relative ease, Meli was struggling against the Hassan's coordinated attacks. Although Merlin's enhancements and blessings had granted them physical superiority over the individual duplicates of the 100-faced Hassan, their teamwork was exceptional. Their seamless cooperation effectively negated Ermid and Meli's physical advantage. As an enhancement-type non-user, Ermid's formidable close combat skills allowed her to remain relatively unscathed. However, Meli, accustomed to fighting under the protection of others, found herself in a precarious situation. Fu! Roar! Fu, who had been providing aerial support for Meli, briefly charged its energy before unleashing a concentrated blast of fire. The Hassan struck by the flames was instantly reduced to ashes. Good job, Fu. But let's avoid using that attack again. It consumes too much energy. Meli quickly cautioned, feeling the drain on her magical energy reserves. Without Gabriel's presence to facilitate magical energy conversion, Meli and Ermid didn't have access to Mika's seemingly limitless supply. After all, Mika was facing the primary threat. Parrying an incoming attack with her sword, Meli swiftly raised her staff and unleashed a magic blast. This was a combat tactic she had learned from Merlin, and it proved to be quite effective. Humph, forget all those fancy spells. A good old-fashioned magic blast is all you need. Meli chuckled, pleased with her successful ambush. Kiriya Matou sprinted through the streets, clutching Sakura tightly in his arms, desperately searching for a safe haven. Suddenly, he stopped at the entrance to a narrow alleyway. After a moment of hesitation, he gently placed Sakura down and said softly, Sakura, please hide here. Uncle will take care of the enemies ahead and come back for you. You must stay hidden, okay? Okay. Sakura nodded obediently. During her year at the Matou mansion, her mental fortitude had grown significantly, far surpassing that of her peers. She understood that obedience was her only option for now. Watching Sakura disappear into the alley, Kiriya slowly rose to his feet. As he turned to face the street, his expression hardened with determination. Tosaka Tokyo me. Even without seeing him, Korea could sense Tokyomi's presence. Although Ermid had healed the damage inflicted by Zukin's experiments, some of his progress in magecraft remained. For example, his activated and now skillfully controlled magic circuits, along with some basic magical knowledge. Glancing at the aerial battle above, Korea realized that Tokyomi was also alone. A faint smirk touched his lips. He began to walk towards the street, his steps measured and resolute. "Thank you for your enhancements and blessings, Sage Merlin. You have granted me the opportunity for revenge." Clutching his magically enhanced fists, Korea Matou muttered these words with a chilling smile. Chapter 77 Battle in the Sky. Holy Grail War intensifies. Above Fuyaki City, 2 fighter jets soared through the pitch-black sky. Responding to headquarters orders, the U.S. Air Force stationed in Japan had dispatched these jets to investigate reports of a suspected high-powered missile attack within Fuyaki City. Confirmed signs of missile impact on the ground in Fuyaki City. Unidentified flying objects detected in the airspace. Approaching rapidly for reconnaissance. As the pilots exchanged information and relayed updates to headquarters, a sudden, jarring sound echoed from the top of both aircraft. It was as if something had struck them from above. Just as they began to check their instruments for damage and potential attacks, the electronic systems in both jets abruptly shut down. The pilots lost all control. What's going on? Trapped within their malfunctioning aircraft, the 2 pilots cried out in alarm. It's a tie. Standing atop one of the fighter jets, Mika observed Lancelot perched on the other, comparing their respective speeds and transforming the aircraft. Perhaps due to the complete lack of resistance modern technology offered against Nin, the Nin transformation and the Knight's barehanded transformation proved equally efficient in commandeering the fighter jets. Feeling the aircraft gradually yield to his control under the influence of his Nin, Mika erupted in triumphant laughter. "This is incredible." The fierce whines whipped at his hair and clothes, but he remained unfazed. "Let's send a little greeting." With a mischievous grin, Mika locked onto the distant Vimana and launched the fighter jet's missiles, aiming directly for Gilgamesh's airborne fortress. Whoosh! 2 missiles shot out from the jet's payload, hurtling towards their target. Simultaneously, Lancelot's fighter jet unleashed its own volley of missiles. 4 projectiles sliced through the air, converging on the golden arc of Vimana in the sky. "Humph, so you've seized the opportunity, have you?" Gilgamesh frowned slightly as he observed Mika and Lancelot piloting the fighter jets towards him. However, his expression quickly softened, replaced by a hint of amusement. "Things are becoming quite interesting." "Very well, then. Let this king entertain you." Gate of Babylon. With a flick of his wrist, Gilgamesh unleashed a barrage of gleaming noble phantasms. Missiles and treasures collided in mid-air, erupting in a series of violent explosions. However, amidst the fiery chaos, dozens of golden noble phantasms pierced through the shockwaves, continuing their relentless pursuit of Mika and Lancelot's fighter jets. Merlin. Coming right up. Dozens of pink magic blasts intercepted the golden projectiles, engaging in a fierce aerial duel. Maneuvering their fighter jets, Mika and Lancelot relentlessly pursued Gilgamesh's Vimana, desperately trying to close the distance. Merlin. Don't just defend. Attack. Fire at will. Yes, yes, yes. Waving his staff, Merlin gathered his magical energy, then declared, "Here comes the big one." In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of magic erupted from Merlin. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of magic blasts shot out in every direction, weaving a chaotic tapestry of destruction, all aimed at Gilgamesh's Vimana. "Damn, pushing your luck, are you?" Gilgamesh swiftly maneuvered the Vimana, diving towards the ground. With his supersonic speed, he quickly reached a dangerously low altitude. However, instead of crashing, he executed a daring maneuver, pulling the Vimana into a sharp climb, soaring back towards the sky. Through a series of skillful maneuvers, Gilgamesh effectively neutralized the incoming magic blasts, redirecting them into a concentrated stream aimed directly at the Vimana. Just then, a massive shield materialized before the Vimana, absorbing the full force of the magical onslaught. Impressive piloting skills. Or should I say, flying skills. Mika couldn't help but express his admiration for Gilgamesh's aerial prowess. It seemed the king had quite a bit of experience behind the wheel, or rather, the controls. "Well, we can't be left behind, can we?" With that, Mika put his gaming skills to the test, expertly maneuvering the fighter jet in pursuit of the elusive Vimana. "Damn it! A Hassan of the 100 Faces roared in frustration, hurling his daggers with all his might. To ensure Gilgamesh's success, Kyarei Kotomine had deployed all the Hassans under his command. For them, any sacrifice was worth it if it meant eliminating Castor's master. According to Tokiomi Tosaka, while Mika, Berserker's master, was undeniably strong, he relied heavily on Merlin's enhancements and protection. Without Merlin, he was nothing more than a skilled close combatant, posing little threat. Therefore, excluding the dozen Hassans who had perished under Iskandar's noble phantasm the previous night, the remaining 60-odd Hassans had been dispatched to this location. Facing Ermid and Meli, who were unprotected by a servant, they had been confident of victory. However, things hadn't gone as planned. Of the original 60-plus Hassans, only 30 remained. Under normal circumstances, even with such heavy losses, their unwavering determination wouldn't waver. Yet, despair had crept into their hearts. The reason for their despair was the terrifying regenerative abilities of their opponents. According to this particular Hassan's calculations, the injuries they had inflicted on the two women were enough to kill them over 100 times over. Poison, ambushes, overwhelming numbers. The Hassans had employed every assassination technique honed to perfection throughout their lifetimes, repeatedly killing their targets. But no matter the severity of the wounds, they always healed rapidly. Even the woman with the gun had her arm severed, yet she simply reattached it, muttered something about enhancement, and the limb was restored. This seemingly invincible resilience had driven the Hassans to the brink of collapse. While they still maintained a numerical advantage, they knew that continuing this futile struggle would only lead to their inevitable defeat. Ha! Ermid forced back the surrounding enemies, creating a momentary reprieve. She let out a sigh of exhaustion. Her clothes, along with Meli's, were torn and tattered, stained with blood and riddled with cuts. While Mika's wounds had healed, the blood that had been spilled wouldn't return. This gave them a grim, battle-worn appearance. Despite their injuries, their spirits remained high. For they had caught a glimpse of victory on the horizon. Under the protection of the healing spell Diafratel, Ermid and Meli continuously healed their wounds, replenished their stamina, and purged any lingering toxins. The 100-faced Hassan, renowned in the underworld for his deadly assassination techniques, was now completely outmatched. This was something neither of them had anticipated. Ermid thrust her spear forward, piercing through an enemy's body, then swung the shaft, sending him and several surrounding Hassans flying. She sensed the caution and growing panic among the assassins around her. In this relentless battle, after enduring hundreds of cuts and wounds, Ermid had finally awakened the ultimate technique of the Demon Slayer world, Transparent World. While it was merely the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Demon Slayer world, it was an invaluable asset in this situation. This heightened sense of perception, allowing her to see through everything, enabled Ermid to navigate the Hassan's relentless attacks with increasing ease. She had finally gained the upper hand. Damn it! Why hasn't Master Kyarei responded yet? One of the Hassans cried out in frustration, observing Ermid's growing strength. Tokiomi Tosaka hadn't included Kyarei Kotomine in this operation, instead tasking him with continuing his intelligence gathering from the rear. In Tokiomi's eyes, Kyarei was merely a disciple who had only practiced magecraft for 3 years. He trusted his own abilities far more than Kyarei's. However, Kyarei, who was supposed to be responsible for communication, had vanished without a trace. No messages had been received. Therefore, lacking orders to retreat, the Hassans continued their futile struggle. After all, for assassins, their master's commands were absolute. This particular assassin would never have guessed that their master was currently outside the Einsborn castle, pursuing Kiritsugu Emiya. Ha! Meli suddenly appeared before a Hassan caught in her illusion and swiftly ended his life. Unlike Ermid, a pure martial artist, Meli, as a magus, naturally relied on magic in combat. However, the relentless close-quarters attacks of the Hassans had repeatedly interrupted her spell casting, forcing her to abandon her attempts and endure significant injuries. But as the battle progressed, Meli's movements became increasingly refined. After all, before delving into the world of magic, she had undergone countless trials within the dungeon. During the fight, Meli seamlessly integrated the magic she had learned in this world into her combat techniques, honing her skills. In the ensuing clashes, Meli's primary weapon became illusion magic. Utilizing her inherent ability to manipulate dreams, she quickly mastered Merlin's illusionary techniques. As individuals from different worlds sharing similar abilities, Meli's progress was remarkably swift. As the battle raged on, the Hassans surrounding Meli could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. Finally, Meli shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one. Damn it! Are we destined to fight to the bitter end? Unable to contact Kaire Koto Mine, the Hassans attempted to reach Tokiomi Tosaka, the mastermind behind this operation. However, they couldn't establish contact with him either. What's going on? The Hassans looked towards the heavens, their voices filled with confusion and despair. Unlike Kaire Koto Mine, who was currently searching for a certain someone of great importance, Tokiomi Tosaka, always maintaining an air of elegance, wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. However, he was indeed currently incapable of communication. Because he was being pummeled. And his assailant was none other than Kariya Matou. Upon sensing Tokiomi's presence, Kariya had swiftly given chase. As the commander of this operation, after finalizing their strategy, Tokiomi had requested permission from Gilgamesh to descend to the ground, intending to personally eliminate Castor's master. He also hoped to find any trace of his daughter. While formulating the battle plan, he had already foreseen this moment, foreseen his daughter's demise. However, after achieving victory, the cold, calculating magus within him had faded, replaced by the overwhelming grief of a father. He desperately wanted to search for her, even if victory hadn't yet been secured. He evaded it. While I anticipated this possibility, the probability was extremely low. As Tokiomi pondered his next move, Kariya Matou suddenly appeared before him. Kariya Matou? I never expected you, who abandoned the path of magecraft, to return to the Matou family and become an accomplice in Zukin's murder, helping them conceal the truth. What are you thinking? I merely wish to save Sakura. Sakura? She's with you. Hand her over. Tokiomi's voice boomed with authority, realizing from Kariya's words that Sakura was in his possession. Hand her over? When your servant launched an aerial assault on the Matou residence, you already considered her dead, didn't you? Stop pretending, you cold-hearted bastard. For Sakura and Aoi, I will kill you. No longer interested in further dialogue, Kariya charged forward, his enhanced arm raised high. Underestimating Kariya's strength, Tokiomi hadn't noticed his approach during their conversation. Caught off guard, Tokiomi was struck with devastating force, sent sprawling across the ground. Pressing his advantage, Kariya lunged forward once more. Just then, Tokiomi hurled a jewel towards him. The jewel activated in midair, erupting in a fiery explosion that engulfed the surrounding area. You despicable cur! Tokiomi's voice dripped with venom, his hand trembling as blood trickled from his lips. Empowered by Merlin's enhancements, Kariya's punch had been powerful enough to shatter steel. Let alone a human body. Tokiomi's chest was visibly caved in. Despicable? Against a cold-blooded monster like you, any tactic is justified. Kariya emerged from the flames unscathed, his voice cold and resolute. Under Merlin's enhancements and protection, Kariya's abilities had significantly increased. However, maintaining this enhanced state required his own magical energy. Unlike Mika, he didn't have Merlin constantly maintaining the magical effects. But Kariya's experience with magecraft was limited, and his magical energy reserves were far from plentiful. Defending against Tokiomi's jewel attack had depleted a significant portion of his magical energy. If he were to endure another attack of that magnitude, his enhancements would likely vanish. I can't give him another opportunity. This must end quickly. With newfound determination, Kariya's gaze sharpened. The final showdown between Kariya Matou and Tokiomi Tosaka, two sworn enemies, had finally begun. Chapter 78 Gilgamesh Obsession with EA. Final confrontation draws near. High above Fuyuki City. Standing steadily on his fighter jet, Mika skillfully maneuvered the transformed aircraft, engaging in a relentless aerial pursuit with Gilgamesh's Vimana. As the target of the chase, Gilgamesh unleashed a near-constant barrage of noble phantasms. However, for Mika's side, the true source of firepower wasn't the missiles mounted on the fighter jet but Merlin's magic cannons. After all, the fighter jet's missile supply was finite, whereas Merlin's magical energy was practically limitless. Currently, Gabriel clung to Mika's shoulder, invisible to the naked eye, silently converting magical energy. As the intensity of the battle escalated and Mika, Merlin, and Lancelot continuously expended their magical power, Gabriel, who once passively provided magical energy just by being near Mika, now had to focus all her attention on the task of magical conversion. This can't go on. We need to find a way to break the stalemate, Mika said, turning to Merlin. After losing EA, Gilgamesh clearly had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. He intended to fully utilize the versatility of the Gate of Babylon to overcome the combined might of Mika, Merlin, and Lancelot. Gilgamesh is employing guerrilla tactics. He retreats whenever we pursue. If we don't pursue, he could carpet bomb us at any moment. We can't constantly be on the defensive, can we? There's a saying, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but not guard against a thief for 1,000 days. That's why he's practically invincible when he's serious, Merlin sighed, shaking his head. As a precaution, Gilgamesh's Vimana was equipped with numerous anti-magic noble phantasms. He currently had no effective countermeasures. Seeing Merlin's helplessness, Mika turned his gaze back towards the rapidly advancing Vimana, lost in thought. He began to recall everything he knew about Gilgamesh, searching for a way to break the deadlock. In the end, he could only come up with one desperate solution. Exploit his pride. It was well known that Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, possessed an extraordinary level of pride and ego. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, his arrogance had ultimately led to his downfall. Gilgamesh had an absolute obsession with his treasures. If he willingly discarded something, it was of no consequence. However, if something was taken from him, he would relentlessly seek to reclaim it. Gilgamesh is extremely cautious right now. Ordinary weapons might not lure him back, but what about this? Mika glanced at his right hand, where the gauntlet holding EA floated beside him, constantly maintained in its non-transformed state. The conversion of EA was still incomplete. This was due not only to EA's exceptional quality but also to Gilgamesh's interference through the Gate of Babylon's control over all weapons. It was a known fact that the Gate of Babylon held dominion over all the weapons stored within it. Therefore, any noble phantasm it launched could be automatically retrieved. This applied to EA as well. As for the other noble phantasms Mika had converted, due to their lower quality, the non-transformation had been completed swiftly, severing their connection to the Gate of Babylon. It was precisely because of Gilgamesh's interference through the Gate of Babylon that Mika's conversion of EA had stalled. According to Gabriel's calculations, unless Mika could somehow eliminate Gilgamesh, he would never fully possess EA. In that case, it might be worth using it as bait to lure Gilgamesh back. Mika raised his hand and beckoned the gauntlet holding EA towards him. Release the non-transformation. With a command, the partially transformed EA swiftly reverted to its original form, retaining only the most basic non-interference that prevented Gilgamesh from recalling it. Looking at the glorious noble phantasm floating before him, Mika chuckled softly. Now, what will you do, King of Heroes? Inside the Vimana, Gilgamesh, expertly maneuvering his aircraft through complex aerial stunts, wore a smug grin. Despite losing EA, he still believed himself to be the strongest participant in the Holy Grail War. And the inevitable victor. He simply prioritized strategy over brute force at the moment. The hit-and-run tactics he was currently employing were proving quite effective. He relished the feeling of toying with his opponents. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he sensed a familiar connection. Damn it! They're trying to bait me. He felt the state of EA, linked to the Gate of Babylon, and his fury surged. He could clearly sense that they had loosened their control over EA. If he turned back and destroyed the gauntlet holding it, he could regain control and return to his peak strength. Naturally, Gilgamesh yearned for this opportunity. Even though he knew their intention was to cripple his aerial advantage. But once he regained EA, victory was assured. There was no doubt in his mind. Gilgamesh was unwavering in his conviction. Moreover, to cower before his own stolen treasure would be an unbearable humiliation. Very well, let's see who emerges victorious. He's turning. He's heading towards us. Mika's lips curled into a satisfied smile as his bait finally proved effective. Charge! Full frontal assault! The Vimana and Mika's fighter jet hurtled towards each other, the short distance between them vanishing in an instant. Before their inevitable collision, both sides unleashed a torrent of attacks. A golden deluge of noble phantasms clashed with a pink tide of magical energy. As the two aircraft grazed past each other, Gilgamesh, seated on his throne, and Mika, standing outside his fighter jet, locked eyes, each recognizing the unwavering resolve in the other's gaze. You intended to lure me with EA, didn't you? Well, I've arrived. Is that so? Have you finally stopped running? That wasn't running. It was a tactical retreat. A tactical retreat from running. Enough talk. Let's settle this. Gladly. The two aircraft swiftly passed each other, but in that fleeting moment, their final confrontation had begun. Mika and Gilgamesh knew that their decisive battle had commenced. Dash! Countless pink and gold arcs of energy crisscrossed the sky, painting the dark canvas with vibrant hues. While the decisive battle in the heavens was about to erupt, the fight on the ground neared its end. Thanks to the protection of the Dia Fertile spell, Ermit and Meli, after enduring countless grievous injuries, finally managed to wear down and eliminate the 60-plus Hassan I Sabah clones. So this is the weakest servant. They were incredibly difficult to deal with. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Meli couldn't help but express her exhaustion. Their victory was solely due to Ermit's magic. Without it, even with Merlin's enhancements and protection, they would have long since been overwhelmed. Now that the battle was over, the fatigue they had suppressed during the adrenaline-fueled fight crashed over them like a tidal wave. Although Meli's magic could heal their physical wounds, it couldn't mend their mental exhaustion. The sheer number of cuts they had received during the battle was enough to inflict death by 1,000 cuts. This was a testament to the immense mental burden they had endured. Now that the battle is over, let's quickly contact Mika and Gabriel, Ermit said, picking up her empowered phone and sending a message as she watched Meli, who was lying on the ground, waving her hand weakly. Gabriel's reply arrived swiftly. Gabriel says we need to recover quickly. The final battle might begin at any moment. Putting away her phone, Ermit spoke with a determined tone. Then let's rest immediately. Meli replied weakly. Raik. Clenching his fists, Korea Matou charged towards the stumbling Tokyomi Tosaka. Under Merlin's enhancements and protection, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank to mere inches. However, Tokyomi had regained his composure. After the previous encounter, he now considered Korea a formidable opponent. Maintaining his enhanced state with reinforcement magic, he desperately flung the remaining jewels in his hand, resorting to the Tosaka family's magecraft. Due to his internal injuries, he could no longer utilize ordinary spells. His only remaining option was jewel magecraft. Similarly, having witnessed the power of the previous fire jewel attack, Korea now regarded Tokyomi with the utmost caution. Faced with Tokyomi's barrage of jewel magic, Korea focused on evasion, intending to wear him down. He had observed that Tokyomi was nearing his limit. His initial punch hadn't held back in the slightest. If Tokyomi hadn't reacted quickly enough, Korea's enraged fist would have pierced his abdomen. Even so, Tokyomi had sustained severe injuries. If the fight dragged on, he would inevitably succumb. That was Korea's assessment. But when the glow of healing magic enveloped Tokyomi, Korea's composure shattered. 10 years later, Rin Tosaka would be able to revive Shiro Emiya, whose heart had been pierced, using jewels charged with magical energy. So, 10 years prior, wouldn't it be natural for Tokyomi Tosaka to heal his own wounds using jewel magecraft? No, I can't let him heal. Korea instantly switched from evasion to offense. However, Tokyomi had anticipated this. As Korea charged, he immediately ceased his healing and flung several prepared jewels towards his opponent. Die, you despicable worm! You're the one who should die! Korea roared, pulling out the Book of False Servants hidden behind his back. Mika, who had envisioned a potential confrontation between Korea and Tokyomi, had already modified the book beyond recognition. In addition to its basic functions, the book now stored a vast amount of magical energy in a defensive spell, effectively bridging the gap in power between Korea and Tokyomi. Engulfed in Tokyomi's magic, Korea endured the relentless bombardment from all directions, his lack of defensive skills notwithstanding. He pushed through the barrage of jewel magic, finally reaching Tokyomi. He slammed his fist into Tokyomi, sending him flying once more. However, in doing so, Korea had completely exhausted his magical energy. Now a mere mortal once more, Korea approached the fallen Tokyomi. Tosaka Tokyomi. Just as Korea was about to speak, Tokyomi swept his leg, knocking him to the ground. I, absolutely, cannot lose. I haven't won yet. The Holy Grail, the root. Driven by his obsession with victory and the root, Tokyomi, who should have been incapacitated, mustered his last ounce of strength, using reinforcement magic to barely maintain his physical form. Even so, he was now no different from an ordinary human. Refusing to give Tokyomi a chance to utilize jewel magic, Korea pounced on him, raining down a flurry of punches. Tokyomi quickly threw him off, reversed their positions, and retaliated with his own fists. Fueled by a primal rage ignited by Korea's attack, Tokiomi had abandoned all semblance of elegance and magecraft. All he desired was to pummel Korea's face with his bare hands. Thus, in a forgotten corner of Fuyuki City, Korea Matou and Tokiomi Tosaka engaged in a brutal fist fight. Mika, Ermid sent a message. Their battle is over, and they're currently recovering. They can provide support at any moment, Gabriel said, suddenly awakening beside Mika. Is that so? It's finally over. Then I can fight without reservation. Mika's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the distant Vimana. In the previous exchange, he and Gilgamesh had engaged in a continuous barrage of attacks, gradually depleting their resources. Although both their aircraft had sustained some damage, the aerial battle was far from over. Since the fight below has concluded, it's time to change our strategy. Mika gestured, and the gauntlet holding EA floated before him. It then drifted outwards. Well? Are you interested? Gilgamesh, who had been closely monitoring Mika's movements, noticed his sudden pause and halted his Vimana as well. Upon seeing Mika's actions, he instantly understood his intentions. An exchange. During their previous aerial duel, Gilgamesh had been unable to find an opening to shatter Mika's gauntlet and reclaim EA. Despite his silence, frustration had begun to build within him. If this stalemate continued, he wouldn't achieve anything. That was his assessment. Mika's proposition intrigued him. However, it was also accompanied by suspicion. Did he truly desire to face him, wielding EA? Did he possess some sort of countermeasure? Gilgamesh pondered. Chapter 79 Melikis. Mika vs Gilgamesh. Mika's decision puzzled Gilgamesh. But he quickly made up his mind. He would reclaim EA, his sword of rupture. Gilgamesh possessed absolute confidence. When wielding EA, he was undoubtedly the strongest. He was certain that with it, he could overcome any obstacle. Then come. Are you confident you can handle Gilgamesh wielding EA? Merlin asked seriously, standing beside Mika. Confident? I have some confidence, but not much, Mika chuckled, gazing at the distant Vimana. But at least it's a possibility. However, there's no way to counter Gilgamesh freely flying in Vimana. Besides this, Mika had other considerations. In his view, Gilgamesh's truly formidable noble phantasm wasn't EA, the sword that represented the severing of the world, but rather the Gate of Babylon, the crystallization of human wisdom. If Gilgamesh used the Gate of Babylon effectively, there was no way to counter it. He could adapt to any enemy. Just like Merlin currently, under Gilgamesh's anti-magic noble phantasms, there was no possibility of retaliation. Of course, this referred to a serious Gilgamesh. Not the arrogant, often careless one. Against such a Gilgamesh, Mika believed that returning EA might not be a bad thing. He felt he could counter a Gilgamesh wielding EA, though the odds weren't in his favor. But the possibility existed, which is why Mika had arrived at this decision. It seems the King of Heroes is truly confident, Mika mused, manipulating the fighter jet to hover in midair as he observed Gilgamesh's actions. Then come. With a thought, Mika launched the last two missiles from the fighter jet. Simultaneously, several golden noble phantasms shot out from the Gate of Babylon beside Vimana, targeting Mika's fighter jet and gauntlet. The attacks crossed paths in midair, hurtling towards their respective targets. In the next moment, Mika's missiles and Gilgamesh's noble phantasms struck their targets simultaneously. After a prolonged aerial battle, the dogfight finally reached its conclusion. Their vehicles destroyed, Mika, Merlin, and Gilgamesh plummeted from the sky. But their expressions remained unchanged. They locked eyes in midair, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew that once they landed, their final showdown would begin. Berserker. Hearing Mika's call, Lancelot, who had been circling nearby, piloted his fighter jet towards Mika. In the next moment, Mika and Merlin were alongside Lancelot. Are you ready, Mika? Merlin knew he could offer little assistance in the upcoming battle. He was certain that Gilgamesh would target him, limiting his ability to intervene. Ready? I'm not quite ready yet, Mika replied, shaking his head gently before looking down at the ground. This time, I don't need your help, Merlin. I need hers. He smiled as he saw Ermid and Meli rushing towards them from below. Then, he leaped from the jet, descending rapidly to join them. Mika. Seeing him, Ermid and Meli rushed to his side. Noticing their tattered clothes, Gabriel, who had awakened, quickly flew over and draped coats over their shoulders from her dimensional pocket. You've worked hard. How are you feeling after the battle with the Hassans? Well, I feel like I'm still too inexperienced, Melly admitted, shaking her head. If it weren't for Ermid's magic, which effectively countered the Hassans, they wouldn't have stood a chance. The memory of the battle sent shivers down her spine. She had never experienced such a constant threat of death, not even in the dungeon. Don't worry, it's good to recognize your weaknesses, Mika reassured her. We still have plenty of time to improve and refine our skills. After comforting Melly, Mika turned to Ermid. Ermid, please bless me. Ermid was taken aback by his request. Then, her expression turned to one of panic. Mika, are you planning to use that? She exclaimed. She knew the blessing Mika referred to was his sharing wheel and woe skill. His request meant he had decided to utilize his ultimate ability. Mika nodded silently. Has it come to this? After a brief moment of panic, Ermid regained her composure and stepped forward, taking Mika's hand in hers. Fight with all your might, Mika. I will always support you. She clasped his hands before her, and a milky white light enveloped him. Then, she began to chant. O flowing drops of healing, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, I call upon the aria of light. 365 melodies, the calendar of healing that shall save all. Come forth, dispel the evil. Bury the wounds, banish the pain, send curses to the other side, deliver the cardinal of light. In the name of the gods, I shall heal. Dia Fratel. Ermid's healing magic washed over Mika, swiftly mending his injuries and dispelling his fatigue. He was restored to his peak condition. The magic continued to heal and protect him. But that wasn't all. Even after the chant concluded, Ermid continued her efforts. With Gabriel's return, she had reconnected to Gabriel's magic conversion channel. Sensing the boundless magical energy, she swiftly began converting it into ki. Simultaneously, she activated her Nen ability. Enhance, continuous. Through her training, Ermid had developed her enhancement ability to affect not only herself but others as well. However, when used on others, the enhancement's potency decreased, and the ki consumption increased several times over. But these drawbacks were insignificant. The increased ki consumption could be supplemented by the energy converted from Gabriel's magic. As for the weakened enhancement effect, Mika was content with any enhancement, no matter how small. After a brief preparation, a halo of ki surrounded Mika. This is my gift enhancement. It will significantly amplify your next attack. This is the last enhancement I can offer you. Looking at Ermid's determined yet reluctant expression, Mika reached out and gently ruffled her hair. This is enough. Nen abilities from the Hunter x Hunter world were renowned for their incredible diversity. Though their foundation was the same, the abilities manifested varied greatly depending on the Nen user's personality. A Nen user's personality significantly influenced the formation of their abilities. And Ermid was no exception. As Mika's childhood friend, Ermid embarked on the path of an adventurer to stay by his side and offer him unwavering support. Therefore, her awakened magic and skills were heavily influenced by her desire to protect Mika from harm and prevent his death. This led to the awakening of Dia Fratel and sharing wheel and woe. Her Nen ability followed the same principle. Despite being an enhancer, whose Nen abilities should typically focus on self-enhancement or simply strengthening the body, Ermid had developed not only enhancement, a straightforward yet incredibly potent ability, but also gift enhancement, a skill that empowered others. And with Gabriel's continuous magical support, the strength boost provided by Ermid's gift enhancement this time was truly formidable. I estimate my next attack will be at least 3 times stronger, Mika mused, feeling the energy of the aura surrounding him. In his eyes, Ermid's Nen ability held limitless potential. However, it was currently limited by her total aura capacity. Ermid's enhancement worked in stages. Each subsequent enhancement consumed significantly more aura than the previous one. While Gabriel's support provided Ermid with a near-infinite supply of aura, her total aura capacity acted as a ceiling for her enhancement's power. Ermid's ability is somewhat similar to Issei Hyudu's boosted gear. It could certainly be developed in that direction in the future, Mika thought to himself. Increasing the power of each enhancement, reducing the aura cost per enhancement, and expanding her aura capacity, all of these would dramatically increase Ermid's strength. It's a truly promising path. As the enhancement process concluded, Ermid released Mika's hand and stepped back slightly, as if to see him off. Just then, Melly, who had been standing behind Ermid, stepped forward. She faced Mika and said, "Unlike Ermid, I don't have many blessings to enhance your strength. So, the only blessing I can offer is this." With that, she reached out, wrapped her arms around Mika's neck, and kissed him on the lips, much to the surprise of both Mika and Ermid. Their lips touched for only a few seconds before Melly quickly pulled away, her face flushed. "Don't get any ideas. It's just a blessing," she mumbled. "Ah, I know," Mika replied, glancing at the blushing Melly and the eager Ermid. "I've received your blessings. I will achieve victory in return." With a firm nod, Mika turned and walked towards the daunting aura in the distance. That was where Gilgamesh had chosen as their battlefield. Hearing his words, Ermid and Melly snapped out of their romantic daze and shouted in unison, "Go for it, Mika! I believe you can win. Defeat him!" As their voices continued to echo behind him, Mika raised his arm and waved to them without turning back. He walked steadily towards the final battlefield, his footsteps crunching on the rubble-strewn ground. Looking at the utter devastation, it was hard to imagine that this had once been a modern city. Everything had been destroyed in the Holy Grail War. Fortunately, Tokyomi Tosaka hadn't completely lost his sanity. Before launching his attack, he had used a bounded field to evacuate the nearby residents. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost in this battle. But what excuse will the Holy Church use this time? They can't blame it on a gas explosion again, can they? Actually, it's not impossible. They could claim they detected a gas leak and promptly evacuated the residents, preventing any casualties. But if they handle it that way, they'll spend a considerable amount of time altering memories. The Holy Church certainly has its work cut out for it. Lost in thought, Mika soon came into Gilgamesh's view. "You thief, you've finally arrived." Sitting atop the highest pile of rubble, Gilgamesh looked down at Mika and chuckled. Despite the deep animosity between them, he acknowledged Mika's strength and intelligence. Therefore, he no longer addressed him as mongrel or cur, opting for the title thief instead. In his eyes, Mika, who had dared to lay his hands on his treasures, was nothing short of a master thief. "Yes, I've arrived," Mika replied, wondering if Gilgamesh had deliberately piled up the rubble beneath him to emphasize his superior status. "Ha ha ha, good. I thought you were going to run away." After landing, Gilgamesh had grown increasingly impatient as Mika failed to appear, nearly succumbing to rage. But upon seeing Mika, his anger dissipated. He also understood why Mika had taken so long. Such extravagant blessings and enhancements. "Is this what you rely on to defeat me? If so, I must say you've miscalculated. Even with these blessings, you cannot match the divine power of Ea." Gilgamesh spoke with absolute conviction. He was utterly confident that he could crush any opponent with Ea. "You're certainly confident, King of Heroes. Is your Ea truly invincible? I doubt it. I want to test it. I want to see whether your Enuma Elish is stronger than my heavenly fire, annihilation. What do you say? Shall we find out?" Indeed, Mika's final trump card was his magic, heavenly fire, annihilation. As an ultimate magic that required self-sacrifice to maximize its power, even with Ermid's protection preventing his death, Mika had never used it before. Therefore, he didn't know the true extent of its destructive capabilities. But Mika was filled with confidence. As a magic that grew stronger alongside his own power, it would always be his ultimate ace in the hole, no matter the situation. Chapter 80 Heavenly Fire, Annihilation vs Enuma Elish. Heavenly Fire, Annihilation? Is this your trump card? After a brief moment of astonishment, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. "You intend to challenge Ea with this insignificant power? How laughable! Inkiju, Ea." This sword represented the creation of heaven and earth. The primordial sword. The embodiment of absolute power and judgment. Gilgamesh couldn't fathom that Mika possessed any means to counter it. Words are meaningless. Let's begin. Mika gripped the hilt of his great sword tightly, positioning it beside his face as he stared intently at Gilgamesh. "Humph, foolish." Gilgamesh extended his hand, palm down, and slightly raised it. The primordial divine sword, a symbol of creation, slowly emerged from the gate of Babylon, eventually resting firmly in his grasp. "Unleash your divine might, Ea. Make this thief who dares to defy you pay the price." Raising Ea high, Gilgamesh spun the sword, creating a swirling vortex of wind that raged around him. Facing him, Mika also raised his great sword. He wielded the great sword inherited from his father. Unlike the first stage of heavenly fire, which imbued his weapon with flames, the second and third stages, annihilation, wouldn't damage the weapon itself. This was why Mika chose to use this significant blade. Different from the second stage, the third stage of heavenly fire didn't require an incantation. Because the fuel for this spell was the caster himself. As Mika activated the spell, flames erupted from various parts of his body, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. Despite the searing pain, Mika's expression remained unchanged. He possessed the willpower to endure this agony. In mere moments, the raging flames flowed from Mika's body onto his sword. They coiled and compressed around the blade. Within Mika, all his energy, magic, OD, and spirit burned fiercely, transforming into pure flames that surged into his sword. The flaming sword extended upwards from Mika's blade. As it grew taller, it also expanded in width. Beneath Mika's feet, the intense heat softened the earth, transforming the rocks into molten lava that spread rapidly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, then 50, 100. In an instant, the ground within a 100-meter radius around Mika had become a sea of scorching lava, bubbling and churning. Mika stood unfazed amidst the molten inferno. At this moment, he had become the embodiment of fire, one with the flames. What is that? From within the Einsborn castle outside Fuyaki city, Kiritsugu Emiya, Kanath, Dire Muid, and Artoria, engaged in their own battles, couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the city. There, a colossal pillar of flames shaped like a sword clashed against a chaotic vortex of wind. Their presence drew the attention of every master and servant in Fuyaki city. That's Mika's magic. Not far from Mika, Ermid and Meli watched the towering flame sword reach for the sky, their faces filled with awe. Fueled by the combined strength and amplification of their powers, Gabriel's magic, and everything Mika possessed. This devastating attack now stood as a testament to their collective might. Is that so? Such power, how fascinating! Witnessing the flame sword pierce the clouds, its tip disappearing into the heavens, Gilgamesh sensed its power rivaling that of Ea. He finally understood why Mika hadn't feared his primordial sword. Because Mika possessed a comparable power. Even if this power couldn't be replicated in a short time. Instead of anger, a hint of excitement flickered in Gilgamesh's eyes as he faced Mika. Then let's see who is truly stronger. Sensing that Ea had reached its peak power, Gilgamesh roared, Enuma Elish. Heavenly fire, annihilation. Mika responded without hesitation, swinging his flame sword down to meet Ea's attack. As their ultimate attacks collided, a chaotic storm of wind clashed against the all-consuming flames, each trying to devour the other. Flames and wind. Heavenly fire, annihilation and Enuma Elish collided with unimaginable force. The resulting maelstrom engulfed Mika and Gilgamesh, then raged across Fuyaki city. Intense wind pressure swept through the city. Even Kiritsugu Emiya and the others, located on the outskirts, could sense the dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Of course, the most striking sight was in the sky above. The collision between heavenly fire, annihilation and Enuma Elish created a pure energy beam that connected heaven and earth, piercing through the very fabric of the world. The shockwave obliterated all the surrounding ruins, leaving only a flat expanse. Even the ground itself was consumed by the immense energy, forming a massive crater. Ha 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 ha. Accompanying the clash of their attacks were the cries and laughter of Mika and Gilgamesh. Mika, is it? I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent. Humph, I don't need your approval. Unlike Gilgamesh's confident laughter, Mika's body burned ever more intensely as time passed. Although Ermid's protection prevented him from being reduced to ashes, the excruciating pain threatened to break his unwavering resolve. I can't hold on much longer. Unlike the key of destruction it was based on, the divine key from the Honkai Impact world, crafted from a hairsker core, possessed an incredibly high output limit. When fully unleashed, it could sink continents. It was true divine power. While Mika's magic was similar, it was still magic. Its upper limit was influenced by his own strength. Mika was confident that he could eventually enhance heavenly fire, annihilation to surpass the divine key's level, but that was in the future, not now. At present, he couldn't match the power of Gilgamesh's Ea. Without Ermid's enhancements and Gabriel's magic, Mika wouldn't have lasted this long. But thanks to their support, he had managed to hold his ground against Ea, refusing to yield. With the blessings of my companions, I cannot lose. Mika tightened his grip on the great sword and slowly pushed downwards. You want to settle this? Then let's do it. Seeing this, Gilgamesh also pressed down with his sword. In the next moment, both Heavenly Fire, Annihilation and Enuma Elish, which had been clashing in mid-air, descended simultaneously. They collided directly in front of Mika and Gilgamesh. The victor would be decided now. Dash. As Mika and Gilgamesh pressed down with their weapons, their decisive battle commenced. Initially, the two opposing forces clashed in mid-air, generating shockwaves that created violent gusts of wind. However, these had little effect on Mika and Gilgamesh themselves. But now, as they forced their weapons downwards, the residual energy that had previously dissipated in the air began to relentlessly assault their bodies. Propelled by the shockwaves, Mika and Gilgamesh were pushed backward, leaving trails etched into the ground. Simultaneously, the energies released by Heavenly Fire, Annihilation and Enuma Elish converged between them. At the point of collision, a vast and chaotic force gradually reached equilibrium, maintaining its existence before rapidly expanding outwards. Amidst Mika and Gilgamesh's cries, the rapidly expanding energy engulfed them both, continuing to spread outwards, obliterating everything in its path. Until it reached its limit and finally detonated. At that moment, a mushroom cloud rose majestically above Fuyaki City. This wasn't a nuclear explosion. But its power far surpassed that of the ancient nuclear warhead Gilgamesh had launched from Vimana. This was true judgment. Mika. Ermit and Melli cried out in unison as they watched Mika being swallowed by the explosion. Wait! Don't be rash! Merlin swiftly intervened, preventing them from rushing towards the blast. Don't underestimate Mika. If he decided to take this course of action, he must have anticipated the consequences. Moreover, Gabriel is with him. He won't be harmed. As for you two, retreat immediately. That thing is about to explode. Ermit and Melli snapped back to their senses, heeding Merlin's warning. Seeing their compliance, Merlin quickly initiated a spatial transfer, vanishing from the ravaged landscape along with Ermit and Melli. As the mushroom cloud rose, the area they had just occupied was utterly destroyed. That was a close call. Standing at the edge of the ruins, Raisei Kotomine couldn't help but sigh in relief as he surveyed the devastation wrought by the explosion. As Kairei Kotoman's father and the overseer of the Holy Grail War, he was responsible for concealing the traces of the conflict and dealing with its aftermath. This duty remained even though he had secretly formed an alliance with Tokiomi Tosaka. Moments ago, while monitoring the battle, Raisei had noticed the escalating intensity of the clash between Mika and Gilgamesh. He immediately began evacuating nearby residents. Thanks to his swift action, the explosion claimed no lives. But how am I supposed to explain this? A natural gas explosion. Raisei shook his head with a wry smile, gazing at the lingering mushroom cloud. I wonder what Tokiomi Tosaka is doing right now. He'll definitely have to take responsibility for this. So that's how it is. Tokiomi Tosaka, lying on the ground, muttered to himself as he observed the distant battle through his familiar. He had emerged victorious from his fight against Kariya Matou, albeit by a narrow margin. Unlike Kariya, a self-taught magus, Tokiomi had received rigorous magical training from a young age, making him an elite among modern mages. Self-defense was a fundamental requirement for modern magi. Even though Tokiomi, upholding the Tosaka family's elegance, hadn't dedicated himself extensively to combat training, his honed skills allowed him to seize an opportunity and turn the tables. If not for his initial underestimation of Kariya, which resulted in a severe injury early in the fight, Kariya wouldn't have gained the upper hand. As for how narrow his victory was, Kariya Matou was unconscious. Tokiomi Tosaka was conscious but unable to move. No, I cannot fail here. I must achieve victory. For the Tosaka family's ambition. For the root. Tokiomi's gaze shifted to his arm, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. By the power of the command spell, I implore you to reclaim your glory, archer. As he issued the command, one of the command spells on his arm vanished. Then, a satisfied Tokiomi Tosaka lost consciousness. You've finally done something that pleases me, Tokiomi. Feeling the power surge through him from the command spell, Gilgamesh's wounds rapidly healed, and his magical energy replenished. It seems victory belongs to me. However, this victory was achieved because I am a heroic spirit. As a mere human, you've demonstrated remarkable valor. I acknowledge your courage. Consider this an honor, Mika. The King of Heroes has recognized you. Who needs your recognition? The sound of crumbling rubble broke the silence. 100 meters away from Gilgamesh, Mika, clad in his armor, rose from the debris. His body swayed as he felt the extent of his exhaustion. Mika's survival after enduring the devastating explosion was thanks to his armor, the angelic armament. This armor was a weapon he had crafted using his conjuration and ability. Due to the limitations of his restrictions and vows, the armor couldn't defend against physical attacks. However, it could negate 90% of pure energy attacks. It was this armor that had shielded him from the blast. As for how Mika managed to overcome the near-death state he had fallen into after using heavenly fire, annihilation, which had saved his life through its shared suffering effect, it was thanks to Ermid's magic. Ermid's magic had a lasting effect. While buried beneath the rubble, the healing magic she had cast on him before the battle continued to mend his wounds, pulling him back from the brink of death. However, Mika's current state was the weakest he had ever been. Despite this, he still refuted Gilgamesh's praise. After all, such words were typically spoken by the victor to the vanquished. And Mika had not yet been defeated. Is that so? You still wish to continue fighting? Gilgamesh saw the unyielding spirit burning in Mika's eyes. He was familiar with that look. He had worn the same expression when defying the god's control. He would never surrender. I retract my previous statement, Mika. You do not need my recognition. You are an adversary I must acknowledge. I will grant you the grandest of farewells. Gilgamesh raised EA once more, his expression serious.
Thanks for listening.